Welcome to Miami. We are ready for day 2 of the FTX Crypto Cup. And right now, I'm standing on the balcony of Magnus Carlsen prior to him getting ready. And I thought it was a good idea to kind of go into Magnus's head. This is where he's at when he's getting ready for his game today against Hans-Niemann. He's walking through what is his player's room, hotel room, and now we're walking into the hallway. And this is where you have the time to reflect. This is the same area that yesterday we saw Hans-Niemann walk into when he was beyond frustrated with what is going on the tables. For those of you who watched, the computer lost power. He lost big against Jan-Krzysztof, and today he has to play Magnus Carlsen. So what is going through the mind of Hans-Niemann? That's going to be to find out when we get started very, very soon. And as we're walking the final stretch through what you guys know as the interview zone, this is where they have the chance to do the very, very last calculations before they're getting started. We're walking into the area. This is the FTX Crypto Cup, and I would like to welcome you to the Champions Chess Tour, where we are ready to start day 2 right now.
Here we go. The FTX Crypto Cup has started.
This is the type of hustle move.
Checkmate.
Checkmate incoming.
Checkmate 3. Their preparation, their new ideas. This must be a new idea. Their teamwork, their fans. I mean, it's incredible.
Firouzja, this is why he's so good. He's full of tricks.
Unbelievable how he finds that move.
You've got to call that Prag style.
This is a dude move, isn't it? Direct.
Wow, he's going straight for the kill.
He is out to win this tournament. And what a start.
Incredible day of chess.
It's day 2 in the FTX Crypto Cup, and the sun is shining on the Eden Rock Hotel. Inside this posh hotel on Miami Beach, 8 players are fighting for a total prize fund of $210,000 plus $100,000 worth of Bitcoins. We are still in Oslo, and to guide you through the action on day 2, as always, Grandmaster David Howell, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and International Master Jovanka. And it was a dramatic first day. We had technical issues. We had some dramatic games. David, what was the highlight for you on the first day?
Oh, so many highlights. My favorite match was probably that between the 2 youngsters, Pragnananda and Firouzja, just because we'll be seeing that matchup for years. They will be rising to the top of world chess. They're already there, and they were just throwing punches at each other. It was really dramatic. But of course, Niemann against Duda, so much happening there as well.
Yeah, definitely. Who impressed you the most, though, Simon? Was it one of the youngsters or someone else?
I was quite impressed by Prag because he fought so hard, especially when he got that lost position. I was quite impressed by Niemann's interview skills. Thought that was very entertaining. So well done there. Maybe more of the same today.
We'll need to have the beep ready when we interview Hans-Niemann today, I think.
So.
Yeah. Well, Jovanka, after seeing those 4 exciting matches, who has become the favorite for you to win the whole thing?
I think, it's still in the hands of the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. He was very powerful against Anish Giri yesterday. And I also have to say that a close contender might be Jan-Krzysztof, because, yes, there were some things in his favor, but he did manage to put away the young American in 3 games.
Yeah. It was an exciting day, and this is day 2, and this is also the second major in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. The majors, they consist of 7 days of chess. It's an 8-player round robin, all play all in matches consisting of 4 rapid games, and the winner of the match gets 3 points. But if they are tied after those 4 rapid games, then we head straight to tie breaks, and the winner after tie breaks gets 2 points, the loser 1 point. And all matches yesterday were decided in the rapid portion. Let's take a look at what happened on day 1.
Jovanka, you spotted it, a winning move from Duda, and he plays it. And you're both right there. I mean, Jovanka, you spotted the winning move, but Simon, the speed with which Hans is just playing, it's reckless.
This is a Duda move, isn't it? Direct, going straight, creating threats, trying to take a pawn with check, and maybe the other rook can swing over.
Duda, this is why it's his type of position. He's throwing all these 3 pawns forward. That is scary. And these 3 pawns will eventually win the game. They'll just act as the distraction while White goes for a checkmating attack against the Black King. White's just winning on both sides.
He's 7 pawns up.
White has 7 pawns.
That is incredible. And you don't often see that, do you? Yeah. 7 pawn advantage.
No checkmate, no dancing, but Duda takes the win. Maximum control for Firouzja and Prag down to under 20 seconds.
5 seconds now. You know, don't Windows update now, computer. Not a good time to do that update.
Oh, look at Prag. He's panicking. He's only got a few seconds on the clock. He nearly didn't swap the
But look at the bar. What's happening?
What's going on now?
Is he surviving, Prag? The back to come off.
What's happened?
Okay, at least he's got his rook to the 7th rank. Whether or not he survives this game now, Prag, the queens are off and he cannot get checkmated.
Unbelievable with how he finds that move.
We've got to call that Prag style because he's won this endgame, Prag. Full 360 turnaround from a losing position, and he won. One thing I would love to see in the tour is a beauty prize, like the most brilliant game prize for each event, and Magnus is trying to achieve that now. Again, Black is completely stuck. Black just cannot move. And there we go. Magnus plays the simple approach. He trades off, and this pawn is going to win the game. We'll see a result any moment. This pawn will step forward.
It's over. Winning also game 4. Magnus Carlsen takes all 3 points in this big battle against Anish Giri. A great start to the FTX Crypto Cup for Magnus Carlsen. And actually we had no tie breaks yesterday. All the matches were decided in the rapid portion. A win for Pragnananda, a win for Levon Aronian, and also for Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Hans-Niemann. He had the worst day. He lost all games to Duda, and he is one of 4 players on 0 points after the first day. Hans-Niemann, 4 players on 3 points, but still 6 matches to play in the FTX Crypto Cup. But we have to talk about Hans-Niemann losing 3 games and a dramatic start today. What happened, David?
Yeah, yesterday the chess gods were against Hans-Niemann in the first game. It was very tense. He actually played very well, Hans-Niemann, but it reached a level position, equal chances in the endgame, and suddenly the laptop failed. The battery died. There were some tech glitches. I think something to do with the wires there, but Duda's laptop died. The arbiters paused the game and they decided to continue a few minutes later from the current position with the same amount of time left on the clock. But it was just that break that really flustered flustered Niemann. Niemann just couldn't refocus, and Duda eventually took the win.
Because they did restart the game in what looked like a drawish position.
Yeah. And within 5 moves already, within 5 moves of the restart, Duda had achieved a winning position. You can see in the pictures here, Hans just wasn't happy. He was just really triggered by the fact that there were tech issues, that he couldn't sit there, continue the game. He felt he was in the flow, and when that flow was broken, it all just fell apart. And after that first game defeat, the rest of his chess, the rest of his matches, they were a bit of a disaster, if he's being honest.
And obviously it wasn't Hans-Niemann's fault that the power went out, but it wasn't Duda's fault as well. So would you say it was fair that the arbiters decided to restart the match?
It was the right decision.
Or the game, sorry.
Yeah, it was neither player's fault. It was the right decision to continue. And Hans, I think with a bit more experience, he'll realise that you just have to keep calm. Just have to maybe spend a few minutes just in the corner thinking about the game, trying to work out what to do next. That's what Duda did. Duda stayed very calm. He was clearly trying to figure out the position in his head while they were sorting out the tech issues. And that's what brought Duda the win. That's what cost Niemann in the end.
Yeah. And he was so angry afterwards, Hans-Niemann. Let's hear what he said to Sverre after that first game.
Well, it's completely f***ing ridiculous that the laptop is just running out of power. And because the laptop runs out of power, of course, he has all the time to think in the world to find all the best moves. And he has 20 seconds, and then he sits there for 5 minutes, gets to find all the best moves. So the fact that the laptop runs out of power completely threw me off, and it's just completely ridiculous. It should not be happening. Like, plug the f***ing laptop in, and I shouldn't be losing a game because... like he gets 5 extra minutes to think and finds the best moves, and okay, couldn't recover psychologically, but match isn't over. Thank you.
How much of that second game, Hans, would you attribute to the first game and what happened?
Completely. Thank you.
He was definitely put off yesterday. Hans-Niemann lost all 3 games, and it's going to be an uphill battle for him, because let's take a look at the matches coming up here on day 2 in the FTX Crypto Cup. First of all, 18-year-old Alireza Firouzja against Liam Le. Both of them lost their matches yesterday. The winner of the first major this season, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, against the winner of the FTX Road to Miami, Levon Aronian. And of course, Magnus Carlsen, he had a great first day. And now versus Hans-Niemann. Will he make a comeback? finally. Pragnananda, the youngster, he won his match yesterday, and now up against Anish Giri, who did lose to Magnus Carlsen yesterday. But he played some good chess. Anish Giri looked sharp. But we're going to focus in the first round on the game between Magnus Carlsen and Hans-Niemann. And what is it about for Hans now? After that horrible first day, now facing the world champion.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier, does it? For Hans, it's just about getting on the scoreboard. I think the first game is the key. If Hans can survive a draw, that would be fine. He just needs to rebuild his own confidence. He needs to build a foundation to start from. And so far in this tournament, he hasn't had that. Hans needs to survive game one. That's all he has to think about right now.
If you were his coach or his friend, Hans-Niemann, now in Miami, what would you tell him?
It's difficult. It sounds maybe condescending in a way, but you just have to keep calm. You just have to forget all emotions. Just kind of forget about that yesterday even happened and just focus on the chessboard, focus on the moves. You have to also forget you're playing the world champion. It's just about just kind of getting back in the game, getting back in the flow as he was in game one before all of that happened.
And of course, Magnus Carlsen. What can you say about the way he played yesterday, winning 2 games against Anish Giri?
Yeah, first of all, I just love the style of chess that Magnus has brought to the tournament. It was aggressive. He said it in the interview. It was a conscious decision to just throw everything at Anish. He was sacrificing pieces. He was taking big risks, and it paid off. I've got to say, Anish had big chances in that game, but just the attitude that Magnus had, no fear, that was refreshing, and he's looking good. I think it will be difficult for Hans if Magnus can bring the same energy today.
Now, as we know, all 8 players, they are sitting in Miami in a very cool arena in Miami. Let's head into the play zone. Usually, we have players sitting all over the world in their houses, but in the majors, we do gather all players in online esports arenas. It's going to be 12 o'clock for the players when they start the round in Miami. That's in a little less than 3 minutes. And we do see players getting ready. Or are we? Is this Alvarez or Furusha?
This is Furusha and one of the arbiters, Tanya, just making sure maybe there are no tech issues today.
Well, we always hope to get arrival interviews with the players, but it seems a lot of them are coming in a little late today. Jan-Krzysztof, yeah, we see Pragnananda coming in, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda has now also arrived. Let's hear from Duda before day 2.
2 winners from yesterday playing each other today. How have you prepared, Duda?
Yeah, I did prepare against the opponent, of course, very specifically, and it's difficult to say what's going to happen because we are both kind of creative players, but yeah, I'm very positive.
Is it good to see Levon also playing more on this tour?
Yes, I think so. He's, as I said, very creative player, of course, very strong, very experienced, and recently he has a good time. So I mean, he's been very successful. So yeah, I think.
I look forward to seeing you having a good time too, Jan-Krzysztof. Good luck.
Thank you.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he won the Oslo Esports Cup, the first major this season, and today he will face Levon Aronian. Both won their matches yesterday, so who do you hold as a favorite in that one, Jovanka?
I think I will hold Levon Aronian as the favorite, and I thought it was very interesting in that interview that Duda did not mention that the last time they played each other, which actually was on the FTX road to Miami, it was Levon Aronian who won.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you know, the players like to focus on the future.
Well, he has something to revenge, and Anish Giri as well has something to revenge because he lost yesterday to Magnus Carlsen, today facing the young Pragnananda. Let's hear what Anish said when he arrived the venue.
Anish, you're taking on a young player who seems to be doing very well in these majors. How are you prepared?
Yeah, of course, I'm prepared.
And have you done anything specific against Prague that you wouldn't against others?
I did a better tweet than usual, I think. So otherwise, all the same routine.
But how have you reset after yesterday's match?
It wasn't too hard to reset, of course. I'm not bothered by result. I was annoyed with some of my mistakes on the board, but in rapid it's hard, so yeah, I got over that quickly, but still it's going to be a tough match.
Good luck.
Thanks. Hans?
Yesterday you created some of the frustration out here, rightfully so, but how have you reset after that?
By winning.
And you think you're going to win today against the world champion?
That's the only way to recover.
And how do you feel today?
If I win, I'll feel good.
Good luck to you, Hans.
Thank you.
Very hard to read Hans-Niemann, but he seems motivated. But take a look at this. Head-to-head stats between Magnus and Hans in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour this season. 4 wins for Magnus, 1 draw, 4 losses for Hans-Niemann. What chances, Simon, do you give Hans-Niemann today?
Well, he's a very talented player. He's the world champion, though. I mean, his chances, I don't know, like 10%, to be honest, because he just doesn't have the experience that Magnus has at the moment. Magnus has a whole world of experience. Magnus can handle his emotions much better. But you never know. Like you guys said, if Hans has a good first game, it's all about the flow with him. He needs to have a good first game to get in the flow, get that energy going. And if he can hold with black pieces, then, well, he could surprise Magnus with white. So this first game is certainly key for Hans, who is clearly a very emotional player, as we're seeing quite a lot, aren't we?
Yeah.
Which is great to see.
I know, it's great for the spectators.
It is great for the spectators, but I'm really concerned. To me, you know, he hasn't shrugged off the emotions from yesterday, and just look at him.
That is not positive body language. It's got to be said.
Yeah. It will be interesting today to see, can Hans-Niemann make a comeback, or will he be on tilt with the black pieces in the Miami arena against world #1 Magnus Carlsen today, who has still not arrived, that very cool esports arena in Miami. But Hans, could he at least think that he has nothing to lose now? It is Magnus Carlsen. He's not a favorite.
That's how he should approach things. Here we see Magnus arriving. Hans just has to relax, forget, and just be in the moment, be in the zone. I'm sure that's how Magnus will be trying to approach every game here. And there we go, Hans just having his computer checked, having his camera checked. I'm sure the organisers won't want anything to affect the players today.
Yeah, let's hope for no technical issues. We had a handshake. Magnus Carlsen putting on his headset. We know he loves to listen to music while playing these games. He will have the white pieces against Hans-Niemann. What kind of opening are you expecting, Jovanka?
Well, I'm expecting Magnus perhaps to play something a little bit solid, something quiet, and just to let Hans-Niemann go forth and try to attack Magnus, upon which Magnus, I'm sure, will be ready with a counterattack. So it's be a very provocatory opening from Magnus.
Yeah, because he's been known, Magnus, right, to play on the psychology. He knows Hans-Niemann is on tilt. Do you expect some sort of a psychological opening here for Magnus?
Definitely, Magnus is not just the best player in the world, but he's the best at reading the opponent, playing against the opponent's weaknesses. And I'm in agreement with Jovanka. If it were me playing Hans right now, if I'd witnessed what happened yesterday, I would just try and keep as many pieces on the board, just keep the tension, keep the balance, and then just wait. Because Hans will do something at some point, and provoking him is pretty good. Is a pretty good strategy in general. The one thing you don't want to let Hans do here is find a series of only moves. If he has to find good moves, if you force him to play well, that will only help Niemann. Just give him a lot of choice on every turn. That's normally good strategy against someone who's in bad form on tilt.
Well, a sensible opening move from Magnus Carlsen. Nothing strange about that.
Not yet. So it's the Sicilian defense. Niemann choosing the Sicilian. That already shows ambitious intentions. I'm slightly surprised. I thought maybe Niemann would try to play something solid, just try to survive this first game. But the Sicilian, we've also got to say here, Magnus scores very well with both colours in this opening. And what will Magnus do? He brings his bishop out. No open Sicilian today. The Rossolimo variation, with white's bishop potentially capturing this black knight and ruining the black pawn structure. Magnus, very famous for playing this setup himself as black. Interesting psychology, do you think here, guys? Playing one of Magnus's favourite openings against him, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, this, as you say, was famously played in the World Championships when Magnus Carlsen was normally black against Fabiano Caruana. They battled in this many times. I don't know why I was thinking this, but I was just thinking who would win a boxing match between the two. It was just going through my head, like, you know, which one of them would I take in a boxing match? But we won't go there.
Ready. They both look ready.
They do, don't they? They're both, you know, young, fit, and quite sturdy characters. So it would be an interesting chess boxing fight, that one. But this is all normal stuff, David, and maybe I'll let you go through the moves and, yeah, as we see them develop.
Yeah, this is still very normal stuff. We have seen a bishop for knight trade and a very flashy knight check here from Magnus Carlsen. OK, we saw it just flash there quickly, but he did temporarily sacrifice a knight. It was kind of a pseudo-sacrifice, so it wasn't really giving up a piece, but it has forced the black king to move. So if you notice the black king, it has lost castling rights, and Niemann stretching there. Jovanka?
Yeah, it looked a little bit bizarre. I mean, I think that's a good sign, actually. It's like a power pose to say, hey, I'm here, I'm dominant, I am the alpha male. I don't know why I said that.
Well, I think that's what it is. It's body language, and you can see just the speed he's playing. He's trying to play quicker than Magnus. In a way, OK, slow down a little bit, but there's a little bit of an ego thing maybe going on here, but they're just getting their theory out there quickly.
Yeah, I've got to say as well, when I played at the Olympiad recently, every morning when I woke up, the first thing I do, stretch, power pose in bed before waking up. Just convince yourself. I did read somewhere that it's a way of tricking yourself into thinking that you are.
Yeah. It obviously worked. Well,
but there's a good psychology behind that, just to reinforce. And there we see a pawn move from Magnus. But it's to do with the fact that, often when you're playing chess, you're problem solving, that activates like other kind of things like over anxiety and worry. And instead, if you're kind of like do these power poses, have mantras, it builds up this protection against this.
Yeah, and the position is evolving slightly. So Black has lost the right to castle. Black also has a set of doubled pawns on the c-file. But Black is relatively active, got a lot of control over the centre. And this is interesting to me because I remember studying this exact position, and Magnus and his seconds have a lot of experience here. I remember Nils Grandelius, a Swedish player, had explored this type of position with White. Some very strong grandmasters. This last knight move for Black, maybe not the most critical, if I remember correctly. Black did have the option to be a bit greedy, a bit more ambitious, but Hans clearly just wants to grip and survive this opening. And just to show 1 or 2 points before we talk more about body language and the psychology here, but if we just retreat, if we kind of roll back just 3 or 4 moves, Magnus here with White in a very standard position did jump in with a knight check, and this does look like a sacrifice, this check, but if the knight is captured by the black pawn, then this is a discover check, discovered attack against the black king, and when the king moves or the check is blocked, White will regain the piece with interest by capturing this bishop. So this check was actually refused. Likewise, taking with the bishop would not be good, only opens up the white rook, and instead this check meant that the black king had to move, and although White lost 2 tempi, lost 2 moves with this knight, the fact that the black king here kind of sits in the way of its own pieces, uncastled, that will be a factor long term. And Hans brought his bishop out, creating a pin. White pushed a pawn forward, and if I remember correctly from studying this position maybe 6 months or a year ago, Black's critical move is to actually take this pawn, utilising the fact that the white knight cannot recapture. The white knight is pinned after all, and there's a very long variation here that does lead to what I thought was an equal position, and I'm slightly surprised that Hans didn't go for this. If you want to kind of calculate deeply, work on these openings with computers, then I think you would be able to play this move with relative confidence. And the variation continues. White, I think, pushes forward a pawn, and we get a position where White is a pawn down, but will regain it due to the fact that black king is weak, the black bishop is a bit loose. But instead, Hans just putting his knight on this square, and Magnus maybe surprised, just thinking for the first time in the game.
Yeah.
What do we think about this decision by Hans, not kind of forcing the issue, not being greedy, grabbing a pawn, instead just parking his knight on a nice outpost and saying, OK, you prove it, Magnus?
Well, it actually has been played before, and I mean, it's interesting you mentioned Nils Grandelius, because of course he worked with Magnus, but I'm checking the database and it says that Nils Grandelius actually beat Nihal Sarin, and one of India's promising talents, in this opening with the white pieces. And also Arkady Naidic, a very strong German grandmaster. Yeah.
Changes a lot.
He does change. And he also beat another very strong grandmaster, Roganovich. And just taking a look, I can see that there are like 4 victories for White and about 7 draws.
OK, so no victories for Black in this position. And what was White's most common move? Because to me, it's not 100% clear how to solve this pin situation.
This move that Magnus has just played.
So he plays the most common and maybe most successful move, just challenging this strong black knight. This knight is, after all, a very strong piece, holding everything together for Black, so it makes sense to trade it off. And I'm assuming that we'll see an exchange here, and maybe the black queen coming into the centre, something along these lines. Maybe Black will try and kick this bishop out of his half of the board. Either way, it's a very rich position, a lot of complexities here, and I think Black's big problem is that his king is not on a good square.
It seems that if all the active pieces get swapped off, so the ones you've highlighted there, David, that white should just be better because of the king position. I mean, it's not just the black king position, but it's the rook in the corner. Yeah. You're playing a rook down, and obviously at the moment, only 2 black active pieces, the knight and the bishop. So I like Magnus's move because he's trying to get rid of one of them, just very logical. Yeah. And if you can somehow swap the bishop off, then you're going to leave black with some horrendous pieces. So it seems positionally quite dangerous for black at the moment.
Very.
You know, you've got to try to keep some tension here. If you don't, you're just worse. So how do you keep the tension? Is there any way you can do that here?
Yeah, I don't see it. You're right, Simon. Also, this bishop, from when I was studying these types of positions, this bishop is often just caught kind of staring at a pawn. Just a very bad piece, whereas white's kind of counterpart, dark square bishop, has decent potential. Yeah. You're right, Simon. No way that I see to keep the tension. For example, if the black knight wants to avoid this exchange and jumps into the centre, then white can just challenge. OK, he has taken, but white can challenge this pinning bishop, and we'll just see a bunch of exchanges, leaving black with his poor pieces.
Yeah. And, yeah, so the players have actually chosen something different. I just wanted to highlight one move that was played in this particular position in the game that I referenced between Niels Grandelius and Howell Sarin. White actually... There's some uncomfortable pressure alongst the knight, and to meet that, white simply just played the rook all the way to the e4 square, attacking the bishop, which I thought was quite a nice move.
Yeah, I remember this game. I think it was in Vaikanze.
Siegerman.
Oh, Siegerman. Yeah, one of these closed tournaments, and Niels played a really nice game there, and there were actually some really nice checkmating patterns later in that game to do with the black king being caught on this square, some back rank checkmating ideas. And this did involve a pawn sacrifice, if I remember correctly, and black can still grab this pawn, but it's much more dangerous now that the white pieces are kind of pouring forward. Black's king is not a happy bunny at all.
I mean, Magnus, like 99% must be aware of that game. Not just because Niels is a second, but he's just got phenomenal memory. He knows all the games and the variation he plays, so he must be aware of that, I would assume. And I mean, with that rook move, David, I mean, what happens? I mean, just for me, I'm just wondering what happens if the bishop drops back. Yep. Something like this would seem like logical to me.
Yeah, hitting the rook.
See if white can make progress. I suppose even if you just drop the bishop back, the rook back 1 square, it's a better square. I don't know, but it's yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is a safer path for black, at least now with the 2 bishops. You have some long-term hopes. At least you can kind of plug the light squares with this bishop. But, yeah, long-term, it's quite likely black will kind of get kicked back at some point with a knight, or, well, we might see this coming.
Yeah, he's played it, so...
Yeah, current position is this one, hitting the bishop, and it does look like the safest way is to retreat the bishop, unless you've got something specific in mind here. And I think the speed of Hans' next move will tell us a lot. Either he's prepared this deeply and found an improvement on that game we mentioned, and he's found a way for black to survive, maybe by dropping the bishop back, or he might be facing big, big trouble.
Taking the knight looks suicidal to me. I mean, I don't know if that's what Howell played, but it looks really dangerous to get rid of your only active piece, and white's pieces are so well positioned. Yeah. The rook, the queen, the bishop, the other rook coming over, black's king badly placed, black's rook's badly placed. This looks just visually terrible for black. Even if you win a pawn, so what? It doesn't make any difference here. So, yeah.
You're right, Simon, you don't even have to calculate. You just see the black king stuck, and you play this position with white.
Totally. And I also just want to point out that if you look at the clock times as well, if you were to compare them, you'd see that Magnus, just over 11 minutes, while Hans is just over 7 minutes, which suggests to me he doesn't quite know this particular line. And so he has retreated the bishop. Now, one kind of very professional way is to repeat the position twice, just to dangle that draw and then just diverge. And
so you're expecting Magnus to go back where he came from, that white rook?
Yes.
Just tempt Hans to try and go for the draw with the repetition, and to say no?
It just seems to be the trendy way to do it. You know, I saw Wesley So do it numerous times on every occasion. We actually saw in the FTX, someone kept doing it. Who was it?
Wei Yi.
Wei
Yi was just like phenomenal with it. So every single time he got a chance, he loved doing it. So
yeah.
At the Olympiad in round 1, I played a game against Cyprus, and afterwards I talked to the English #1, Michael Adams, and he was like, it's a miracle that wasn't a threefold repetition. But I was like, don't worry, I was repeating twice every time just to tease my opponent and
torture them.
It does make sense to kind of, especially when psychologically Niemann is so fragile right now. He's so, I mean, you can play on that maybe.
Yeah.
So,
what happens if he plays rookie 1? And then he says, draw, over the top of the computer, and Niemann says, yes. And then he goes, no, only joking. And he says, I haven't offered a draw on the computer. And then he sort of says, What happens then?
Well, sure, we'd see that in adult chess, maybe in the junior levels.
We'll have a
more.
fist fight in the arena. Ooh.
Well, you can get that boxing fight there.
Yeah. We did have a move from Magnus, nothing dramatic happening.
No, rather than retreat the white rook, he's just attacking the black queen first, and wherever the black queen goes next, we'll see the white rook commit and retreat.
You did mention it, David. Hans being a little bit fragile. A tilt yesterday. We're wondering, will he make a comeback today, or will the tilt continue? We're going to go down to Sverre in Miami, being close to the players, interviewing them. And Sverre, today we heard some short answers from Hans. Yesterday in your interviews, very short answers. How do you read Hans's mentality right now?
It's quite the difference from how he started out in this tournament, because he was one of the more vocal players. I mean, I think he was close to world domination in the interview we did prior to the tournament. Now he's a little bit more unsure, but I asked him to join me today for some takes and such prior to starting, but it was just a plain no. That was not an ability, and it's a bit of a differing personality. So I am a little bit worried about Hans and how he manages to reset for this game against Magnus.
And yeah, you mentioned also an interview before the whole tournament started. What did he say to you in that interview before the FTX Crypto Cup?
It was quite interesting because Hans he's a fascinating player and he's a fascinating person, and he's extremely sociable. He's extremely friendly. He's a character, unlike anything we've seen in chess, but he has such extreme faith in his own abilities. I mean, this is a guy who's increased his rating during the pandemic when everyone else has been pretty much sitting silent, but he's also a player who may not have this live experience that so many of the other players do. So it's an unknown territory for him, and I think he still has a little bit of maturing to do when it comes to how he handles the losses and how he actually handles the slaps in the face that will come when he faces the top players in the world.
Absolutely. Very interesting, Sverre. Talking in the interview with Sverre before the tournament about world domination, he really does seem like a confident guy. And then he does, as Sverre says, have these slaps in his face from time to time.
And it was an interesting point. Before the pandemic in 2020, he was rated about 2,400 to 2,450, and now he's gained over 200 points in less than 2 years. So, I mean, he's on a massive upward trajectory, and sometimes when you get your first setback or when you get a series of setbacks, it's just so hard to recover. You need a few months to kind of consolidate that gain that you've made. Just even plateauing, even keeping your rating is a big gain, but I think just because he's in this mindset of, okay, I can do anything, I think that's why he's kind of reacting as he is right now. But yeah, he's given interviews in the past. He said he's the most talented American player since Fischer. He definitely doesn't lack for self-belief. And
more talented than Hikaru? That's what he reckons?
His words, not mine, Simon.
Fabiano?
His words, not mine.
The list could go on. Wow, that's a big statement, that is.
So he just needs to back it up now. But I think no matter how this match goes today, he'll just want to post a good performance in this tournament.
Yeah.
He shouldn't be aiming to win it. I mean, nobody comes in their big breakthrough year and suddenly beats the world champion, beats everyone, all the top players in a row. You just need to kind of give yourself a little bit of confidence, some self-belief, and go from there.
Yeah. It was really interesting, actually, when it comes to self-belief and what kind of things you should be aiming for. Because we did some work with the England team performance coach, and he was saying to us, you know, you should never have aims that are results-based, because you can't ever control the outcome. So if he goes in there and is like, OK, I'm going to play good, exciting chess, this is my aim, he can control that. He can control his attitude.
Yeah.
He cannot control whether he will win, so to speak, because, you know, that's actually dependent on Magnus as well.
Yeah, even if you play a perfect game, if your opponent plays perfectly as well, it's just going to be a draw. So that's really interesting. You've just got to feel like you're playing well. And yeah, he just needs to make himself, or at least trick himself into thinking he's in the flow again and playing well. And it's not to do with external factors like tech issues. It's not to do with the opponent. It's just him just focused on his own kind of his own game right now. But I do like what he's been doing, Hans, over the last few moves. Black does still have the bishop pair. You were right, Simon. Don't trade off your bishops in this type of position. And he's also blocked white's pawn in the centre of the board with the black queen. Queens aren't great blockaders, but for now, it looks pretty sturdy, this setup.
I think he's playing very well at the moment. I mean, I like what he's done on the king side as well. He's moved those pawns, so he's actually made white's bishop a little bit bad. Yeah. And those pawns, the G and H pawns, have potential to run up the board and actually attack the white king at some point. You could use them very proactively, and he's playing very well at this moment in time. So he's you know, if he keeps this up, he's going to really challenge Magnus. Actually, I think.
Yeah, and I'm not sure this is a Magnus type of position, because Magnus wants to invite all of his pieces into the game. He wants to get this rook working somehow. He wants to get his queen to a better square. But he has to deal with ideas, active ideas from his opponent. And, okay, just a calm little pawn push here. Is this a good idea, giving the white king some space long term, maybe giving the bishop a retreat square? Or is this what we call a hook, where black can kind of use this pawn to open up lines later towards the white king? It's a bit risky from Magnus, what he's doing. Black still needs to get this rook in the game, but I mean, if you could somehow magically teleport the black rook over his own pieces to this square, team up against this backward pawn, suddenly black would just be strategically winning. And Hans may be trying to do that, maybe trying to just move his king across, move his king out the way, connect the black rooks.
I was going to ask the question because you kind of highlighted something that was kind of bothering me a little bit. You know, white has an okay position at the minute, but they do have some long-term weaknesses, and that is this backward pawn sitting on d3. Can't push forward. I mean, how is Magnus good? I mean, is he good at dealing with these types of structural disadvantages?
He normally hates accepting long-term structural kind of deficiencies in his position. He wants to solve them immediately. For example, he would love to push this pawn forward at some point, trade it off, but it's just not possible right now. If he were to have done this on the last move, for example, this pawn would drop. Also, on this d-file, you are pinned, so you're not really achieving too much. So instead, Magnus, he's trying to push this pawn forward, a bit of a minority attack here. It looks like these are double pawns, they're weaknesses, but actually they control a lot of important central squares. So Magnus is trying to deal with the control of these pawns by pushing forward, trading off a flank pawn for a slightly more central pawn. It does look slow, though. It looks very slow.
Yeah, I mean, Hans's idea is just move the king and double rooks, as you said.
He's done it.
And he's playing this. I mean, I thought Magnus could have tried throwing the f-pawn forwards, was a bit more challenging. But, OK, he's trying to maybe just improve his pawn structure. As you both said, this is more Magnus style. But
what would you guys do now? Would you kind of trade off here? It does slightly improve the white pawn structure.
I think I just double
opens up the white rook.
Double rook, yeah, I agree with you. Just accept that there's going to be some double pawns on the board. And continue with the plan, be consistent.
Yeah, these double pawns, I guess they're only as weak as the pieces that can attack them, and white doesn't have kind of the possibility to attack them over the next 2 or 3 moves. So, yeah, suddenly this black rook, which we've been moaning and complaining about, suddenly it's ready to come and target this massive weakness in the white camp.
Prefer black.
Yeah, I agree.
I actually do prefer Hans' position, so he's doing...
All right.
I mean, maybe he's going to prove he's the most talented player since Bobby Fischer.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good stuff so far. Very impressive.
And he's played exactly what we've just showed. We're heading in this direction. He's even... OK, we do see this recapture, so he does have these double pawns, but I was going to say he's just going to bring his rook across. Everything connected for black now. The black queen looking nice and pretty. The black bishop pointing down at this pawn. The only problem is that the black king is slightly weak, slightly loose long term, but not an issue right now.
Maybe it's something in the air in the Miami arena today. It's looking good for also Levon Aronian with the black pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and the bar also over to Anish Giri's side with the black pieces against Praggnanandhaa. And we do have some stats for the players here in the FTX Crypto Cup when it comes to games with the black pieces. So when we look at the black score, Magnus Carlsen this season has performed the best, 62% score with the black pieces. Hans Niemann, he is in the bottom of that table, only scoring 34% with the black pieces. But his tide's turning now for Hans. The bar is going over to his side.
Yeah, I guess in a one-off game, anything can happen. But yeah, those stats, they do surprise me. Firstly, that Magnus is scoring so high, because 62% with black is phenomenal.
Wow.
Magnus scores really incredible with white as well. So that's yeah, really high percentage. Normally, even 50% with black in a tournament like this with all the world's best players, that is good. But yeah, Niemann needs to improve. And okay, he's playing consistently, doubling up his rooks.
Yeah.
I'm just really loving his position. I'm surprised the evaluation bar is actually in the middle, because what is white even doing? I guess the other white rook sat in the corner has to swing across. There we go, sit passively defending its backward d-pawn. But all of white's pieces are very stuck right now. Maybe the computer just thinks it's roughly level because black can't improve. Maybe black's maximised his pieces. They're all on the kind of perfect squares right now. How do you continue kind of creating pressure?
Yeah.
I mean, imagine swinging the queen over to keep hitting that weakness and preparing to advance your kingside pawns is very, very natural way to play. Because at the moment, this is one weakness in the middle that black's aiming everything at. I mean, black's pawns in the long run on the queen side are a bit ugly. Double pawns means pain, and you've got the isolated pawn. But at the moment, the main problem is white's backwards pawn, which you've all pointed out. So let's just keep attacking that one. Swing the queen over, attack that, prepare your pawns to go forwards. And this seems like you can keep improving his position at the moment, which is putting Magnus on defensive. He's already had to play a defensive move with his rook to defend that pawn, and it's not nice defending a weak pawn like this, where you're going very passive. Not something that Magnus would want to do, I'm sure, before the game. So, yeah.
Definitely, and certainly not with the white pieces against someone who he will really be expecting to beat. And
how would he react here? I mean, does he have to retreat his knight to a bad square, or can he maybe throw a pawn forward, try and solve his problems tactically? I mean,
I think he has to go aggressively, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, moving the knight back looks just so passive, and then the H-pawn might come. I don't know. I mean, all the white's pieces are just defending, and that's not Magnus, is it, to play like this? But I like the idea that both of you suggested of moving that pawn forwards, right? I mean, that looks like at least something you could try. I don't know if it's any good, but
same. I'm trying to work out. I guess the idea would be to jump forward with the white knight. It is a fork, but the knight can be removed, and I mean, it's just one-way traffic. Okay, Hans has played the move we expect, and a position like this, black is just a pawn up. Yes, we've managed to alleviate some of the pressure, but black can still come back after this pawn, and Magnus has played the very, very ugly knight retreat that we were talking about. He just couldn't find another way. And yeah, the evaluation bar hating this for Magnus. All of the white pieces tied down defending this one weakness, and when you go passive, it's never a good sign. And white has stepped back, therefore black should step forward. That's the philosophy, right, Jovanka?
Definitely. And it's a no-brainer. Hans-Niemann starts advancing his pawns forward. And what? Magnus has just put his knight back to its starting square? I mean,
he's just lost two moves again. Earlier, he lost two moves with the knight in the opening, as we showed. There was a purpose there, but he's lost two moves again just to force black to commit this pawn. I guess he's eyeing up a weakness on this square, but...
What a result this will be if Hans wins with black after everything that's happened, you know? That'd be amazing. So, yeah, I mean...
What should Hans do here? I mean, it looks really bad for white, but we need a breakthrough.
Is the idea, if black takes the pawn, white can take a pawn as well, kind of thing?
For example, if the bishop captures this pawn, white can capture this pawn, deflecting away the black queen, and now we would just see a bunch of exchanges on this square, and probably just an equal endgame. I don't think this is what Hans wants to achieve. He will want more out of the position, so he won't take this pawn. Instead, what can he do?
I mean, I was tempted to. I really didn't like the idea that you kind of suggested, which is white pushing the e-pawn one square forward just to jettison itself away. Maybe you could stop that, and then perhaps activate the dark square bishop. Just kind of forget about your pawns.
Is there an H-pawn to worry about? I don't know.
It's coming, yeah. The H-pawn is coming indeed, and this pawn hits the bishop forced back. I like this configuration because now this bishop cuts off the only escape square for the white king. It's going to be all sorts of background checkmates now against the white king.
And also, white can't now push the H-pawn up, which was maybe a possible threat. So all of these pieces, and now maybe your plan, Jovanka, and then you can move your dark square bishop somewhere, and it just seems like this. Your G-pawn. I love this position for black. I really love these kind of positions, and he's played it. Yeah.
Perfect chess right now, Niemann.
He is, and he's got a big attack brewing as well, hasn't he, against White's king? With all you need to do is push that G-pawn, right?
Yeah.
Surely.
I mean, look at the white queen as well. She's stuck on the wrong side of the board doing absolutely nothing. And therefore, it makes complete logical sense that an attack would come against the white king soon.
Do you see that body language? You see Hans was like, got his suit and right, you know, he's pulling his collar up. He's like, yeah, I'm the daddy. I'm the daddy. I mean, I just hope we get an interview if he wins this one. I mean, he's obviously a long way to go. If he does, it's 4 games.
But I mean, where would you rate that comeback after what happened yesterday? And black pieces against Magnus Carlsen?
Unbelievable, you know. I must admit, you know, seeing him today in the interview with Svara, also seeing his reaction yesterday, also seeing the reaction as well that he had when he played FTX Road to Miami and the last 2 days of preliminaries, he completely tilted.
Yeah.
I thought it's a no-brainer. You know, Magnus is just going to steamroller over him because, you know, Magnus is a shark. You know, he said it himself, you know, when he smells blood, he will pounce.
Yeah.
And instead, what we're seeing here is some fantastic chess by Hans. And this is what we want to see him, just play on a move-by-move basis. And suddenly, just like that, I'm loving everything that Hans is doing. And I hope he manages to achieve something. This is what I want to see. I love the underdog. What can I say?
Yeah, everyone does.
Yeah. Yeah, well, actually, talking about everyone does, OK.
Oh, and look at the bar.
Yeah.
Is this a blunder by Magnus Carlsen?
It's maybe not a one-move blunder, but it does not improve the white position at all. And it just gives black a free move to continue that attack that Simon was mentioning. The attack will brew against the white king eventually. Eventually, black will prepare a pawn break to push the black G-pawn forward, and I don't really see what this move does for Magnus.
Can you move the bishop around to defend the H-pawn? He has, yeah. I mean, you could have gone the other way, but this is just very nice. Improving, this is like Magnus chess. Yeah. You know, Magnus would play like this as black. Tie your opponent down, improve your pieces, and then break through. But the thing with this game, he's got to do that breakthrough at some point, and that's when Magnus will get some counter chances, I'd imagine. Yeah. You know, whenever he pulls the trigger on the position. But this is it's a scary plan anyway.
I mean, firstly, I've got to point out, look, Magnus has retreated his knight again. Ooh. So over the last, 6-7 moves, Magnus has started with his knight on this square. He retreated it once, brought it back where it came from, and retreated it again. So he's wasted 3 moves with this knight alone.
And here we come.
The breakthrough has happened.
Yeah,
it's
consequences.
We're expecting maybe the black queen to capture on this square, hitting the white rook. And, for example, I mean, I'm struggling to find a move for white here. If the knight goes back where it came from, the black bishop will just move out the way, the rook will swing across and go for checkmate.
Take him to bishop, also probably similar. And it's so easy to play for black, this position as well, isn't it? If you've got the black pieces, you line everything up against white's king and attack. And it's really enjoyable playing such a position. So
you're 100% right, Simon. I mean, if you showed us this game and said this is Carlsen against Niemann, you would assume it's Carlsen with black. It's Carlsen's opening with black. It's Carlsen's style with black. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, Niemann's just played a perfect game so far. And
we'll find out in a minute. Hang on a minute. They got the board the wrong way around. Oh, no, it is actually Carlsen.
It crossed my mind, but we did see Hans Niemann's screen from the back, so he does have the black pieces from his side.
And also his body language is quite clear that, he's enjoying this game at the moment.
Yeah. And, OK, the pawn is kicking away the bishop. The bishop will just take a step back where it came from, most likely, and the attack continues. This bishop will move out the way, maybe even this diagonal, hitting the white rook. And then the black rook will swing over. Simple chess. Looking very good for black.
Very effective, I have to say. Definitely looking fantastic for black. I mean, I just wanted to have a look what the computer says. Whoa, computer's like -3 in black's
-3, wow. I mean, there's so many moves that black's got. I mean, that bishop can now come the other way, the dark square bishop. The rook's, I mean, there's hundreds of ideas in the position. The time... Well, Hans has got enough time here as well. Can he keep his cool? This is the thing, because he's obviously he's this emotional player. He knows that he's doing very well here. He knows he's got a great chance of beating the world champion with black. This is like the real test now. It's like, can he finish the game off? Can he keep his cool? Which, you know, I mean, this is going to be the big question now, I think.
Yeah, it's like a star striker in football. He's about to have a shot on goal. It's just keeping his calm. He's just got to keep doing what he's been doing so far, just not kind of getting too emotional, not getting impatient, hasty. He's just got to pull the trigger at the right time. And as you mentioned there, Simon, the bishop goes this way. Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I love the two bishops at the best of times, but these two black bishops just look glorious. And easy plan, next move, you can almost pre-move it. Black's rook in the centre, just swinging across behind the black queen.
Beautiful position. Absolutely beautiful position for black.
Total domination.
He's going to have to play quite hard not to win this. As in the moves are quite easy to play. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure I would manage very easily, but I'm
sure Magnus would defend against most people in the world. But
yeah, it's true. Magnus is Magnus, isn't he?
Yeah.
He'll take any opportunity he gets.
The thing is, Magnus cannot, you know, do any active operations whatsoever. He just has to curl up in a ball, defend his king, and just hope for the best. Just try and create problems and survive on a move-by-move basis.
What do you think Hans is thinking now? He must be like, you know, sit on your hands, calm down, I don't know, or like, kill. I'm the daddy, come on.
Well, we can have a look at him right now. I mean, he just looks like he's in calculation mode. And just as I said that Magnus has to go on the defensive, he goes on the counter-attack.
Well, I mean...
We should mention as well, Magnus's big weakness on the tour last season and this season, I say big weakness, it's relative, it's his only weakness, Magnus. He does like to put his queen on the wrong side of the board, and occasionally he gets checkmated. If we remember last season against Dubov, this season against Pragnananda, Magnus has actually had the white queen on this square and been checkmated on the other side of the board while his queen is kind of distracted. So I'm just getting flashbacks. I think actually against Prague, the white queen was on the a5 square. Against Dubov last season, the white queen was on the a5 square. He got checkmated both times. I mean, we're going to see lightning strike again.
Is there a bishop sliding in?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Can the bishop just move itself to the e4 square?
He's just slide the bishop in.
We saw Magnus just kind of shake his head there, close his eyes and shake his head.
I mean, is this game over?
Looks like it is.
Immediately. Are you winning? You're winning material here.
Yeah.
You're winning a rook, right?
Yeah.
I mean, an exchange at least.
Definitely.
Will we see a result any moment? I want to show this on the board, but I think we might see Magnus Carlsen just throw in the towel and forget this game, because it's disaster.
Wow, this is incredible. I just did not predict this after everything that's happened. And
after everything we said?
I mean, Hans coming out the black pieces, playing this is just what we want. Look at Magnus. He knows he's and also he's just been destroyed by the Hans monster. So
I mean, anyone can lose a game. Magnus can lose a game, but not in this fashion. No. So one-sided the whole game. Ever since the opening, it's just been Hans smoothly outplaying the world champion.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible game, actually. So,
we should mention this bishop cannot really be captured. I mean, maybe it will be, but if it is captured, the black rook will come down and take the white rook on the d1 square. White's rooks are skewered, they're pinned. One of them's dropping to the black bishop. And, I mean, material, and you're facing a scary attack. OK, Magnus just grabs a pawn there, and now the white rook will drop.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the exchange, it's black's still attacking. So if it was just the exchange, you can try to hold on, but black's attack continues, and there's more pawns that are going to drop. Black's rooks can come in, the bishop can come in. It should be completely over now. And yeah, this would be a good time for the laptop to go down, right?
This is only hope now.
Or the mouse to stop working or something. But...
Yeah, we do have a result in the arena. It's a win for Levon Aronian with the black pieces against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Also, Alireza Firouzja and Liam Le have played a draw in their first game. But are we about also to see another win with the black pieces in the arena? Hans Niemann, the bar all the way over to his side against Magnus Carlsen. What a win that would be.
Yeah, and he's doing the right thing. He's pausing. He's not being impatient and just kind of playing moves, because that's when blunders happen. He has calculated that he's completely winning now. We'll see a rook trade. And, OK, White's knight retreating. How many times has it done this dance? This is the third time White's knight has ended up on this square. And, OK, it's attacking the black rook. As long as Niemann chooses a safe square for that black rook, he's going to win. Look at the white pieces. They're so sad. That white bishop, the white knight.
He's grabbed a pawn. I mean, why not? I mean, there's other moves, but you're right. White, I mean, you can't not win this position now, surely.
You're right now, Simon. There's no chance to come back.
absolutely nothing to be done. I mean, just look at the poor bishop that's sitting there on the h2 square. I mean, it might as well be a pawn.
I mean, this move is a killer. You're threatening to, just take the knight and checkmate. Yeah, you're right, Jovanka, and you're also not just the exchange up. You're pawn up now as well. So I mean, any ending is just trivial. The king comes out. Where's the killer blow? There's a couple here, surely. A couple of killer blows. I mean, you've got many winning moves there. You can take a pawn with your bishop, with the black bishop. You can even just capture the white knight with the black rook. I think that's just a straightforward win. This is the most simple, and he's resigned. Wow, what can I say?
What a result.
Phenomenal, right? Phenomenal.
What a result. Yeah, you said it, David. Incredible start to the day for Hans-Niemann, the lowest rated player in the tournament, with the black pieces, a win against world #1, Magnus Carlsen. And now I'm curious to hear some reactions from Hans in Miami.
Hans, yesterday was a terrible day for you, and today you start out with a masterpiece. How would you summarize it?
Chess speaks for itself.
Is it something special doing this against Magnus, Hans?
He's such a character.
I wasn't expecting that.
Me neither.
I was expecting him to kind of go, yeah, it was a great game, I'm in good shape, and everything. But instead we get chess speaks for itself.
Yeah. Boom. Yeah. What a guy, what a guy. What do you think he's feeling inside, David, giving that kind of response to Sverre?
I mean, it's just elation inside. He's buzzing. He wants to smile, but he's trying not to until today is over. And it reminds me of that great football manager, Jose Mourinho. It's kind of that us against the world mentality. At the moment, that's how he feels. He feels it's him against the world. He wants to prove everyone wrong. He wants to show that he is one of the best American players. And what a game that was. I just want to highlight one moment where he clinched the win. We were praising his play. Black has done everything right. Black's queen, Black's 2 bishops, Black's rooks lined up. And here, Magnus did finally blunder. Under pressure, we can understand this blunder, but he moved his rook across, and this was the killer blow. Black's bishop just sneaking into the position, hitting the white rook. If the white rook moves, then the other white rook falls. These 2 white rooks are skewered along this diagonal, but more importantly, the bishop cannot be captured, because then the other white rook would fall, and this is clearly one-sided. So this was the finishing touch on what was really, really a work of art from Niemann.
The tilt is over. What a comeback by Hans-Niemann. And in game 2, he will have the white pieces. He is up by 1 point against world champion Magnus Carlsen. And now it's up to Magnus to make that comeback. We're going to follow that game coming up in 17 minutes. Right now, we're going to take a commercial break. But when we come back, we're going to celebrate the amazing Olympic gold medal that David Howell took in Chennai. So stay tuned.
Is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm going to start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. No, it's just to move.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FTX Road to Miami. Some fantastic chess going on over there in Miami, round 2. Today will be coming up in about 15 minutes. And right now, we're going to celebrate something very special that happened exactly 1 week ago. The prestigious Chess Olympiad was played in Chennai. David Howell played on the English team, of course, and he achieved a gold medal on board 3 with an incredible performance. David, we see some footage of you from Chennai, and I want to ask you, where do you rate this achievement in your chess career?
Good question, Kaja. It's probably the top of the list. There have been so many times in the past where I've come close. I nearly won the World Junior Championship, 1 game away from the European individual. I've nearly qualified for the candidates twice, but those were kind of nearlies. Those were kind of I would always fall at the final hurdle, but this one, everything just seemed to fall into place. And I've got to thank the England team as well. They were really supportive. They helped me a lot. And there was even a dilemma in the final round. Should I risk the medal just so that England could get top 10 finish? But they supported me, and I've got to thank them. It was all because of that. And everything just fell into place.
Definitely. And I asked you to bring the medal, David. Can you hold it up? Can you show us that incredible gold medal? It's very nice. What was it like, the moment when you stood on stage on the podium and received this gold medal?
It was a bit emotional. I must admit, I did cry a little bit just before it went up, and there was this anthem playing, and I think this is the first and last time I'll ever finish on a podium with Prag and Erigaisi.
Look at that incredible picture.
Yeah, and of course Prag's sister there with him on the podium, both winning bronze medals. Olivia Kjolbasa as well, and Anna Ushanina, some great players. So it was an honor to share the stage with them.
Yeah, and you had the highest performance rating by all players in the Olympiad. You won 7 out of 8 games, 1 draw. It's an incredible performance. What is the main reason you played like you did in Chennai?
It's got to be commentating here with you guys. No, I mean, I genuinely don't know how it happened. I mean, beforehand, I felt in good shape. I did a 25-mile hike in a heat wave just beforehand. I thought this is going to be good physical training for India. Every night at the tournament, I would have a 2-hour bath just to relax, just to get in the zone. But, I mean, there were so many obstacles. My laptop died early in the tournament, so I wasn't able to prepare properly for the games.
Whoa.
But I think it would just help me get in this really relaxed mood. And combined with kind of working with such a great team, it just... I don't know, the wins kept coming. I wasn't even playing, I didn't feel like I was playing that well, but somehow I was being given chances and kind of finishing them off. I think that was kind of what separated this performance from previous events.
Yeah, and I've been following on Twitter. I was following your games. I know your fans, everyone was watching. In England, people were watching, and so many people are so happy for you, David. And we want to show you something. Take a look at the screen right now.
Congrats, David, on the Olympiad gold, and I wish we play another game in the Isle of Man. It was pretty good, but I wish we play another game.
Congrats, David, on your gold medal on board 3, and it was impressive performance by you.
Hi, David. Congratulations on winning the gold medal for the best performance in the Olympiad. Your results was really impressive, and I enjoyed watching your games.
David, congratulations on your wonderful performance. I've been watching your play and getting inspired day by day. And then I tried to follow it by skipping the last 2 rounds like you did. And it was a great success. So, congratulations.
Hello, David Howell. Congratulations on your gold medal. I hope that you enjoyed the last 3 games rest on the beach in Chennai. I guess that chessable course with Magnus really transformed your chess finally.
David, huge congrats on your Olympiad gold. You're a massive wuss for sitting out the 3 last rounds, but you gotta respect the hustle. So, hope to see you again soon and have fun come May.
Fun games, great spirit, and you're the best. Congratulations for your gold.
From all of us here in the control room, congratulations, David!
Dear David, from Miami, a wholehearted big congratulations with an amazing achievement in Chennai. We are so impressed and proud of you and your achievements. And when you are performing as well as you do now also on the chessboard, we would like to give you a small challenge or maybe opportunity. If you want it, you have a seat as a player in the October tournament in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Go for it, David.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm a bit emotional here. But, thank you, everyone. And
You don't have to answer right now, David.
I want to say yes, but I'm scared. I'm nervous. I feel like I've peaked. I should end on a high, but we'll see.
You can think about it. You don't have to answer right now. We also have some flowers for you, David, from everyone in the Champions Chess Tour in Chess 24. We're so proud of you and so impressed.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Make sure to give them plenty of water.
Yes.
Well, thanks, everyone. Thanks, Kaja, Simon, Jovanka, Askild.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, we're all crying here in the studio in Oslo. And we're going to head to Miami. You have to give us a break here, Svante, because it's very emotional. We're so happy for our expert, David Howell. What's going on in Miami?
Killed it in Chennai because it's the talk of the town. I mean, these are chess players coming back from what is the biggest chess event there is right now. And with everyone being gathered there, coming straight to the beaches, I mean, hey, I know I'm going to be dreaming about David Howell for a long time after hearing these other guys.
Definitely, Svante. Now, all games have finished in the first round on day 2 in Miami, and I think we can take a look at the results because there were some big ones in our matches here on day 2 in the FTX Crypto Cup. First of all, a draw between Alireza Firouzja and Liam Le, and also a draw between Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri eventually, but Levon Aronian, a win for him against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And that big one, Hans-Niemann, a win against Magnus Carlsen. And Niemann, he just ran off. He gave one short sentence in his interview. What do you think he's been up to in his private lounge after that game, Jovanka?
I mean, it's difficult. I mean, to get into his mind, you know, if I were him, I would be out there celebrating, doing a little jig. But on the other hand, he has 3 more games to play. And Magnus will be coming at him furiously. So it's difficult. I think he will probably be just like, okay, fine, job done. Now I can just focus on what I'm going to be playing with the white pieces.
Yeah. And what should be his recipe now? What should be his tactics with the white pieces after such a good win? Simon?
I think it's going to be very hard to calm down after that. I mean, because you want to go around pumping the air, and I've just beaten Magnus with the black pieces. That would be natural for anyone to do that. So he's got to try and just play like that again. Play good chess, just, you know, play normal moves and let Magnus come at him.
Yeah.
You know, if he wins the next one, he's at least drawn the match. So phenomenal. But you've got to enjoy it a little bit, though, haven't you?
Of course.
A little bit, of course.
And we can, of course, ask the expert on the subject of winning games. How do you actually keep going and winning? How do you not sort of get too happy about it? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just all routine. So whatever Hans did this morning before the games, he has to keep doing now. When I was playing the Olympiad, as soon as I started winning, I thought, okay, I'm eating at the same time every day, waking up, sleeping, everything at the same time. I'm going for a walk at the same time. And Hans, I know it's tricky. He'll probably want to do some last-minute preparation in terms of openings, but he just has to keep that kind of clarity of mind. And as Simon said, just keep that same philosophy. Attack Magnus, don't fear him, stay a little bit angry. That seemed to work for Hans in the last game. And yeah, we'll see how he manages it.
Yeah. It's coming up in 6 minutes. Game 2. Hans-Niemann will have the white pieces in that game. Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. All of the action is going on by the beautiful Miami Beach at the Eden Rock Hotel. All the players have private lounges close to the arena where they're playing the games. And outside, the sun is shining. Must be tempting to just walk out for a little bit and, you know, go for a swim. I don't know. Or would that be a bad idea, Jovanka?
Might be a bad idea. You know, you only got a 15-minute break. Yeah. You don't really want to be getting into your swimming trunks and taking a dip in the pool. But definitely just getting some fresh air is good. And splashing cold water on the face. And just calming the nerves, just calming the emotions. And getting into the right mindset. I mean, that's so important. You know, you've got to think about your previous victories, you've got to think about good moves, and you've got to visualize yourself playing those fantastic moves.
Yeah, maybe the players who lost the first game today, maybe they need to go for a swim or do something different, break the routine. I think that's normally a good idea if you're not feeling yourself. Magnus there definitely wasn't playing like his usual self. He needs to do something just to kind of spice up his own chess and just to break that negative flow.
Absolutely. We do see the FTX Crypto Cup arena in Miami. No players sitting there at the moment. All games in the first round finished, and in 5 minutes the second games today will start. We did have 2 matches where we had a winner in the first game, and 2 where there was a draw in the first game. And the big question, of course, leading into Game 2 is if Magnus Carlsen can strike back after losing with the white pieces. And in this game, Hans-Niemann will have the white pieces. And we do have some interesting opening stats for Hans-Niemann. And of course, we're especially looking now at the white openings. Most common played, English, 9 times on the tour this season. But most successful, Queen's Pawn opening, 67% score. Okay.
Yeah, and I think many of his wins in the Queen's Pawn openings have come in the Jovanka London system, where he did create this chessable course, an opening that Simon's a big expert on as well. So it will be interesting to see if Hans is true to himself, kind of plays that slightly risky but very aggressive opening, or whether he does go back to the English opening or something a bit more quiet in this next game with white. Either way, I do think he should just kind of stay true to himself, just make the position as complex as possible, because he seems to be slightly fresher, slightly more focused than Magnus so far today.
Absolutely. So, question then, will we see a Queen's Pawn opening? Will we see what will be the first move if it's the English? That's not the Queen Pawn.
No, that's the Bishop's Pawn, so it's 1c4 is the English opening.
All right. Well, we also have some opening stats for world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, and then of course we're interested in seeing what kind of opening stats he has with the white pieces. So most played black opening for Magnus Carlsen, the Sicilian, 12 times, a lot, but most successful, Grunfeld, with an incredible score actually for Magnus Carlsen. Is it possible for Magnus with the white pieces to lead the game into these kinds of openings?
Yeah, in this next game, Magnus will have black, and we did see that Hans, he scores best with the Queen's Pawn opening, and that would allow the Grunfeld. So maybe Magnus will have that one in store if Hans does decide to go for that one. However, if we notice, Magnus's most common white opening, also the English. So both players, I don't know, they've just been attracted to the English opening somehow this season. It's been a general trend at the top level, especially in rapid chess. So I'm going to predict it's going to be in English, and from there, both sides are really flexible, lots of choice. I don't think we'll see the Sicilian in this one, just because Hans won't allow such a combative opening, and he played it in the last game with black. He won't want to experience that from the white side.
Okay, so what do you guys expect? What kind of opening? What kind of a game do you guys expect?
I expect an English as well. I think it's quite likely. I'd quite like to see him play this opening called the Jovanka London, because, well, I like it and I play it a lot myself. So, but the problem is Magnus also plays it with the white pieces, so he might avoid that because Magnus is a bit of an expert in it as well. So I think that's why this Bishop's Pawn would be probably very likely, Jovanka, and I guess it'll be, you know, Magnus is going to be so angry now, and he's so good at bouncing back, isn't he, after a loss? He's like the best player in the world, not just at playing, but at bouncing back. So this is when he's the most dangerous, like a wounded animal. So it's going to be tough, but Hans does have white, right?
Yeah, Hans does have white. I mean, I kind of also agree with David and Simon that we're probably going to see an English opening. But I also want to see him actually play something different. Yeah. I want him to see him play his chessable course. I want to see him, you know, unleash that. Because actually, Hans really thrives in these double-edged positions. You know, he's not afraid of sacrificing pieces. He's not afraid of taking these very complicated positions where, you know, the pieces are imbalanced. And that's why I want to see him take Magnus on, just make the world champion feel uncomfortable. And Magnus is going to be in his element in a kind of very positional game where the sides are kind of trying to eke out a small advantage.
Speaking of Magnus, he's arrived early for a game.
I know.
What has happened? He must be really determined to strike back immediately. Normally Magnus is arriving later than his opponents, and here we go, Hans takes his seat as well. Moment of truth.
Yeah.
Two players.
Here we come. Here he comes. And you guys were a little bit worried about his body language before the first game, after that tilt yesterday. He didn't look too self-confident, I guess. But now, does he sit a little bit more straight up with his back? Does he look a little bit more confident?
Even when he left the interview earlier, he kind of, with that mic drop moment, he did kind of have a spring in his step.
Yeah.
He was bouncing a bit more than he was yesterday. And what opening will he choose? That's the big question. Magnus, of course, can't be predicted. Magnus plays every opening under the sun, so Hans just has to be true to himself, trust his mood, and I think that's how to choose openings. He does open with the king's pawn, so we are likely to see the Sicilian defence.
French defence.
French defence. Magnus did use this yesterday to beat Anish Giri.
Yeah, well, I don't think we could expect either of those moves, really. I mean, E4 from Hans is a bit of a surprise, and E6, even though Magnus did play it, is a surprise. And what variation will Hans now play? Number of moves to play here, David, from that white could play, right?
I suspect he's going to pick up his knight and defend the pawn in the centre.
I mean, the trendy line is the advance now. There's been some sort of new ideas in the advance variation where white often gives up a pawn, and he has, though, played your move, Jovanka, the Tarrasch variation. So, yeah.
Maybe white's safest, kind of most secure choice in that position. Just even if black plays very accurately here, it tends to lead to equalish positions. So Hans not going for the advanced variation, pushing white's central pawns forward, gaining space, which kind of would lead to more double-edged scenarios. OK, Magnus challenging the centre. Still well-known stuff. White's knight comes out. I had this position myself in the Olympiad from the white side, but OK, my opponent didn't choose this move, trading off a set of pawns in the centre. Anish Giri, in his chessable course, does recommend bringing black's queenside knight out now to challenge white's knight in the centre of the board. And will either of these two players have studied Anish Giri's French course on chessable? There are some other moves here. Black can bring either knight out. I think those are the two most trendy moves in this position. What is Magnus going to do? He needs to surprise Hans, right? Normally, when you have the black pieces, it's hard to win against any kind of grandmaster opponent, but you need some kind of surprise just to throw them off balance, to kind of nullify the opening advantage that white traditionally has.
Yeah, it's all very well-known stuff, this. I mean, it's been played thousands of times before, and I guess you might have some games there, Jovanka.
Yeah, I have lots of games in the database. I even have games where Magnus has been playing this opening with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana and winning. I mean, I have to say, up until yesterday's game against Anish Giri, you know, Magnus really doesn't tend to play this opening with the black pieces, but he is following Anish's recommendation, and there's going to be some trades.
Still within very well-known territory here. Black's dart-squared bishop coming out. I think that's what Anish Giri recommends in his course. The older move here is black's queen, just developing.
Maybe Magnus and Anish have been working together. You know,
those two great friends, Magnus and Anish.
Yeah, preparing hard.
There were two very theoretically important games in the Olympiad just a couple of weeks ago in this position, where black pushed his king's pawn forward one square, just to block the centre, occupy as many central squares as possible. So is Magnus going to go for the most critical move, which has featured recently in some high-level games, or is he going to just try and confuse Hans with maybe a less well-known move? Still, it feels like a psychological battle at this early stage. Hans playing almost instantly every move. Magnus is the one taking a pause here and there. Magnus clearly knows what's going on or what he wants to play, but he's trying to guess what will make Hans the most uncomfortable.
Maybe he's trying to just slow the pace down and get it into... Because in the last game, he was matching Hans, right, by like tempo. So maybe he's trying to sort of just get it into his, control, get control of the game by slowing Hans's pace down a little bit. And, because it didn't work well the last game, that's for sure.
Yeah. That's my excuse for getting in time trouble, just slowing things down, just controlling the pace of the game, at least in the initial phases.
David, whatever you do, keep doing it. That's all I can say.
I have to say,
can
we see the medal again?
David's style comes with a warning, because most people actually cannot handle time pressure very well. I mean, you make mistakes, but David, different level. And Magnus developing his knight. And I have to say, this has been such a thrilling start to day 2 of the FTX Crypto Cup. And of course, we love it when you're at home. Also join in all that fun, action and excitement, and show us your selfies. Where are you watching the tour from? How are you watching it? Who you're watching with? We love to see your pictures, and we will feature them on the show. And as always, you can send us your thoughts, and we will, again, if you tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps, we will show them on the screen.
Yes, we do love your selfies. And remember, actually, so we know you're watching from all around the world, and we're so excited to have viewers from all around the world. But for the 2 final days of the FTX Crypto Cup in Miami, it is possible to go to the venue as a spectator, which I think will be a lot of fun. And you can read all about this on chess24.com/tour, how you can get your tickets and go to Miami to watch these top chess players in action.
That's so cool that you can actually go in person and get a feel of the whole vibe there, because I can tell you it's really special.
It is.
The
so
players
intense.
were playing here on the Oslo Esports Arena. I mean, it was just incredible.
Yeah.
You know, just to see the emotion, you get up close and personal. And meanwhile, the action is still continuing because the players are simply developing their pieces. But at the same time, the skeleton has been built. You know, White has definitely marked out their intentions. It's going to be happening on the right side of the board. And Magnus is going to be relying on his supremacy there in the centre.
Yeah, I think we can definitely state that Magnus wants to strike back immediately with Black. He's not gone for anything solid. He's playing very provocative chess, allowing White to establish this kind of central pawn on e5. And, he's trying to gain a bit more space here. This is still relatively kind of well-known, at least the ideas. I'm not sure about the exact move order, which I think is a bit rare. But, yeah, there's a big threat on the board, at least, for Magnus. He wants to trap White's bishop in the centre of the board if he can continue pushing that pawn forward. So the key factors right now, White's pawn here, is as long as he can maintain it, it kind of cuts the board in half. If Black's king, for example, if White just pushes a pawn out, if Black's king ever castles, it's going to be in big danger on this side. White's queen can come forward to start attacking. White's knight can leap forward, and there might be some ideas of sacrifices, breaking open the Black king, something we call a Greek gift. And I think this would be very dangerous for Black. So that's why Magnus right now, he's not committing his king to where he knows Hans wants to attack, instead pushing this pawn. As we mentioned, the threat is to push it further forward. For example, if White makes a nothing move, this bishop now trapped, so Hans needs to stop it. And 2 ways to stop it, stop this pawn pushing forward. Either, as I mentioned earlier, you can push this pawn just to control this square, but maybe you loosen some dark squares on this side of the board. These dark squares now are under Black's control. The other option, but you have to time it correctly, is to push this pawn forward. And this does allow Black at some point later, for example, if he moves his bishop, to open up the centre, either gaining space or by trading a set of pawns, and he will have a good bishop on this diagonal. So still very well-known plans. It's just putting them together in the right order. Whose position would you prefer here, guys? White or Black from the opening?
I mean, I've played sort of the French defence most of my life, and the one thing is always very scary is White's pawn in the centre of the board. It gives White so many good attacking chances. As you pointed out, Dave, if Black ever castles kingside, White has this ready-made attack. In the French defence, White's light squared bishop in the middle of the board is just such a fantastic piece. And that piece is always dangerous to Black. So even though I play the French defence a lot, I prefer White's position generally because I like attacking. And as you said, this is a very provocative choice from Magnus because Hans is getting a position he likes. He's getting a position where he can attack at some point. He's playing one of your moves there. And he's got a position where Magnus's king is always going to be a little bit fragile. So still, obviously, early days. But personally, I think I'd go for White in this position at the moment.
Yeah. So, how about you, Jovanka?
Yeah, I mean, my first instinct is to go with the White pieces as well, you know, just because White has got this beautiful light squared bishop. It's on the dream diagonal. But then again, I kind of feel like I'm morally obliged to kind of say Black because I kind of play this pawn structure myself. And, Black does have really good long-term prospects if he withstands White's initiative. And I love long-term prospects, so I'm going to go Black.
Yeah.
You mentioned the long-term prospects. I guess it all lies on this pawn. Short-term, it's a great attacking weapon. It controls so many squares. But Magnus, if he can somehow trade off these bishops, if he can somehow trade off these queens, then long-term, this pawn is actually a target. This pawn is a weakness. White has overstretched. So it looks slightly counterintuitive. Magnus has now castled. It looks slightly counterintuitive to kind of be left with these weak, isolated pawns on the queen side. But Magnus does have these great 2 bishops. And these bishops do control quite a lot of important squares, and also an outpost for the Black Knight if it needs in the centre of the board. So still a lot to play for. All 3 results definitely possible in this one.
You know, quite funnily, when you were, you know, talking about the opening, I was just wondering, is Hans named after Han Solo? You know, one of the most famous, like, characters in films. Because, you know, they kind of seem to have that rebellious streak. Yeah. And then I started looking up the best quotes that Han Solo has actually said. And the most popular quote, apparently, is... he says in one of the films, said, "You like me because I'm a scoundrel. There aren't enough scoundrels in life." And I thought, yeah, hang on a minute, that's like, you know, I can see some similarities there. So I was thinking, like, yeah, there's maybe a bit of Han Solo going on, right, with Hans. So.
Maybe his big idol. Han Solo, yeah.
Possibly, yes. So I've just been looking at Han Solo quotes, just, you know, part of the work, of course, you know. So, and his second most popular quote, last one I mentioned, is, "You know, sometimes I amaze myself."
That sounds like Hans-Niemann.
that could be after that first game, something you would say. So yeah, it was quite.
And maybe
quite
in
funny.
the next Star Wars movie, they'll have Han Solo say something like, you know, let the fight speak for itself, right?
Yeah.
Something inspired by Hans-Niemann.
He might have just jinxed him, Simon, because I think Hans is just... I'm not sure whether he's blundered or sacrificed a pawn in the current position. And we've just seen Magnus eliminate the White Knight. I'm slightly afraid for Hans now, because the position is simplifying, which doesn't favour him. We mentioned Hans wants complex positions, but let's just kind of retrace our steps. Here, just 2 moves ago, he played his bishop to this square, blocking the queen's defence of this pawn. And after the queen's defence was taken away, the elimination of this knight does mean that, OK, we want to capture with the queen. We don't want to wreck the white pawn structure in front of our king, ideally. So if we take with the queen, now suddenly this key pawn that we've highlighted, that we've talked about, it does drop. And, OK, we will see this happen. Magnus immediately eliminates this pawn, and not only has black won a pawn, he does have an attack on this square. I think Hans, his idea was to take this black pawn back, but now there are a couple of problems. First of all, I don't really see what the problem is with just moving the queen to the side, hitting these 2 bishops, kind of skewering them, hitting this pawn as well. Also, I'm slightly tempted to grab this pawn as black, or if you want to be super flashy as Magnus, you can maybe even grab this pawn with a check. And after white's king kind of takes the bishop back, comes out, there is a double attack, a fork, hitting the king and winning the white bishop next move. Black will come out a pawn up in all of these variations.
Wow.
Yeah, I just don't see what Hans has in mind. And the fact that he's paused to think, OK, this is the current position, the fact that Hans paused there means that he is unsure as well. He's a bit nervous about what is to come. So Magnus, he's got a choice of this pawn, or a safe move, just maybe moving his queen.
All right. Magnus Carlsen is in the move. And again, we hear the rain pouring on the roof here in the studio in Oslo. So let's get away from this awful weather in Oslo and head to the beautiful weather in Miami. I hear rumors about 36 degrees Celsius weather.
Yeah, that's the time when you want to bring a jacket and really feel this weather outside. It's so humid you can't even begin to believe it. But I have something to cool me down, because I have one of the coolest GMs there is right now. Alejandro Ramirez, you are here in Miami. What are you doing here now?
Well, I'm here as a spectator. This is one of the best events that's happened in America in a very long time outside of St. Louis, so I couldn't miss it. I'm happy to be here. The fact that it's warm and beautiful Miami, well, it added to the equation.
Well, you're coming straight from Chennai, so I mean, you must be pretty acclimatized to this weather. How is it feeling here compared to there?
Ooh, they're both hot, but in completely different ways. And I'm happy to be back in America, but I had such a blast in Chennai. I was there as the U.S. women's coach, and we had an amazing resurgence. Basically, 2 different tournaments, one before the Bermuda party and one after. And after we kind of crushed it, we're able to go all the way from 42nd place, which was our low, to 4th place finish. So we had a great event, and I'm very happy to have finished with that. But taking a little break here and enjoying chess from the outside point of view.
Yeah, but I mean, as an American, I got to ask you about Hans-Niemann and his game against Magnus Carlsen today. How would you summarize how they've been playing so far?
I think Hans is a very hungry player, especially after the Olympiad. He's one of those players that, because of his federation, wasn't able to go there, and he sees all these youngsters at about his age, Pragnanda, the Uzbeks, and they're really coming in strong. They had amazing performances in the Olympiad. They're headlining everything, and Hans is saying, look, guys, I'm here. I'm very good. I want to make a name for myself. So he's taking the chances that he gets here at this cup, and starting with a black victory against Magnus Carlsen, what a way to do it.
Yeah, whereas he said to me prior to entering these tournaments, who cares if I get invited to play Olympics or anything else next year? My rating is going to be so high that they have no way to exclude me.
The comments just keep on coming, and that looked amazing with the palm trees in the background and the Atlantic Ocean in the background in Miami. The action is going on inside the Eden Rock Hotel on Miami Beach. Magnus Carlsen is fighting for a comeback. He lost game 1 to the American Hans-Niemann, playing in his home country. But now the bar is over to Magnus Carlsen's side. But he spent almost 3 minutes now on this move. What is he thinking about?
I think it's just the fact that he has too many tempting options here. This is the type of position I would probably spend 10 minutes, just because it's so hard to pick between 3 tempting continuations, and 3 very promising continuations, I should add. So what would you guys do here? Maybe if we pull the board up, we can try and get inside Magnus's mind. What is the world champion thinking? Is he going to... I mean, the first move you calculate, I guess, is taking this pawn or this pawn. Because in chess, we always look for the most forcing, most ambitious moves first.
Yeah, I was drawn to capturing the pawn closest to the king, you know. Take that pawn, weaken the king, and then once the king runs, then I guess, yeah.
Oh, yeah, this would be a check, and this would be very good for black, but the king most likely just steps to the side.
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't go for this. I guess the problem here for Magnus is there is a pin on this diagonal. The black bishop is slightly vulnerable. Instead, Magnus went for maybe the safe approach, not the most ambitious. He moved his queen to this square, so same idea, just different order. So attacking this pawn and attacking the white bishops. And Hans, therefore, needs to trade off as many pieces as possible. So we arrive in this position, level pawns, level pieces, but black's bishop is the dominant of the two, and now attack on this pawn.
Yeah.
The attack on this pawn as well.
Definitely. I thought Hans' move was quite good, actually, because it was more or less forced and kind of controls every single pawn. But Magnus, he captures the pawn anyway.
Yep, he has spotted that the white queen is actually overworked. She has 2 jobs to do here. She wants to defend this square, but she also has to defend her bishop. So now, if the black bishop is indeed captured, then Magnus will go a pawn up. Whether this is enough to win, it's unclear, because we might well reach a rook endgame eventually, and black is yet to create a pass pawn, but this is a risk-free advantage for Magnus. The question is here, if you were Hans, would you capture this bishop? Would you trade off as many pieces as possible? Or would you maybe just move the rook and say, OK, opposite colour bishops, long-term, that gives drawing chances as well? It's definitely white playing for the draw now.
Yeah, I would keep the bishops on the board, and Hans says yes, he would too.
It's interesting because I think I wouldn't hesitate here. I would take the bishops off. As long as the queens are on the board, I would be terrified of allowing the bishops to stay, because with opposite colour bishops, it's easier to attack the enemy king. White's king here has only 3 pawns shelter. Black's king has 4 pawns. Also, I'm looking at this bishop. It's not on a great diagonal anymore. Diagonal. It's just staring at a kind of a rock, a concrete foothold here for black.
I think it'd be more impressive if Hans draws this game than actually winning the last one against Magnus, because he's a safe pawn down at this kind of position that Magnus thrives in. You know, just nurturing that small advantage. You've got to defend, not nice defending. And as you say, the opposite colour bishops are not really a problem here. There's too many pieces on the board. So this is going to be very, very tough for Hans to save, I think. I mean, his chances, of course, but...
He needs to swap off all the rooks, really, in order to save this game, or the queens as well. OK, Magnus, interesting move. I was just thinking, OK, move the queen out the way. Not to that square, sorry, to this one. Just get the queen out of any threat from the white rooks, but instead Magnus tries to create a pin along this line. Yes, still, I mean, it's going to be so hard for Hans to even survive the next few moves, and kind of without going too passive. I'm scared for the American now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an interesting position because of that imbalance with the opposite colour bishops, you know, and Magnus playing very accurately. But somehow I feel that Hans maybe could do something, and he steps his queen up and attacks the bishop. Perhaps thinking at the right time, maybe stepping up his king and maybe lining up the bishop and queen along the same diagonal. I think there's still a lot of play left in the position, and I have to say it's terrible weather here.
It is.
It's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, you have thunderstorms, lightning. Okay, queen defends the bishop, and but it seems like the rest of the world is having great weather. I mean, we saw it was fantastic in Miami. Søren Plovgaard says, he sends us greetings from Horsens and Denmark. A nice sunny weather.
That's so close to here. How is the sun shining in Denmark? Oh.
I prefer the rain. It's been so sunny in England. We've had like 4 or 5 weeks of a heat wave.
Yeah.
I would just love to stand in the rain now. Literally, I just like, just get the water on my face.
Yeah.
But, the rain's nice, The rain's nice as well, so...
How has that heat wave been in England? Is it over now?
I think it's still going on, but it's supposed to rain soon, so it's been pretty horrendous in England. Yeah, just relentless sun, and which might sound lovely, but England's not really prepared for that, and neither are gingers either. So it's like, not good for me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And I heard the situation, and we have some moves on the board. Obviously, just to interrupt us, David, but it was extremely hot in Chennai as well, correct?
Yeah, most days were over 30 degrees. It was very humid as well, but indoors was air-conditioned, and I think the biggest problem for the players is that indoors was nice and cool, but as soon as you step out, you're sweating immediately, and then the playing hall was very cold.
Yeah.
I heard a lot of complaints about that.
Yeah, actually, it was very interesting. I mean, I found the weather...
I bet the women complained and the men loved it.
Yes.
Yeah.
David was saying it was very cold. Then I have to say it was very cold because we were freezing. Oof. We were sat there in jackets and everything, and you could see every woman was like this. And yeah.
It was the first tournament in years that I've worn a jacket at the board. Normally I take the jacket off, it's just a shirt during a game, but I had to put the jacket on. It was just, especially when players would leave the hall, because then there were fewer bodies, less warmth.
Oh, yeah.
The longer the games go on, the colder you feel. And yeah, I did hear of a lot of players falling ill. Some of the top players, they didn't play as many games for their country as they wanted to, just because they were struggling with the climate.
It's got to toughen up. Wimps.
Or women needs to start controlling the temperature in chess tournament arenas. Maybe.
Yeah, definitely, Kaja. OK, and meanwhile, there's been a set of trades, actually. A pair of rooks have left the board, and I think this increases the chances for Hans to secure that very important draw. But on the other hand, when I do compare the bishops, I mean, White's bishop, not great, just biting at a brick wall. Meanwhile, Black's bishop is just awesome.
Yeah, and you guys know I did release this chessable course with Magnus on grinding kind of out these small advantages, and this is the perfect scenario to grind as Black. There's zero risk, you're a pawn up. Worst comes to worst, you trade off the queens and rooks, and it's just a draw with opposite colour bishops. But you can just kind of tease your opponent for the next 50 moves. You just slowly kind of step forward the Black king, maybe push a pawn here or there, just try to occupy some open files with your pieces, and White can't really force all the exchanges anytime soon. So this is like, it's a dream scenario to kind of press with no risk.
If I had White against you here, I'd just resign. I couldn't let you torture me for another 100 moves here.
I wouldn't want you to resign, Simon.
I know, that's why I'd have to resign. I could not give you the satisfaction of just slowly killing me here, I'd be like, yeah, cheers, David. Yeah, thanks.
David would be angry.
Come on! I don't accept your resignation.
Yeah, I think there used to be a rule where you can refuse resignation.
Oh.
There used to be. I think that was some weird rule. I don't know, but okay. Anyway, I mean, the queens are off, but it's still still seems very good for Black. But if the rooks come off, though, it will be a draw. So that's
definitely. But take a look at Magnus's last move. He just pushed a pawn forward. And I suspect he might be.
Do you know what Keith said about this move? Grandmaster Keith Arkell. He did this course for us, and for Chessable, he's done an endgame course, and he's got some very interesting little terminologies. And he said, as Black, if you can ever play the move G5, this last move, which is his favourite move, you're always doing well. because if you're playing it in the opening, it's a sign that you're attacking, your position's good. In the middle game, you're gaining space, and in the ending, it's a good move. So, and that's actually quite interesting, actually. If you're ever able to play G5, you're doing well as black, which I thought was just weird, but good move, though, I think,
Yeah, definitely.
So,
I was impressed. David?
Yeah, I loved it from the black side. And meanwhile, white's move, just shuffling his rook across, that did evoke a kind of frown from Magnus. Magnus slightly surprised by that one. Also, I'm looking at black's clock time. Magnus is really going to enjoy trying to grind out this advantage. And, I mean, black's plans here, we should maybe talk about why this is such a good move in the endgame, but black's plans are relatively simple in this position. Here, white kind of wants to push this pawn forward. When you have a 4 versus 3 disadvantage here, black has the 4, white has the 3, you always want to step your pawn forward, for example, to this square, because here your pawns connect together. You only ever have to worry about the base of the pawn chain. This is the only weakness that black can ever attack. Yes, black has great winning chances, but at least it's less to worry about for white. But the fact that black was able to achieve this move means that long-term, this pawn is also a weakness. It can never find a safe square where it's protected by another white pawn. And, for example, if it ever steps up, in this scenario, it will just become isolated. These are 2 weaknesses now. So black has 2 weaknesses to target. This is why this pawn push is such an important one. And if you compare that to white, here, what can white target? There's nothing white can ever go for. And I'm slightly surprised Magnus is pushing forward so quickly, but he has clamped down. So these 2 pawns are now fixed, and they won't be able to move for at least a while. I guess there are also ideas of swinging the rook across, going for this pawn, which sits on a dark square. All of these white pawns actually sit on dark squares, so they are all targets. Whereas the black pawns that sit on light squares, they are hard to attack. This white bishop still, it's on a safe square, but it's just staring at a granite statue. It's just not ever really going to create any threats on its own. It's just one-way traffic. Black is going to start advancing the king, start advancing the pawn.
The rule I learned is that if you're trying to win, opposite colour bishop ending, we'll see some exchanges here probably, is that you want to put your pawns on the same colour square as your opponent's bishop. And if you're trying to draw the position, you want to put your pawns on the opposite colour square to your opponent's bishop. I don't know how true that is, but that's certainly what's happening here. You're trying to keep white's pawns on dark squares where you can attack them with your bishop. Okay, sorry, Dave.
Oh, no, you carry on, Simon.
No, yeah, I mean, some pawn exchanges here, but this looks like white's totally tied down, right? Yeah.
Has to defend. And now you can see Magnus is really massaging his advantage through, he's pushed forward with more pawns. The black king is going to step forward. And there's just no move that Hans can do apart from just wait with the bishop. Unpleasant stuff here.
Very, very unpleasant. I think this is already a winning advantage for black. The thing is, you can't kind of use your bishop to destabilise this black rook. It's just fixed on this square. If you ever try to kind of step back to go for this rook, then firstly, black can ignore this because at the very least, black's rook can swing across and target another weakness. But if you want to be really kind of, if you really want to cut across your opponent's plans, then you could just step this pawn forward. And it's exactly what Simon said actually here. The pawns control the light squares, the bishop controls the dark squares. And that's why it's such a good strategy. Instead, white's king took a step back. If we retreat back to this position, and Magnus, we know that he loves to push his rook's pawns forward, the A and H pawns. He's getting ready to kind of push this one down, ready for a race, a pawn race later, and Hans is just completely stuck. If the bishop now retreats to kick away this black rook, Magnus, his idea, I guess, is to swing it across, attack this pawn, and if the bishop comes back, now we see the idea behind this pawn push. He would kick away this bishop, and sooner or later, something is going to drop. Black has ideas now of some checks. Yeah, this bishop no longer has a safe square. It's just all falling apart for Hans.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just seeing that white's bishop and white's rook are pretty useless. I mean, is now the time to perhaps just kind of get active with the rook? And I'm just thinking, maybe grab the G4 pawn. But okay, he goes for the wait and see approach. It's very difficult to do that, just to sit there and wait for the axe to fall.
Yeah, I mean, if white is just resigned to putting this king back and forth, then then black will slowly but surely start pushing forward. Okay, he is going for this strategy. Maybe even black can start going towards this side of the board with his king. Okay, he is on this journey.
Might as well just resign if you're doing this.
Yeah.
You like to resign early, Simon.
It does seem that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah.
What's the point of suffering in a hopeless situation?
Yeah, I mean, against Magnus, I'd resign anyway, I think, yeah. Against David, I'd resign. Against most players, I'd resign, actually. You're right, yeah.
You can keep playing against
I've got to stop this. What's happening?
Nobody ever won a game by resigning, Simon.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
I've got to remember
apparently,
that.
that's not true.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, apparently there's in the folklore, there's a story that someone resigned, and then the other person felt so guilty that the person resigned that they said, no, I don't accept the resignation. I'm going to resign, because what had transpired was that earlier on, the guy had cheated.
Oh.
And played something illegal, and then he got struck by sudden.
Well,
the worst cheat ever.
Yeah.
You got away with it.
Yeah.
That's really
and you
bad.
lost anyway. Yeah. Well, it seems to be all about the black pieces here today. So far in the first round, 2 games ended up with winners, and they both had the black pieces in game 2s here going on right now. Well, the bar seems to be all the way over to the black player's side. Jan-Krzysztof looking good for him against Levon Aronian, and Alireza Firouzja, the bar all the way over to his side in game 2 against Liam Lea. The first game between those two was a draw. And of course, this one, Magnus Carlsen, is he making a comeback against Hans-Niemann? The bar keeps going up for the world champion.
And it's that type of advantage that will keep growing. It's just inevitable.
I mean, what I found I like trying to break these games down to learn something. And I think what I found quite incredible about this was how quickly Magnus went for this particular ending. So he quickly swapped off one rook, quickly swapped off one queen. And it's like, we weren't sure. I mean, especially me and you, we were like, should he be swapping the queen off? I'm like, OK, I'm not sure. But he did it immediately, knowing exactly what he was aiming for. And that's the kind of thing that, the level and the intuition that Magnus has and other top grandmasters, they show that we can learn from. He's going for a particular setup, this particular kind of ending, and he knew exactly what he wanted when he went for that exchange. I just find that really, good to learn from, basically, those kind of ideas for future.
Yeah, he actually talked about basically the pawn structure that we had on the king side a bit earlier when the queens came off. He talked about that exact pawn structure in our chessable course, and he talked about which minor pieces you want from the attacking side. And which assortment of pieces you want on the defensive side. And he was saying, OK, opposite colour bishops here, as long as there are rooks on the board, very good winning chances.
Same colour bishops. Course, David, it sounds fast. Sounds brilliant.
It has some little nuggets. Actually, I learnt a lot from listening to Magnus, but same colour bishops, even if there are rooks on the board, easy draw. And he was showing kind of setups that kind of fix the draw there. And you're right, Simon. That's that kind of knowledge and that experience from grinding out these endgames, from playing them non-stop for. I mean, Magnus has been playing these endgames for 20+ years, but that's how he his judgment is so kind of in tune with the position, because he knows exactly what he wants in the endgame, and that affects his decisions in the opening and middle game.
And he's enjoying this. And you can buy this course, we should say. So it is on Chessable, right, David?
And it's on sale as well.
Right
now, right now you can save, I think, actually $60 right now on this amazing course with the world champion and the Olympic gold medalist.
I kind of wish we hadn't released it yet and we added this game from the tournament, because this is a perfect example of how to just kind of obtain an advantage early in the game. Here it was a pawn advantage, but then kind of accumulate those small edges and transform them into what is likely now to be a victory for Carlsen. And he's barely spent any time on the clock. This game has been pure instinct from the world champion. It's just decision-making. It's not calculation at all. It's just, OK, I've won a pawn. Now I want the queens off. I want the rooks off. I want to push my pawn to this square, fix your opponent's pawns. I want to paralyze the opponent's pieces. It's just general rules rather than specific moves. And, yeah, Hans reduced to waiting still. The hammer will fall eventually. At some point, either black's king will go over towards that lonely white A pawn, or, OK, he's going to get ready to push one of the pawns in the centre of the board.
Yeah, I mean, is black even threatening to push his e-pawn one square forward and then try to kind of do a golden run and win 2 pawns at once?
That looks like it would be very, very strong. Magnus, he won't want to take any risk, though. I was going to say he will pause and calculate a little bit, but no, he just goes for this immediately. And how is white going to save that g-pawn now? Can the White King step to the right? He has to, otherwise he would have gone 2 pawns down. But now there's going to be a discovered check.
Yeah, and the king steps back, and suddenly that bishop doesn't have a safe place to go. Yeah. Has to go on the edge of the board. It's not going to find any solace there. I think the king can attack it again.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Really nice way to finish, right? So,
yeah, exactly. So wherever the bishop goes, the black rook will move. It's a discovered check, and the bishop falls. Maybe you just have to use the white rook to defend it now and cross your fingers. But no, that one, I think, is losing either way. This one, unfortunately, chess speaks for itself, and Magnus
oh,
world champion for a reason.
You got it in there. So, yeah.
But it's setting up a really exciting next 2 games between these two.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting.
They will be tied after 2 games, and remember the format in the major. They play 4 rapid games to decide each match. Best out of 4 rapid games, and the winner takes 3 points. The loser 0 points. But if they are tied, then we will head straight to blitz tiebreaks, and the winner in tiebreaks gets 2 points, the loser 1 point. And we didn't see any tiebreaks yesterday. We have to see some today. That would be very strange.
Yeah, we've seen surprisingly few this season on the tour. We keep expecting them, but the players, they're so aggressive, so direct. Magnus has won a 2nd pawn, and there we go, Hans resigns.
Oh, what a comeback it was by Carlsen-Niemann in the first game. But world champion Magnus Carlsen, he makes a comeback of himself, winning game 2 to tie the match against the 19-year-old Carlsen-Niemann. So they are tied now. Magnus Carlsen, a great win with the black pieces. And let's head down to Sverige to see if we can get some reactions.
Bad game.
Is it a bad game, or is it a masterpiece the other way around this time?
No, I think it was a very, very bad game on my part. Just blundered, and then should have been a bit more careful.
Good luck in the remaining match.
Always very short in his answers, Carlsen-Niemann. Obviously disappointed. He got a great start to the day, but a loss in game 2 here to Magnus Carlsen. A fantastic game. So here is today's FTX exchange of the day.
And here in the studio, we were very impressed by Magnus's endgame technique, the winning technique with which he closed out that victory against Carlsen-Niemann. And it started in this position. Black is a pawn up, black has a big advantage. And I think most humans here would be tempted to keep the queens on the board. Black's queen here can dodge this exchange. Black's queen, for example, can take a step back. It can take a step to the side, and the game continues. White has a long defensive task ahead. But Magnus now went for this exchange. He traded the queens off, but that's because he knew that after a check, White's king retreating, he could play this move, pawn to g5, clamping down, fixing White's pawn structure here. And with this, he ensured that the risk is all gone from the game, and there are definite targets. And he actually won very quickly from here. Just to show the next couple of moves, White wasted a bit of time with his rook, and it was this final move that clinched it. Having exchanged the queens, he now fixed the white pawn structure. These pawns are now permanent weaknesses, and as soon as the black rook entered this square, attacking this pawn, Magnus's win was guaranteed. That's why we study endgames. We need to know what to aim for so that we can make decisions in the middle game about which pieces to keep on the board and which pieces to trade off.
A great game by Magnus Carlsen to win the game. In this one, Levon Aronian won the first game today against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Both of these players won their matches yesterday. But in this one, is Jan-Krzysztof Duda with the black pieces, of course. Is he about to make a comeback? The bar is definitely over to his side.
Yeah, it's level pawns, level pieces, but it's ugly for Levon Aronian right now. And that's simply because black has a better pawn structure. White's doubled f-pawns don't make a great impression. White's bishop as well, trapped behind his own pawns. And black has the better minor piece. That black knight looks very nice, very flexible. Also, black's queen's pretty active. Do you think there's chances of saving this one, guys?
I'm going to say yes.
You think so?
I definitely think so. I mean, just because of the time situation. Also, you know, you can't discount the active possibility of the white queen. You know, she could perhaps... I mean, it takes some help, I admit that. But, you know, if she found herself maybe on the e2 square, maybe going to come in, she can generate a lot of mischief. And I think in a classical game, absolutely, you know, players had lots of time on the clock. I think will be like 100% black would win. But because the time control is so quick, I think there's chances to go wrong. And I think already here, maybe things have already gone slightly wrong for Duda. He doesn't have as much control as he did.
Yeah. I guess, sorry, go Simon.
No, I was just wondering if he could have gone knight takes pawn last move, but that's something else. But yeah, sorry, David. I mean, he can probably get the queen in now, I guess, what you're saying, Jovanka, as well, right? Yeah. Which is the problem. So.
Interesting idea, Simon, just capturing this pawn. The white king, if it takes the knight, would lose protection of the white bishop. Black had this opportunity, but yeah, now the white queen has stepped in. She steps to the side. The black king retreats, and now she does have a path in, maybe towards this pawn, or in potentially towards this pawn. It's not one-way traffic anymore, and at least for white, I was going to say the white king is very, very safe for now compared to the counterpart. Structurally, positionally, black has got the perfect position, but yeah, the white king safe, the black king unsafe. If the queen's disappeared, easy win for black. But while the queens exist, black's king not too happy. How does the game continue? For example, if black takes this pawn, I guess white, okay, he hasn't done that. I guess white would now go in, grab this pawn, and suddenly we would see a race. Both sides would create passed pawns. Instead, Duda at least trying to keep control by keeping white's queen honest, by keeping an eye on this pawn. And therefore, white's queen goes this way.
A bit surprised by that. I thought that there could have been an idea to draw immediately there. I don't know if Lev's actually trying to win this one now, which would be very brave. Yeah. That's, I guess.
How could he have drawn, Simon, if he hadn't jumped in with the queen?
I thought he could have just gone bishop e3 and offered... Oh, no, because of the check.
Maybe that's the check.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I forgot the queens are getting exchanged here, so my mistake. Yeah.
This type of endgame, I think, would be quite promising for black, because white's pawns are all on dark squares. They block in his own bishop. White's bishop, very bad. But you're right, at some point that type of idea might happen. Instead, white jumped in with his queen. Black retreated and it's hanging together by a thread now for black. He's dropped his knight back to defend this pawn. I mean, you guys are right. It's definitely turned in white's favour since we joined. But for now, everything's kind of hanging together for black, defending this knight. A check will be met by a block, and white cannot allow the queen trade. How does white continue then if he doesn't want to check?
The bishop's so bad, isn't it? Here, I mean, even though black's knight looks bad, the white bishop is always worse because it can't do anything. It can only defend the king. So what else can you move? You can't really do anything. Your king, you can only move your queen, and then there's a queen exchange. So logically, there's not actually much you can do right here with the white pieces.
Move the king? I mean,
back
just move it back to the G2 square. And then I was just thinking, yeah, it's true that, you know, the black queen can dive back, but maybe you can actually move the king again.
Can I trap the white queen with an exchange eventually? You know, because we mentioned...
you guys mean?
Well, we mentioned if we can get the queens off, David mentioned that black is probably just winning, right? So that's what we can certainly try to do here.
But is there any hope for the bishop to come and start to...
Yeah, I guess...
OK, well, we're actually probably going to see something like this.
Yeah, but white has wasted a bit of time. So on the analysis board there, we were showing that black can hold everything together and then next move, by force, trade off the queens. But instead in the game, if we go back to it, white has wasted a bit of time with this check. And I don't like it. Is Levon really considering trading off the queens now? It looks like a hopeless endgame, the knight versus bishop. For white, if the queens disappear. But if you move the queen away again, then maybe similar ideas. Maybe the queen is safe on this square from any...
Maybe there's a tactical idea that he wants to exchange queens and go b4 at the right moment, maybe. I don't know if that helps much, but at least you can get a couple of pawns off the board this way.
Maybe trade off.
Yeah, you know, and maybe go a5. Still very tough, though, right? I mean, even that ending doesn't look fun to defend.
Yeah, I mean, a situation like this where we see lots of exchanges, even here, black will establish a knight on a dream square, hitting these two pawns. Even if white defends, the black king is slowly going to kind of zigzag its way into the white position.
Yeah, do you know what would happen if I had this position against you, David? I would resign.
You have a big lead against Simon today, David.
It normally does, David. So,
if we see an attacking position where it's just chaos and white's h-pawn is running down the board, then I'll resign.
Okay, good.
But yeah, instead of taking the queens off the board, white has parked his queen on this square. And I think this is clever by Aronian. It's actually hard to trap the queen on this square and force the exchange. For example, if white just passes, if the black queen ever comes across, then at least white has an escape square. So, OK, this is the current position. How does black try to swap the queens off? That is the winning plan here for Duda. Is it going to be possible? If not, then Aronian should be able to draw.
Yeah.
OK, the black king is coming across. The white queen just can't move, really. Or she can't make a productive move. But who needs queens in chess anyway?
No. But I mean, he has a dangerous idea, right? And that's just to come in with the... Oh, and now we have a queen trade. Well, he's accepting the inevitable.
And the evaluation bar doesn't like it. Even if you swap queens in this position, white's doubled f-pawns might become slightly better at least. But even that endgame looks very bad for white. White's dart-squared bishop stuck behind all its own pawns. If the centre was open here, if there were no pawns in the centre of the board, if you could imagine those pawns just disappearing, white has decent chances. But we always say blocked pawn structure in the centre favour knights, open centre favours bishops, and here it's blocked. And look at this beautiful knight. That is the dream outpost. It's just going to sit there for the rest of the game.
I mean, is it possible that the white bishop maybe will not move from its square and it will be the white king that will be kind of trying to dodge off the black king?
Yeah, he's going to have to hope that it's just a fortress. If white sits there, puts his king on a central square and then just does nothing, he's got to hope that that's a draw, but it's a lot to ask from the position. Duda, meanwhile, down to 10 seconds. The good thing for black is you can play anything here. I would just dance around with the king like every possible square before pushing any black pawns. And, OK, von Aronian, he's just going to put his king forward somewhere, protect his central pawn. Black does have pawn breaks eventually. Black can push a couple of his pawns on this queen side. White is stuck. What do you think the odds are of holding this game for white? More or less than 50%?
I'd say less. I mean, it's a horrible task to do, but maybe it's black who has to prove it.
I'm just gonna, I don't know, actually. 5 seconds, 3 seconds. And, OK, now we have a pawn break. He's rushed with that. And something I've learned from David, having sat next to him for 1.5 years...
Resign.
Don't rush with your pawn breaks in an endgame, especially when you can just make some kind of pass moves, just generate that time on the clock. And this one, it might be good, but it also might have been just too hasty.
You're right, Jovanka. Why... Oh, my God, that's the worst move I've ever seen on the tour. Just from a practical point of view, why would you ever rush that? You can just make 20 moves with your king, gain a few minutes on the clock, and then decide whether it's good or not. White is just sitting and waiting and doing nothing.
I've never seen you so passionate.
Oh, my gosh.
It's great.
That just, I mean, that's impatient. It's just impractical. Now, maybe it's a good move, but if it's not, then you could have blown your whole advantage in one move when you have 10 seconds on the clock or 12 seconds. Why would you do that with Duda?
This wouldn't get in your grind like a grandmaster.
But it would be
what not to do.
Exactly.
What not to do, right.
Never rush, especially if your opponent cannot do anything. White's bishop is just going to sit. White's king is going to sit and wait. You can play this move in 50 moves time. You don't need to play it now.
Yep.
And the computer thinks the advantage is gone. Also, you've... this last move makes some sense, but he's making committal decisions, putting pawns on dart squares. I don't know. It's just... Oh, I'm a bit triggered right now.
Waste of a grind.
Yeah.
I mean, this last move is actually quite handy. I mean, obviously, Lev did not have to allow this because now the black knight has another way into the position. But I do agree with you. I mean, you could have brought the black king to the queen side first. You could have done many things, right?
Yep.
So this is it. I'm gonna have to learn from you, David, here. You know, just take your time, right? If your opponent can't do anything, enjoy it, right?
Yeah, enjoy it. And also, black had a very sensible plan of pushing his b pawn just one square and then pushing the c pawn instead. Now he's kind of lost one key option, which might have been the winning plan in general. So now he's much less flexible on this queen side. He's kind of committed to, OK, now he's waiting. Why didn't he wait earlier before committing his pawn structure? Yeah, it just feels... I mean, Duda, when I've played him in the past, if we get a chaotic position, I know he's the dominant player. If we reach an endgame like this, I know that there are weaknesses in his game. His approach to chess is maybe a bit too one-dimensional to kind of grind these types of advantages out on a consistent basis. Still looks good for black, but I don't see a winning plan now. What do you do with the pawn structure here on the left side?
I would have probably gone for the pawn 1 square, then the other pawn 1 square immediately, because I'm quite an impatient player, and set up like that.
Let's show this. Yeah. If we retrace our steps, I mean, you could push this pawn 1 square forward. Later, you can push it if you want, right, Simon? And
yeah, I might have done this immediately and just gone, but maybe this is even a bit quick. This seemed like a more natural way to place the pawns anyway.
Yeah.
Because you've got more possibilities in the centre of the board that you can do then. You can exchange, you can move forwards.
Yeah, you can later push this pawn. I mean, so many more options. And yeah, at the very least, you just push your pawn 1 square forward, and then you decide later which one to commit, this one or this one. He's just shut the door on one of his options. And if we fast forward to the game, I mean, what has Duda been doing over the last 10 moves? Now he's been kind of rerouting his king. He's been dancing his king around here, there, back. I mean, it's just... he's clearly not finding a plan now, and he's only got 10 seconds, and he's fixed his pawns on dart squares. I mean, again, committal. Why not just spend 10, 20 moves gaining time on the clock and then pushing this pawn? There was no rush. His idea is to put this knight on this square, but where's it going from there? I don't see it, to be honest.
I don't see it. I mean, unless he's kind of planning to do the one remaining pawn break on the position, which is to push the c-pawn.
But this now comes with risk.
Yeah.
For example, even if white waits, let's say we get a position like this one. I don't know where to put the black king, but let's say we finally get this pawn break. I think white will, retreat this square. But now if you ever push this pawn, it just comes with massive risk. White controls this square, and also these pawns on dart squares could become targets later on. Suddenly you've opened up 3 results if you want to play for the win. Earlier it was just a 2-result game. Sorry, guys, I'm being too harsh on Duda here, maybe. But I genuinely think he's... if he doesn't win this game, he'll regret that one move, that one decision to rush.
So what I've learned from this is resign against David, but play on against Duda. But I mean, I just wouldn't want to suffer. That's my thing. I mean, it's like... and you're right. I mean, it's not even... that it might, b5 probably not the best move, but it's like, why enjoy it, right? Yeah. Because your opponent's really going to not enjoy it, and you've got to think about their state and how they're thinking, and you might as well, make them suffer as long as you can. It's a brutal game after all.
And if you are on the receiving end of suffering, should you just embrace it? Should you just lean into the fact and go, I'm going to suffer?
Yeah.
But I'm going to see what I can do. What's happening here? Hang on a second.
Has he really just given up?
Wow.
What has Levon Aronian done? He's just given up the white h-pawn.
Yeah.
That is far more important than black's f-pawn. I'm so confused, guys. I've got to admit. Is Levon trying to play for a win? Is he trying to confuse Duda? He's basically forcing Duda to take one of the most important pawns in the position, and Duda doesn't even take it.
Well, hang on a second. It's back in again on the board.
Levon could have gone back to defend that white h-pawn. I don't understand. Now black is going to create a passed h-pawn of his own. There we go.
Protected passed h-pawn.
Protected. Yeah.
I mean, not just a passed pawn, which he did not have before, is a passed pawn which is guarded by another pawn. I mean, that very... Yeah, speechless as well, I have to say. I mean, that is really strange decision there from Lev. And he had a bit of time as well. I don't understand that at all.
This one can never go well because you're going to be stretched on both sides of the board now as white. You might as well have just sit there and done nothing. And
maybe he was seeing ghosts. He must have been seeing ghosts. He must have thought the other variation was losing for some reason.
Maybe he thought white would end up in Zugzwang somehow. White would end up without any waiting moves. But I think taking that small risk was better than going for something like this where it's almost immediately hopeless.
Yeah.
White's pawns can easily be all blockaded on light squares. Look at the black king start coming towards the central pawns now. There we go. Black's knight will go back where it came from. Both the king and knight sitting on light squares, and the white dark square bishop is just impotent. It just can't participate in the game. Yeah, I mean, sorry, this endgame is just confusing for me.
Yeah, understandable. And he can now swap the king and knight around. One way to do it probably just wins. There's probably other ways, but I'd naturally try to put the knight where the king is and the king where the knight is, and then probably just win somehow.
Yeah.
By pushing the h-pawn or saying, oh, maybe that's not so clear, but let's see.
Okay, well, he's going for your plan, Simon.
It might be a Zugzwang then, actually. Yeah.
And there still is that pawn break in the air, which obviously you need to calculate. But it's something also that Levon, with only 26 seconds, will have to be thinking about every single move.
I think it's just Zugzwang, isn't it? I mean, if you just put, at some point the king and knight on those squares, what can white?
Yeah.
You're going to win. You're going to win a pawn.
Okay, 11 seconds,
probably.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
But Love seems to be quite chill about this whole thing.
Yeah, I think he's chill because he knows that it's inevitable now. White is going to lose this game. I mean, there were two mistakes. I feel that Duda a bit impatient to rush, but then Levon making that big decision, just changing the nature of the position. Just sit there, sit tight, and it would have been a draw. But now White is completely paralysed. If it was White's move here, you can resign, right?
Yeah.
Because you will lose a pawn either way. Your king or bishop will have to give ground. Now the question is, can Duda cleverly just kind of fix this type of Zugzwang where White can't make a move, or is he going to commit and push that past h-pawn forward?
I'd imagine pushing the h-pawn is good enough, right? But it's that move. Well, he's got 7 seconds. He has to make a big... If he's going to do it, it's a big decision.
Yeah.
The practical idea... OK, I was going to say the practical method here would just be to repeat the position twice. There we go. Second time we've seen this position. So he gained 20 seconds on the clock there. He's got a few seconds more to think about whether to push the black h-pawn, and he doesn't. He pushes the other one. I was going to mention this, but again, it's slightly risky. It's probably just good enough, though. And now the problem is, once the bishop moves, black's knight is just going to go and gobble up all of the white queenside pawns.
Yeah.
This one looks strong as well.
Yeah, it's a strange ending. I mean, as you said, David, I mean, especially Lev's decision, but I think the only reason that could justify that is that he thought the other line was losing, and maybe he saw something that we didn't, or he just saw a ghost there, is the only thing I can think of.
I think he just was afraid of suffering, right? And sometimes, you see an active move and you get tempted by that continuation.
It's like you said, Jovanka, you just got to embrace the suffering. Maybe it's just because I'm used to having bad positions and Levon isn't. He normally has great positions, but yeah, sometimes it's better to just sit on your hands and do nothing. And he kind of masterminded his own downfall in this endgame.
Yep.
So it looks like a comeback by Duda. He lost the first game, and they will probably be tied after this game, and it's a very long game as well. Lasted now for almost an hour, and the other game threes will start very shortly. We did see Hans-Niemann walk in to the arena, getting ready for game 3 against Magnus Carlsen. They are tied, winning 1 game each.
It's definitely a black day today. In the first round, we saw 2 black wins, 2 draws. Now we'll likely see 3 black wins and just 1 draw. White yet to get off the mark today.
Yeah, Alireza Firouzja as well, winning game 2 with the black pieces to take the lead in the match against Liam Le. And that means Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces in game 3. If he wins that game, he will win the match against Liam Le to take all 3 points. So we will follow that game starting in 2 minutes as soon as this one finishes. And Hans-Niemann, yeah, look at that. He's arrived early and looking at the game.
Yeah, he's arrived early. He looks very chilled there, Hans-Niemann, just behind Duda. But, yeah, unfortunately for Levon Aronian, Duda is the one who's going to be walking out of this hall with a win. Look at White's pawns. Those 3, they're easily blockaded on the light squares. Black's pawns, though, pass pawns on both sides of the board. They're ready to push, and this pawn push is going to overwhelm the white defences. And now the white king will be tied down. And
there's going to be a trick, right? The king, when it steps back, the knight is going to come to the c3 square.
Very nice, Jovanka. And that will end the game. We'll explain that in a moment. But Duda does take the win.
It's over. After a very long game, Jan-Krzysztof Duda makes that comeback to tie the match against the great Levon Aronian. These 2 players will now have 10 minutes to get ready for game 3. Levon coming out. Let's see if he stops for an interview in Miami.
First, I'm here with Levon Aronian. It was a long battle here now, but eventually it seems to be the black play going on in your match.
Oh, yeah, I think I made some inaccuracies in the middle game, and then it was a difficult position to defend. Yeah, he played very well.
And was that the main reason for your loss now? Was it a good opposition play, pretty much?
Yeah, I think a bit of a sloppy play in the middle game, and then, yeah, I think he played very well, so it's fine.
Thank you, Levon. Jan-Krzysztof, you're getting praise from your opponent here, saying he thinks you played a very good game. Do you agree with him?
Yeah, at times I played reasonably well, but at times also I was blundering like a lot of stuff. For example, I just forgot about this queen e3, queen e5 idea, which was kind of very upsetting because I mean Levon basically was trying to was playing for a fortress, which could work, but he was very passive, and I should have done. I could have played in a way, not to allow him to get any activity, and I prepared to do so. Also, I'm not sure about this. It was very. It wasn't easy actually to judge, which position is winning, which is not, and I'm also not pleased with the b5 move. Maybe it was okay, but maybe it was winning. But why to do it like straight away? I could have, I had so many moves, could have played like, I don't know, 20 moves and only then played b5. And actually, I'm not sure if I was winning if he just stayed, didn't sacrifice his pawn on h4.
But the result was winning, so you struck back. It's 1-1. Congratulations, Jan-Krzysztof.
Thank you.
Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a win. Admitting, though, that little mistake he made in the game that David pointed out, but some errors also from Levon Aronian means Jan-Krzysztof Duda ties the match. We're jumping into this one because it's dramatic for Liam Leh against Alireza Firouzja. If the young Frenchman wins this game, he will win the match. Liam Leh, he needs at least a draw with the black pieces, and the game has started. What are we watching?
Yeah, so it's a very trendy variation of the Spanish opening, the Roy Lopez. Seems like all the top players now are playing this position from white and from black. And this bishop kind of sortie here by black, it does invite white to challenge in the centre immediately, starting with this pawn push. White is likely to hit this bishop. There we go. It's going to take a step back. And here there's a variety of plans for white. Firouzja, I know, has played this position as black himself. This opening at least, including against Magnus Carlsen. So Firouzja extremely experienced in this type of situation. White now will just try to solidify his centre. Those two white pawns in the middle of the board, they just look great. Whereas Liam, as black, will try to challenge that structure.
I've also just seen, and I know we don't jump to other games, but Magnus's first move, he's back at it again. He's gone for 1a3.
Oh my gosh.
Which is maybe a move to try and tilt Hans. It's basically like maybe, because he knows Hans is very obviously emotional, and he's basically, I think he's going to be playing a move like that to basically, try to put him off kilter. So I just thought that was worth mentioning because it is a very peculiar first move, to play. So, yeah.
Magnus looks cool, but maybe if we can get a picture on Hans. Yeah. Hans, is he smiling? Is he annoyed by that move? If someone played it against me, I would feel, they're not respecting me.
Yeah.
OK, Hans looks relatively focused. That's good. That's a good sign for the American. He'll try to punish Magnus a bit later. And maybe if we show this on the board.
Yeah, I would love to see. What is the idea with A3?
Not too many ideas behind it. It's got to be said. It's just a surprise weapon. It's pushing a pawn on the side of the board. We've seen Magnus throughout the tour play F3, he's played H4, he's played almost every move under the sun, but 1A3. The reason this is frowned upon is it just doesn't occupy the centre. It doesn't really contribute. It's not as if you're trying to open up your rook on this line. It's not as if this pawn, this square is that important right now. But the game continued, Hans just occupying the centre, very natural, and white doing the same. So basically Magnus is saying, OK, we're playing a queen's pawn opening, but with colours reversed. So here I've just got the extra move A3, which can't hurt too much. So Magnus is basically trying to play black, but he's got this one extra move.
Do you think he's been following the results today? All of the winners have had the black pieces, so now he kind of, with the white pieces, wants to play on the black side. Yeah,
maybe he's just throwing away his first move advantage. Maybe it's a good psychological ploy.
But I have to say, as David mentioned, it's not that bad. I remember in the early 2000s, that I was having conversations with a French grandmaster, Eric Prier, and he was always saying, this was his favourite move. And he was saying, it's not that bad.
Yeah, but he was mental.
It's not that bad, but it's not that good either.
Yeah. He even wrote articles about it. So, I mean,
you can write an article about anything, right? I mean, it doesn't mean it's good. I mean, it's a move, isn't it? It's a move, but it can't give White an advantage, I suppose, is the point. Yeah. But maybe it doesn't make White's position worse, though, either.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus has played some far worse moves this tournament. I mean, 1F3 is very weakening, for example. But I think the reason we're slightly surprised is because we would never teach someone new to the game, new to chess, to push a pawn on the side of the board. We would say occupy the centre. It's only when you reach grandmaster level or very high levels that you can kind of freestyle and get away with this type of stuff on a consistent basis, like Magnus does. You will be punished if you don't occupy the centre in every game, if you don't develop your pieces, castle the king, because eventually you'll come under some attack. You need to know when to break the rules and when to follow them. Essentially. But Magnus, psychologically, it's really interesting. We can't be too critical. Let's see how Hans reacts. Meanwhile, this game between Firouzja and Liam, it has slowed down slightly. Liam is the first one to pause and think, because Firouzja's kind of this pin that he's created with his dark square bishop now on the edge of the board towards the black knight and the black queen, that is very uncomfortable. And the acid test of this concept is to try and kick away this bishop even further, but that would be very weakening. And Liam, I think, is hesitant to weaken the black king, at the moment at least. What do you guys think of this opening?
Yeah, I played it once upon a time. You know, I decided that I was not going to play the Caro-Kann anymore. I was going to learn how to play something. And I was introduced to this opening, and I didn't know at the time that this was like the sharpest opening there was around. So I just kind of merrily memorize my lines. And I also remember from those times that, you do have to kick away that bishop. And I can say that I actually just completely gave it up after I got smashed. I got totally smashed by Natasha Bojkovic, a strong woman grandmaster. And I did not have a chance whatsoever. She came armed to the teeth with preparation. And after that, I thought, that's not fair. I don't want to lose games like that. So back to the Caro-Kann it was.
Yeah, this, as you mentioned, it's the sharpest line of any King's Pawn opening these days. I know a few other players who play this on a consistent basis, Gawain Jones, an English grandmaster, and I mean, he's had to memorize probably 25 moves of theory in 10 different lines just to get away with this type of opening. And it gives good results if you know what you're doing with black. Black's position, Black's opening, very good. It's brought Alexei Shirov, another famous grandmaster, some great results. But I don't know. Personally, I'm not willing as well to kind of walk into my opponent's homework. I'd be scared that their computer is stronger than mine. Their computer's offered up some interesting suggestions that I haven't studied.
Sounds like their computer will be better than yours at the moment, David.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
Talking about computers, I mean, I just had a look at the evaluation and the move suggested by the computer. The computer says only one move for Black to kind of maintain equality, and that is simply just to pick up the pawn in front of the king, move it 2 squares, attack the bishop. But that is really, really weakening.
And there we see Stockfisher's moves. Jovanka's computer, I think, is maybe even stronger than this. So Black's best move, as we see there, is pushing the pawn to the g5 square, maybe even giving Black decent chances. But, it's not the move a human wants to play. The Black King will never be safe for the rest of the game. And especially if you're Liam and you see Firouzja has not blinked, he's not spent a second on his clock, really. He's even gained time. You don't really want to play such a risky move against a well-prepared opponent. And here, White has a couple of options, I guess, Jovanka. Either you could step back with the bishop, or maybe more ambitiously, you could even sacrifice a piece. I'm not sure whether this works or not, but after a capture here, this is an eternal pin, and you really need to know what you're doing to survive this type of position. I mean, there's plenty of plans here. The rook could lift and swing across to start attacking the Black King, and I would be terrified as Black here.
I have to show you what the computer is actually suggesting as a top choice for White. It's actually suggesting, instead of capturing the pawn, it's actually bishop takes knight.
OK, bishop takes knight first.
And then after bishop takes bishop... OK, and we are going to see it. And then the queen will make a small little move, queen c1. And,
Hitting this bishop, also keeping an eye on this diagonal. And, for example, if the bishop moves now, I mean, this is going to be even more deadly, a sacrifice. And look at this, we would see a massacre, the Black King. This would end the game immediately. So White really...
I've got another little rule now. Okay. I'm never playing this opening as Black in my life. It's far too much to learn and far too scary. So I'm getting my little rules now.
And we're seeing it on the board, actually. So, I mean, just by the speed with which Firouzja is making the moves, I'm thinking that he's seen this before.
Yeah.
He's analysed this with a computer, and he knows exactly what to do.
Yeah.
But what could be the reason Liam Le is entering this? Because he knows a loss means he loses the match.
Yeah. I mean, it's a must-win situation, first of all. So it's risky. He could lose quickly, but if he survives, then maybe he has decent long-term chances. But also, it is part of his repertoire. I've seen him play this on the tour before this season. And, I mean, first of all, that actually makes you a sitting duck. It makes you a target. If you've played it before, your opponent can prepare something special. That's why it's so scary. I think me, Simon, Jovanka, I don't think we'll be touching this opening as black. There's just too much to know. But it is part of his repertoire, and he has had good results with this opening in the past, Liam. So, I mean, if I've had good results with an opening, I want to play it again, even if my opponents can come up with something, even if they prepare something special. But, survival is not guaranteed. That's the one problem here. And we are expecting to see, as Stockfish says, in front of us on our screens, the White Queen sidestep 1 square. But even the other moves that the computer mentions, the immediate sacrifice of the White Knight that we showed, opening up the Black King, that looks very, very tempting and very scary as well for Black.
I'd love to be White in these positions because they're very natural moves as well. I mean, you're opening up your opponent's king, probably not too much risk. It's not a do-or-die sacrifice because you got OK. He knows this stuff, and I guess the other thing to bear in mind is that Alireza was Firouzja. He was playing in the candidates, so he's got that candidates preparation that some of the other players may not have. He spent months and months preparing, and something like this could well have been in his preparation for the candidates.
Do you know who he's working with?
Well, he was working before the candidates with Kramnik. But I don't think that's happening anymore.
Not after the interview, probably. It was an amazing interview, wasn't there? I mean, that was during the candidates, and Kramnik was reporting on some of the games, and one of Firouzja's games, I think he said he was just very, I don't know, very critical about his play, shall we say. I can't remember the exact words, but it was along the lines that this was an incredibly weak game by, you know, and he was helping him as well, so it was very surprising what he said. I mean, he's probably being honest with his opinion, but it was, it's interesting to hear, I guess. But,
well, I've seen some pictures of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in Miami, actually. He's a Frenchman. Is there any rumours he's working with Firouzja, the Frenchman teaming up?
Yeah, I mean, it's unconfirmed rumours, but I've heard from some of the other players in Miami that they think maybe there's some collaboration going on with the two Frenchmen there. And it's noticeable that Vachier-Lagrave and Firouzja, who now play for France, neither of them played the Olympiad.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So maybe they were studying together, maybe they were working together, and it would be too much of a coincidence, surely, for them both to be in Miami at the same time.
You say that, but I have to say, you know, in Maxime's defence, you know, he actually told me during Norway Chess that he was going to be in Miami, coincidentally, just to visit friends. Now, whether that was just kind of
a long way to go to visit friends. Just for 1 week, just for the dates 15th to 21st August.
I'm also wondering why they didn't play the Olympiad. I mean, I'm sure there's some reason there, but I mean, it's a big surprise, really, isn't it? Top two players don't play the Olympiad.
Actually, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave did tell me the reason why. I mean, it was just simply he was going to play if Alireza played, which I realise is adding fuel to the fire that they're working together. But since Alireza said no, I mean, he thought about it. He thought the weather would be perhaps too hot for him.
So he goes to Miami instead. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, we do have a bunch of moves on the board, David. Are you surprised by anything happening here?
It's along the lines of what we predicted, but we will explain a bit later.
Yeah, because we're talking about helpers and seconds and coaches, and there are a few of them in Miami. Young Praggnanandhaa, he had a great day yesterday. He won his match against Alireza Firouzja. Today he's playing against Anish Giri, and in Miami, as always, his coach is with him, and right now he's also with Sverre.
Yes, I'm sitting here with Ramesh right now, and you were just telling me here, Ramesh, that Prag is still in its preparation. Is that correct?
Yeah. I hope it's safe to say. Reveal it now.
but it's been quite the journey for him, because yesterday it was all the deciding games, and today it's 2 games that probably should have been decided.
Yeah, in the first game, Prague completely forgot the preparation right in the opening after Anish played Castle and they got into a mess as early as move 10. And for a very long time, he was in a big mess. And even though Anish also did not react properly at many moments, gave a counterplay to Prague, and it ended in a draw. So that was a good escape, because losing first game with the white would have been a disaster. So good save. And the second game, Prague again got the preparation after Queen A7, BB7. He should have continued better, not gone for the A3 pawn, and he would have got a clearly better position. Should have gone for a kingside attack. So it's both the games ending in a draw. It's in a way, a fair result, I would say.
Well, when it comes to the location here, I mean, I must admit, I mean, we are sitting at a quite interesting area. We're on Miami Beach. You guys are used to this kind of heat because today it is 100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's 36 degrees Celsius. It's humidity of 80%. Does this just feel like a normal day to you?
Yeah, very normal. So from where we come, Chennai, it's either hot, hotter, or the hottest. So they should be in the middle.
So you're saying that Prague probably has a massive advantage to his other players with this scalding heat?
Yeah, he has a big weather advantage, I would say. But we are oddly dressed to be in a swimming pool.
Well, I'm definitely going in that swimming pool quite soon, I think. When it comes to the ambitions for this tournament, what do you expect from Prague going further?
In the last event at Oslo, he was leading for a very large part of the event and finished the fourth after losing the last two matches. But we hope to do better this time. And he has had a good start defeating Alireza, even though in a very lopsided match. I'm very optimistic.
Right now, we've had a really hard time working here, so I think that we should settle down by the poolside for a little bit, sit back and relax. And Kaja, cheers from Miami. Eden Rock Hotel, we are signing out.
I'm not jealous at all. Sitting here with my cup of coffee. Oh, you lucky guys. That looks amazing and interesting to hear from the great Ramesh talking about Praggnanandhaa aiming to win the FTX Crypto Cup in Miami, the young 17-year-old. And another youngster, the 19-year-old Alireza Firouzja, who lost to Praggnanandhaa yesterday. But now he is fighting to win the match against Lee Emle. With a win in this game, he will decide the match and take all 3 points. And the bar has definitely gone over to his side, David. What's happening?
Yeah, it just looks like great opening preparation from Firouzja has helped him get a decently sized advantage. And the nature of the game has changed since we last left, so let's jump in to explain what has happened. We left it here where White's queen had attacked this bishop, also eyeing up this diagonal. Black's bishop did indeed move. It captured a pawn in the centre. There's thunder above us again. And after the white knight captured, there's thunder on the board just temporarily. It looks very scary for black, but at least the black bishop now can jump back and defend. And at the very end, white is a piece down, but he captures the knight. And after the queen trade, if we do a quick count, white has an extra pawn. There's a 3 versus 1 advantage on this side of the board. And on the other side, black has 4 versus 3, but those 4 aren't motoring anytime soon. And just a couple more moves, black's rook moving, and now a pawn push, stopping the white knight from jumping forward. And it is a pawn. Black has the 2 bishops as compensation, but it's hard to imagine the 2 bishops being too great in this position. White's bishop, meanwhile, is actually a fantastic piece. Firouzja here pushes forward with his central pawn, and black blocks. At some point, I'm expecting these pawns to start motoring forward and really causing some problems to black on the king side. What do you guys think? Any compensation here for black? The computer gives +1, because I guess white does have an extra pawn after all.
I mean, at least black has a pawn majority on the queen side. This is similar to like you can sometimes get in the Benoni opening. And that pawn majority can be dangerous later on. If black can push them down the board, he's going to get a passed pawn. And with the bishop protecting it, there's maybe some counterplay, but at the end of the day, it is a pawn up, and white's pawns on the king side look much more scarier, especially with that really powerful dark square bishop around the black king. So certainly white's better, but it's not completely over for black, in my opinion.
Yeah, there is some chances for black to save the position, but I have to say, I mean, it's looking really unlikely, right? You know, because I just love that monster bishop that white has. I mean, just look at it. It's just such a thorn in black's side. And as David's highlighted, the knight's going to jump forward, the pawns are going to start motoring. But, you know, I always say, if you're defending a position, you should always look for the positives and you should never, ever lose hope. So I'm going to go with Simon's answer, because that fits my philosophy.
I've just seen the computer's given quite an interesting move as well, actually, which, you know, glancing over is saying the black bishop can attack that rook, and maybe things are not too bad, actually, if you can play this move.
Okay.
With the idea you've got a pawn push, and those pawns suddenly become mobile in some situations. So, you know...
Causes discomfort, at least.
Yeah.
White's rook cannot move. It has to stay defending. Okay, he doesn't play it. The rook has to stay defending the knight, and as Simon mentions, you can at least gain time. Kick away this bishop. If it goes back, then, yeah, maybe you start motoring forward with these pawns. But instead, Liam chooses a different move, an alternative. He parks his rook in the centre. Also very logical. He guards this square, taking this square away from the white knight. And he does threaten to double up his rooks along the e-file. This would be a bit scary. So how does Firouzja deal with this? The two moves that kind of call out to me immediately. One is to move the knight to attack this rook. But I'm not sure whether a rook trade helps. Also, I'm a bit reluctant to let the rook kick my bishop away from its dream outpost. Yeah, this one is slightly tempting. The other move is this pawn push, but then again, it does allow black at some point to kind of open up with a check, gaining time. So pros and cons behind both those ideas. Firouzja, though, he has to guard against black's rooks doubling up on the e-file.
Not so clear, is it?
Yeah, I mean, not at all, actually.
It looked a lot clearer earlier when Firouzja was just attacking, getting his preparation in. But I think this is good what Liam Lee's done, because he got tricked in the theory, and he's found the position where he's worse, but he can at least play, and he won't get crushed immediately, which is always nice. So there's some chances here, I think.
Yeah. That's good psychology, because I think at some point or other we all get out-prepared, we all know less than our opponents in the opening, and number one goal is just to survive, right? And also to keep some advantages. You might be a pawn down, but you do have the two bishops long term. As you mentioned, you do have this pawn majority on the queen side. Something to hold on to, something to play for long term. And psychologically, it's always also difficult for the player here, Firouzja, who has prepared 20 moves, to suddenly switch into kind of thinking for themselves. Firouzja will know, OK, the computer gave him +1 after the opening. He knows the opening went well, but to figure out why for himself, that won't be too easy. So, OK, we do see this pawn push, kicking away the black rook, and a check, discovered check to the white king.
It was played very quickly by Liam there, and OK, the king moves. One of the downsides of that pawn push, actually, is that the rook has to actually vacate the fourth row. And this means that maybe the white knight can step into its ideal square.
Yeah, I'm not sure which way it goes. Probably this way, just to hit the bishop and to stop any potential checks. Yeah, now the bishop would love to come here and give a check, but it can be eliminated by the white knight. This actually, this position is on the board. And yeah, we talked about the two bishops. If white can make this exchange, that would make his life a lot easier. If he could also trade one set of rooks, then he's one step closer to converting his extra pawn long term. What does Liam have in store here?
I suppose the first move you calculate is, can you still play that check? And we know how good at calculating Firouzja is, so I'm sure he's got this one covered. But, OK, this has to be taken. You take with a pawn, and maybe it's a little bit murky here. I mean, that pawn's only 2 squares away from queening, so it might just be weak as well, though. It might just be captured, and I think it is probably weak here, but you can certainly consider this one first.
Something along these lines, the black pawn, if it could stay, I mean, if black just had one extra move, activate the rook, then he's doing well. But yeah, the question is, how do you keep this pawn alive?
Yeah.
Potentially. If it marches forward, maybe the bishop can come back and eliminate it. So it's something along these lines, you're right, Simon, that are going through Liam's mind right now. He's going to calculate, can you give a check? If not, can you at least keep this bishop alive? Maybe you can move it. The type of move I would want to play in the game is just to annoy the opponent, just kind of put the bishop right next to them in the white camp, just say, OK, you kick me out if you can, but if not, then the bishop might survive. OK, he chooses a different square. He keeps the bishop alive here instead. The reason I was reluctant is at some point you might get kicked by a pawn, but this isn't possible yet. If white's pawn steps forward, then the other pawn drops with a check. So, OK, decent move by Liam there. How does Firouzja just continue his mission to try and trade off pieces? Not easy, actually, still. If you trade a set of rooks, then the white knight is actually not on a stable square.
I just have to tell you, I am cheating. I'm looking at Carlsen-Niemann again. Am I allowed to do that? Am I allowed to just have a little glance?
Oh, look at the bar in that one.
Look at the bar there. I know. Black. It's a day of black victories, and Niemann is, well, according to the computer, has a sizable advantage against Magnus in that game. So I just, I wanted to mention that because it's been a fascinating match as well. So it's going to come down to the last game, whatever, though. So we know that whatever the result in this game, we get one more game at least in this one. So very interesting stuff there.
But great that you're keeping an eye on that, Simon. And if you feel we should go over to that game, then you let us know. We can always do that.
Well, he may have just let all his advantage slip. So it could have been a brief one there. But, I mean, obviously the Firouzja game is very exciting as well, but it's just nice to keep an eye on that encounter as well. But has he let his advantage slip? I'm not sure. It's too much for me to look at quickly. I don't know.
A very complicated game there, but Niemann's doing the right thing. He is trying to punish Magnus for that kind of slightly unorthodox first move. And look at Magnus's body language, not happy at all. Yeah. Hans Niemann, I can see on his screen as well, he's got a pre-move ready just in case Magnus trades a set of queens.
Interesting.
Niemann looking confident. And clock times in that one, if we can look on the screen.
And let's see, it looks like 3 minutes for Hans, 9 minutes for Magnus.
So that's maybe one hazard for Niemann.
Imagine if Niemann wins that one. I mean, we've got to get an interview, haven't we? Yeah. Because he's going to run out of catchphrases soon, surely.
We need an interview either way, whatever the result.
Definitely, we do. Yeah. I mean,
he hasn't had any draws this tournament. I wonder what he'd say after a draw.
Yeah. Maybe he'll repeat what he said before. The chess speaks for itself.
Yeah.
And walk away.
Walk away. Well, I'll be disappointed. I feel he needs a new catchphrase, right?
Yeah, he's got his...
Yeah, kind of.
He's better than that. He's better than that. Hans will give us something unique, I'm sure. Yeah. So, definitely.
OK.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, in this game between Firouzja and Liam, sometimes, especially when I was younger, I used to like to solve puzzles. They called them self-mates or helpmates. And here, white could get checkmated if he's not careful. It would be a bit of a silly move, but if we just jump in, while Firouzja's thinking, long think now, if white's knight were to retreat, which is a bad move for a few reasons, suddenly checkmate in 2 moves. I just wanted to show this. Rook takes pawn, sacrifice, hitting the king. And now the bishop comes in, swoops in.
Is that Boden's mate?
That is the Boden's.
Is it Boden's mate? Yeah, OK.
Checkmate on the board. So
or the crisscross.
The crisscross.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be a very pretty way to end the game. I don't think Firouzja is going to fall for it, but that just to highlight the danger that does face the Frenchman right now.
Did you find, David, doing I know Jovanka, a very strong player, mentioned that doing studies was the way that he improved the most? Because nowadays most people just concentrate on openings, and of course openings is important, but I do honestly think openings are overstudied. Quite, majority of books that are made on chess, it's something like 92% of all books on chess are opening books. Well, in actual fact, I think other areas of the game are more important. But do you think doing studies is a great way to improve or as well?
Definitely. I mean, I would say 2 things that really helped boost my game. I mean, one was doing puzzles, just general tactical puzzles. For example, it would be a position like this. It's like, spot the mate in 2 for black. You always look for checks, captures and threats first. If the checks work, then great. Checks could be very effective. You could end up checkmating the opponent. Captures work. You might win material. Threats, you might trap your opponent. But you're right, Simon, endgame studies. So not quite this position, perhaps, but just general endgames where you have to calculate deeply. I noticed that I was around 2600 rating for, 6 or 7 years. And then when I left university, I decided, OK, I'm going to work on my chess more seriously. I did a lot of endgame studies, guided by a few other players, and they said, OK, study like this, calculate like this. And suddenly within a year, I hit 2700. And It doesn't sound like much, but it was a boost. It was kind of breaking the next step.
Hang on a minute, how do you get to 2,600 though? That's like, can we do that first step first?
I have no idea. That was just luck.
Oh, that's just natural. Like, oh dear. I mean, yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's the same at any level. It's not about the rating. It's just if you reach a plateau, then I think the next step is to force yourself to calculate every time. And I think that's why I get away with like other deficiencies in my game, being in time trouble, sometimes not always being so great in the opening. I can calculate my way out of trouble because I study those types of things. And I think that's why the young players of today, the new generation, are so great. They're so scary because they're so good at calculating. And we saw Ramesh chilling out on the sunbed there, just with his cocktail. But I know for a fact that he gives his students endgame studies all the time. I think they solve puzzles like that daily. Long, difficult variations. They have to calculate 10 moves, 15 moves of the head in their minds, and it works.
And his philosophy, I mean, he's just published a book, on chess calculation, and his philosophy is chess is hard. You've got to use and exercise those grey matter, and just... it is a difficult game, and you have to be as precise as you can. And where you can, he actually encourages blindfold visualization. That you start with a position on the board, and then every line that you calculate, has to be in your head. And you've got to be as precise as possible because this is going to help you in those critical moments.
Yeah, and I mean, Ramesh is an example of he's a grandmaster, he's a very strong player, but he can even help the elite players who are now maybe 100 points, 200 points stronger than him because he knows how to study chess and how to kind of structure your own thinking with endgame studies. That's a really good point, Simon.
Yeah. No, I think it's very interesting. I think a lot of people forget how hard chess is, and a lot of people who take up chess, they don't appreciate that actually to become as good as, anywhere near as good as these guys, requires a lot of work and a lot of dedication and a lot of solving stuff as well. You can't rely on just to get better by watching the odd YouTube video or something. You've got to think for yourself, and that is something people forget,
Yeah. We talk about chess geniuses, but there's a lot of work behind that geniusness, I guess.
I think
it's a made, not born.
Yeah, that's it. That's what Judith Poga says, isn't it? Geniuses are made and not born. I think she comes back to that a lot from her own upbringing. But yeah, and also looking at the game, David, is this turning maybe in Black's?
I was going to say, hasn't White got themselves in a bit of a tangle?
Yeah, possibly.
I mean, if anyone, I would pick Black as well. I guess you guys too?
Yeah. I mean, Black's passed pawn, which the pawn that's about to come past pawn, is much more dangerous than any pawn that White has. 2 bishops. It's actually quite scary for Firouzja now.
Yeah, and especially after this rook move, which looks a bit superficial somehow. He just moved his rook across 2 moves ago. Now he has moved it back where it came from, and he's just terrified of this pawn, which he's right to be. But, OK, how can Black defend this pawn? You guys are right. If you can somehow march this down 2 squares where it's protected from by the bishop from afar, then Black is going to win the game. So you just need to kind of... There's like a barricade right now. This square is covered by 3 white pieces, by a pawn, a rook, and a bishop. So you need to get it past this kind of...
Maybe you can reroute that bishop, yeah? So
OK.
The bishop that actually now is on a good square. Because those 2 bishops, when they find these, they're going to be very dangerously pointing towards White's king.
That's clever, Simon. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, if you get one more move, suddenly... we showed one checkmate earlier with the 2 bishops, but this kind of laser-like vision, this is terrifying.
I definitely prefer Black now, actually. So
maybe we can get the Stockfish, the computer suggestions up on the screen, because this one is not easy. Retreating moves are not obvious at all, but there we go. It is the best move by far, Simon. No. This one gives Black the advantage. Anything else gives White the advantage. So dropping the bishop back, teaming it up with its mate over here. The whole idea is rook takes pawn is met by a pin. And you pin and you definitely win here. I mean, this just looks scary. I'm surprised it only gives 0.7 for Black, to be honest, after this bishop retreat.
I'm not sure where White can put the king. This is the problem, the position. The White king, does it have any safe squares?
I was wondering whether you could actually do the same kind of idea. You know, Black has gone backward with the bishop. Maybe the White knight can now reroute itself, go back to where it came from, and then when the bishop comes, then you can just jump into the centre. But perhaps this is just simply saying there's no advantage whatsoever.
Just trying to head towards a draw or something. But Still some play there, actually.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jovanka. Maybe that's one of the only ways to stop White's king coming under fire. But, for example, if Black does find this star move, if Liam finds it now, a backward knight move, it's not the most obvious idea in the position. White's knight looks pretty nice, so I think it's actually going to be very difficult, just visually, for Firouzja to find a knight retreat. Yeah, I mean, if Liam plays this one, I think he's actually a favourite in practical terms, at least. So, OK, big moment in the current position. Will Liam find the idea of rerouting his bishop back? And, he doesn't. He plays the second best move according to Stockfish there. But he gives a check, but now the two bishops are gone. Knight takes bishop has been played, and he's recaptured with his pawn. So something similar to what you showed earlier, Simon. This is a very scary pawn, but it's one-dimensional for Black. If this pawn doesn't save or win you the game, then, yeah, it's over. You'll just lose.
Yeah.
Now White does have several promising options as well, according to Stockfish. OK, will White just trade rooks, which is actually very sensible? Will White, for example, just ignore it and push his pawn forward? That's what the computer wants as its second choice. OK, Firouzja, now things are easier to calculate. He does find the most accurate idea. And if the black pawn pushes, you don't capture the black rook because black makes a queen. Instead, of course, you just move your rook across, and this pawn is doomed. Can't save it anymore.
Yeah, I was wondering whether Liam could be a bit flashy and maybe try to protect that pawn from a different angle and maybe push his b pawn and try and keep the game alive that way, but probably not as...
Yeah, with the idea to keep the pawn alive here.
Yeah.
I guess a big threat now. You want to come and check and remove the defender and promote the black pawn, but at the very least, I guess White can bring his bishop back, and just if we see more trades. The problem is, we did this count earlier. White has the 3 versus 1 on the king side, so no matter what happens on the rest of the board, long term, the 3 will beat the 1. And the more pieces that disappear, the more important that factor becomes. I don't know, suddenly Liam missing that golden opportunity of retreating his bishop. I think he might have blown it.
Yeah, and if he loses this game, he's out of today anyway. Not out of the whole thing, but he loses this mini-match, so it's a very, very important game for him. But yeah, it looks like he's heading to a loss now.
Yeah, the white king is just doing a great job. It's within what we call the box. So the box is when an opponent's passed pawn is coming down, but you kind of draw a line down to its kind of start square. You draw a line across, and this is the box. And the white king is within touching distance of this pawn. So it will always save the day. And this pawn push has happened. The rook does slide across. I think we'll see Jovanka's variation there. We are heading in that way. We'll see a capture now from Firouzja. This pawn is too dangerous to be left alive, I assume. And then after a capture, we'll see this variation of the bishops getting traded, and we will see a rook endgame where white has an extra pawn. These two will eventually win the game for Firouzja.
Are you that certain now?
Yes. I mean, rook endgames, they have some drawish tendencies, but I can't see miracles happening in this one, unfortunately, for Liam.
And then not only win him the game, but the match, Alireza Firouzja, who lost yesterday. So this will be a big match win for him if he is able to beat Liam Le, who also lost his match yesterday to Levon Aronian. So a bad start to the FTX Crypto Cup for Liam Le. But Firouzja making his debut this season on the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. He's finally getting in the groove. And we know what a fantastic chess player, and especially online and rapid chess player he can be. Are we starting to see now the best of Firouzja?
I think by the end of this tournament, we will be seeing the best of him. Obviously, yesterday was a bit tricky. In the end, he was unlucky in the end, and he couldn't kind of convert that advantage against Prague. But yeah, if he wins this one, he's also a form player. If he gets on a roll, he's hard to stop.
Yeah.
As I found out at the Grand Swiss last year, he was on a roll, winning all his games, and then I've met him. He took me down. So
he mentioned that in the greetings video where he congratulated you on your Olympic gold. He said something about the tournament on the Isle of Man. Yeah. He said he wished you could have played more games.
Yeah, it was a really dramatic game. It was a big time scramble. I found a really clever resource, but he was just too strong in the end. He calculated more than me. And that's how he qualified for the candidates. If I'd won, it would have been the other way around. But yeah, I'd love to get a chance against him, but I'm scared that he's kind of going in one direction. And, I think he'll have his sights set higher. I once played a 50-game blitz marathon with him online.
50 game?
50 game.
Oh.
In total.
Oh. Wow. How long did that last?
A few hours.
Yeah.
Good few hours.
Do you remember the score?
I think he beat me by about 10 points overall, so...
That's not bad, because he's very bullet, I guess, as well, yeah?
It was blitz.
Blitz, OK, right.
Bullet, I have no chance. He's one of the fastest hands in the West. Farouja.
Yeah.
And we have reached this rook endgame where white does have 4 versus 3, but it's more important that the white pawns on the king side, the right side, they are connected.
And it's Liam who needs to be fast here. He only has a little over 1 minute left on his clock.
Yeah. And, well, things are not looking great for Liam, but he is in survival mode. And, OK, Firouzja making some stepping forward with the king.
And when will they start pushing those white pawns that David highlighted?
Probably now.
Probably now, as soon as possible. But, I mean, he has to be careful. The only thing that I would say is that when you start advancing those pawns, you've got to do it as a team. You know, you have to remember that word. Teamwork makes the dream work. And, you know, back those pawns up with the king, you know, have them advance slowly and steady. It wins the race, for sure. And it's also about mobilising the rook at the right time. So... But if you do all those things, the result is pretty much inevitable.
Yeah. And I like what Firouzja is doing. He's got time on the clock and he's pausing. He's kind of just working out that he can connect all the pawns, step them up in a safe way. I like what he's doing compared to what Duda did in the last game, where Duda had 10 seconds and he kind of rushed and nearly let the win slip. So Firouzja now, I guess he's going to just advance either the white king or the white pawns in some kind of order, but there they go. And I like starting with that one. It's the middle pawn, and it will be supported by both pawns from the side as well. The white king has a nice safe square behind that pawn as well. And, OK, black's king stepping forward. Liam's doing the right thing. You have to go active with one piece. Black's rook is passive, just defending pawns, so black's king has been tasked with going towards the centre. Now, what else to do? Liam is... he's just got to confuse Firouzja here somehow. Black's majority, black only has one passed pawn, that's the A pawn, and it's kept under lock and key by the white rook right now, so he wants to somehow distract or deflect away the white rook so that that black A pawn can start running.
But I don't think black is actually threatening to come in with the king, unfortunately, because that pawn can be defended by the white rook putting itself on the A5 square.
Yeah.
So I think he just has to disregard that threat, not get scared by anything. And he deals with the threat, actually, by pushing his f-pawn forward. And Liam steps forward with rook, gets the rook active. Why not?
White king's a bit more exposed now, though. I was a bit surprised he pushed that pawn. As in now, the black rook has more checks. It's probably still very grim, but he doesn't have as safe a square for the king.
And
maybe it makes
especially
no
now,
difference.
right? You know, because I was kind of advocating that you kind of march together with your pawns as a group. I was surprised that he let his king potentially be cut off, but Firouzja has the faith in his pawns. He's just going to push him.
It's probably still just winning, isn't it? Quite, just by pushing them.
Yeah, they are connected after all still.
Yeah.
They protect each other, so the white king can kind of have freedom to start dancing forward at some point. White's rook is quite nicely placed, to be honest, just stopping black's central pawn from advancing, just pinning it. Yeah, I mean, it's just a question of whether Firouzja can go straight for the kill by pushing his pawns even further up the board, or whether he room manoeuvres the white king or the white rook first.
All right, well, we could have the first white win in today's matches, and not only in this game, but look at the bar in the game between Praggnanandhaa and Giri. 2 draws between them so far, but in Game 3, the bar just jumped up for Praggnanandhaa against Anish Giri. He could be about to take the lead in this match. Young Praggnanandhaa, trouble for Anish Giri, and Magnus Carlsen against Hans-Niemann as well. The bar has jumped up now for Magnus Carlsen in what seems to be a very interesting game. These two are tied after 2 games. They won 1 game each, and Magnus could be about to take the lead now in the match. Alejandro Ramirez, however, he can decide the match if he wins this game. And the bar is also all the way over to his side in this game. Is it getting close?
Yes, I actually quite like his last rook move. You guys were worried about checks against the white king, but the white rook keeps everything nice and safe. He's playing slow and steady right now, Firouzja. He's not taking too many risks. with the white pawns. And
yeah, I was just going to say one move that white perhaps maybe should not do, certainly not take it lightly, is actually push the pawn forward and give the king a check, because this will encourage the black king to come forward.
Yeah, that's actually probably the reason he played his last move, Jovanka. This check would allow the black king to get active and maybe still winning. Maybe you're still quite quick with your pawns, but now the margin for error has been lessened. Suddenly your pawns might start to fall. So, OK, he moved his rook up, cutting the black king across on this line. And if we catch up with the current position just a few moves later, white has kind of trapped the black rook down on this square. And maybe now's the time, now that the black king can no longer take a step forward, now maybe the time to check. Wherever the black king goes, you can start marching the white king forward. It's got a safe haven here. This looks pretty straightforward. OK, Firouzja, again, not taking any risk at all. Instead of giving the check, he drops his rook back. He's going to put his rook behind a passed pawn. Also good strategy in rook endgames. And then he'll propel the pawn forward. Any rook endgame, any rook trades here will just win for white. So, yeah, maybe nice and steady.
Yeah. I'm a bit gutted, actually, that they had the competition yesterday where you had to pick the winner for the crypto key, which I hope everyone at home did, because it was $15,000.
Yeah.
And I said Prague, and I'm really now going from my brain. I didn't get it in. Silly me, because I was working too hard here, of course.
Of course.
You know,
we should give you a second chance.
Yeah, they should have a second chance. But I'm wondering how many people actually bet on Prague to win, because I could have won like a serious amount of money there. So I'm really interested. You know, this is the Crypto Cup, and people should investigate. There's loads of cool free stuff that people can sign up for there. But how many people pick Prague to win? Because he's a good bet, I think. You know, just
not too many people will.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Not as many as Carlsen or something. So it might, you know.
I'll ask the people in control.
Maybe I don't want to know now, but maybe I don't want to know how much I could have won. So, like,
how many said Prague? How many said Magnus? You know, how many said? Remember, the ones who answer correctly, they share $15,000, which is a great prize. And remember also to claim your free FTX Crypto Cup key. It's a great way to join in all the fun of the FTX Summer of Chess, and a bunch of prizes, a bunch of cool content if you claim your key and join the Discord community for the FTX Crypto Cup. And Alireza Firouzja, maybe someone also answered him, because he is a fantastic chess player and he could be about to win the match after only 3 games here against Liam Le.
He should still be winning. The white king now going across to deal with black's remaining hope, that passed pawn. And I've got to say, Simon, it's the commentator's curse. The moment you started praising Prague, he let the win slip.
Oh, really? Oh, right, OK.
So, I don't know why it happens like that. Anytime I say, oh, I'm supporting Iranian, the win slips. If it's always that way.
I'm kind of like, so I would have bet on Prague, because I think it was quite a good thing. So I really like Prague, but I'm kind of now hoping he doesn't win, just because I'd be really annoyed with myself. So it's like, you know, but you know, he could easily win this competition, I think, because he's strong enough. But beating a niche is never simple.
No, definitely not easy. And I actually went for Duda.
Yeah, it's a good bet as well.
My eyes on him as well. So, and Firouzja just seems to be playing it very effortlessly here. Great result for him, because he's just simply going to march his king forward, keep an eye on black's passed pawn, and of course get on with the main job, which is to escort those pawns on the right to the destination.
Yep.
And look at this. White has the most... But hang on. The bar just went down.
Curse.
It just went down, right?
I haven't seen the bar move, Jovanka.
Oh, OK. On my computer, it went down. I haven't seen the move.
Yeah.
OK, what has happened here? So let's try and work it out. Has black somehow conjured up some magic? Has Firouzja let the win slip? What could black be trying here? It looks hopeless. White's pawns are connected. White's rook is just going to come across and deal with black's passed pawn.
I mean...
Maybe there's a miracle here somehow. I don't see it, I've got to say.
Could it be that, you know, simply black starts destabilising the pawns and gets very active with the king? Or it could be just...
The king coming forward? What is the idea now? Either if white gives a check with a pawn, kicking the black king away, or if white just moves his rook across and tries to attack the black pawn.
By cheating, it said just defending the pawn was OK, believe it or not. but...
OK, defending the pawn now with black.
No, one move before.
One move before.
Before the
Okay.
king, but that
But
doesn't
does-
make any sense.
Wow. I mean, maybe there was some miracle save there, but even if we see the moves, even if we see the best computer moves, it's hard to understand why.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just the fact that white's rook is tied down now. White's rook is passive.
But now it thinks that white's completely winning, so there's a bit of a mystery there, I think. I don't know.
And, OK, how can white win this game? It's still not easy, though. White is playing without his rook. Firouzja down under 10 seconds. OK, full credit to Liam for even making this difficult. OK, he gives a check, hitting the black king steps back. I think this is a clever choice of square. The black king has to stay within touching distance of the white pawns. And what next for Firouzja?
No, it's not easy, actually, for Firouzja. I didn't like that he kind of spoiled the integrity of his pawns.
They're no longer all connected, defending each other. The white king is going after black's pawn, but now the black rook could potentially start hitting some pawns.
Who would it favour to get rid of the rooks?
White.
Okay.
White will win if the rooks come off the board. OK, he's tried to challenge a set of pawns now, but white has a protected passed pawn. That white g-pawn, OK, a set of pawns have been exchanged, but that passed g-pawn is going to win the game now. This should be enough. I mean, maybe there was a miraculous draw. I'm definitely going to go back and study that game, study this endgame later. I definitely recommend everyone at home to do the same, because rook endgames, they're the hardest ones to learn about. We know the general rules, like active king, active rook, rooks behind passed pawns, but there's always exceptions. And, OK, this is a check. It's also funny that Pragg and Anish Giri, they're playing a rook endgame as well, slightly similar to this one.
Oh.
So where white is also a pawn up. And, OK, this check has forced white's king back.
Again, you've still got to win this position,
Still gotta win it,
but it's white's pawns are looking very good.
Yeah, that's the key, to protect each other, right? So the white king now will go and attack that black rook, I guess. And Liam still fighting. OK, a check first. And now you need to defend your f-pawn with white. This does the job. Black's rook needs to move now. Maybe it will give a check. White's king will sidestep if that's the case. There we go. And, yeah, you still need to win it. You're right,
Yeah.
Simon. I guess white's winning idea is to go and attack this remaining black pawn. Black's pawn is very weak after all. There we go.
And then the only way to defend is to move the king.
Got a lot of checks, haven't you? This is the thing. I
A
mean,
few checks.
Not enough.
The white king is going to zigzag back towards the black rook. And I guess it will use the H file. You don't want to get checked where black can hit your king and your pawns at the same time.
And the f pawn is now dropping, right?
Black's remaining pawn, I don't think it's defendable.
OK, that's...
And look at that, Magnus Carlsen leaves the arena, he wins. Game 3 against Niemann, he takes the lead now by 1 point. And that means Hans Niemann, he has to win Game 4, starting in 10 minutes to take it to tiebreaks. A comeback by Magnus Carlsen, who lost the first game against Hans Niemann today. Alejandro Ramirez, he can decide it right now if he wins this game.
Yeah, and he's going the long way round with his king, but it looks good enough. The white king has gone on a journey. How does black defend his pawn? The problem is, if the black king goes to defend it, then the black king will get displaced by a nasty check. I think we'll see that happen in a moment. Will we see black continue checking the white king? No, we do see the checks would have run out, and this is the key move. Next move, white's rook does go to attack the black pawn. And we will see it.
Right now, the rook moved to f7 square, and that's it. It's game over, right?
Yeah.
Unless... Nope.
There's a miracle stalemate or something, but I think the black king has enough squares. And there we go. Pragg and Anish Giri ended up in king versus king.
Whoa!
It's a draw.
It was a draw. 3 draws so far by Praggnanandhaa and Anish Giri, tied before Game 4. It feels like we will see some tie breaks today, finally. And hopefully Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Levon Aronian, they also played a draw and they are tied. They won 1 game each and 1 draw. So they are tied, but Alireza Firouzja, he is about to decide this match against Liam. Very bad start to the tournament for Liam, losing both of the 2 first matches.
Yeah, and Liam has set a couple of clever traps.
Okay.
Trying to work out how to win. Suddenly, Firouzja leaned forward. He realised it's not as easy as he thought, and maybe we can keep an eye on the player. We just have to show this. Firstly, big trap in the position. If you get greedy and capture this pawn, then you actually lose as white. You get checked, and there's a skewer. Next move, the white rook is lost. But even if you march your king forward, and I was going to say that you have to be careful after a check. If you go the wrong direction, then you do blow the win. You have to go forward. If you'd gone back, then after rook takes rook, I think this is a draw. The black king can just step across. And now, if you take this pawn, it is stalemate. So you had to avoid that pitfall, but he has gone forward instead. And now rook takes rook clearly doesn't work because white will make a new queen. And Firouzja's idea is that if the black rook gives a check, the white king steps back, and it will be the white king that tries to take this pawn. And that being said, a check, and this is a win. And here, white should be careful. Well, white doesn't have to be careful here. You can just go either way with the king. And black's king has to move out the way. You make a new queen. Finally.
Will we see another queen, do you think, in this game, or will it end before that happens?
He'll resign, most likely. And yeah, if we go back to the current position, if you can't get away with trading rooks, if you can't get away with a check, what else? Yeah.
Resign.
Resign time. Yep.
Just resign.
King is coming for the pawn.
Just get it over with. Resign. No, he's said a lot of very clever traps, and I've noticed this with Liam Lequang. He's really tricky, and he's very determined. I mean, here, your last punt is to maybe go for some stalemate with these when you're playing against these two connected pass pawns. Yeah. So try to put your king in the corner and hope, but it's not. It's really hard to do it here. I mean, if you got the pawns over one more flank, you got more stalemate tricks, but this is pretty trivial, isn't it now?
Yeah. And now you can see the white king is coming to the defense of the passed pawns, and this will basically release the white rook and allow it to just move over to the left side. And okay.
You can hide from any checks behind your own pawns now. This is why two connected pass pawns are always winning. They protect each other, they create hiding spaces for your king from checks. And look, no more checks now. Black's king not stalemated, it still has one escape square, and it's elementary. You just move the white rook away, you give a check to the black king, and there are checkmating ideas all over the place. And there we go, the evaluation bar is going crazy.
Yeah.
It's game over any second. White just needs to maybe move his king out the way right now.
Move his king, threaten checkmate, and this will be game over. Game, set, and match. I like that tennis.
Game, set, match.
Yeah.
And
there we go.
There we go. It's a result. After black blocks this check, a rook trade, white would win the king and pawn endgame. Firouzja takes the win.
Yeah. Great win for Alireza Firouzja, winning 2 games today. He takes the match against Liam Le in only 3 games to gain 3 points, his first points in the FTX Crypto Cup. A loss, unfortunately, for Liam Le. And let's head to Miami to hear some reactions.
Hey Liam, it was a tough day today. How would you summarize it?
Yeah, I played well in the first game, and then the second game I played terrible. Third game was very interesting. I think at some point it was the right equal, even though I was down a pawn. I had some compensation with the bishop pair, but I missed this idea with rook c1 and then rook e1 back. And basically after that, I think it's very difficult in game to hold.
Are you impressed with Alireza's play today?
Yeah, I think today he played quite well. He didn't make any big mistakes, so this is we should expect this from him.
And how do you reset before tomorrow? What is your way of actually getting back into a winning mode here?
I'll just try to forget about the last 2 matches and try to do better tomorrow.
We look forward to seeing you, Liam. Good luck.
Thank you.
In only 4 minutes' time, Game 4 between Hans-Niemann in a must-win situation against Magnus Carlsen, who won Game 3 and is now in the lead. He only needs a draw in Game 4 to win the match. Hans-Niemann, he has to win that game to take it to tie breaks, and he will have the white pieces, Hans-Niemann, black pieces for Magnus Carlsen, who really played a fun game, I guess. In that round 3, there was a strange opening with A3 that I don't think we've ever seen on the tour. So, David, can you take us through that game? Because it looked like also Hans Niemann was winning at a point. Crazy game.
Yeah, crazy game. And I just want to show the one moment that Hans will pinpoint as kind of a philosophical mistake, perhaps. And it was here. We mentioned that Magnus opened with one A3. He pushed this pawn forward on his first move. He did get punished, actually. And if we look at the white king, what is the white king doing on this square? It's very weak, very open. The black knight potentially jumping in with a check later. And I think this is the moment where Hans, with a bit more experience, would have made a better decision. White has won a pawn temporarily. The black queen is attacked, and Hans here decided to win back his pawn, but at the cost of trading the queens. And after the queens came off, black is still doing well, but Magnus, because he's such an endgame expert, managed to outplay his young opponent. If, however, Hans had kept the queens on the board, if he hadn't been materialistic here, if he just dropped his queen back, I think Magnus would have come under a fierce attack. This white king, it's just too open. In practical terms, white is facing an uphill struggle. It doesn't matter that white has an extra pawn in the middle of the board. White's extra pawn is actually a weakness long term. This is a big weakness too. The white knight is loose. Everything is wrong with white's position. So that's the rule. We've seen this mistake happen a few times now on the tour. If your opponent's king is weak, keep the queens on the board. That's the best bet.
The expert on striking back, Magnus Carlsen, playing inside the Eden Rock on Miami Beach. Game 4 coming up in a few minutes. He only needs a draw to secure his second match win in the FTX Crypto Cup. And let's hear what Magnus said just about after winning Game 3.
Magnus, you're going into a 2-1 lead prior to the last game. How do you feel right now?
Oh, obviously pretty good, considering I lost such a bad game in the first one. A bit annoyed with the last game. At some point, I miscalculated, and from a position that's fairly equal but very playable, it becomes just an equal ending. But yeah, fortunately for me, he was a bit short on time, so I tried to, keep the game going a little bit, and he started to make mistakes.
When it comes to your second game, would you consider that a very well-played game by yourself?
No. I mean, I did okay, but he played pretty badly.
I heard some parallels in someone mentioning a previous game you had against Brunel a while back that was quite similar. Did you think about that at all?
Yeah, about 17 years ago. No, but this kind of technique is well known from a bunch of Karpov games as well. He made a couple of mistakes early on, but the crucial mistake he made was not exchanging bishops. Might seem paradoxical to want to exchange the bishops when there are bishops of opposite color, which should be in general be drawish, but with my extra pawn and his targets, there were just no chances.
Good luck in the last game.
Thank you.
We are waiting for Magnus Carlsen now to arrive the arena for the fourth and final rapid game today against Hans Niemann. Duda and Levon Oronian, they are already sitting there playing Game 4. They are tied, and here comes Hans Niemann. He knows he has to win this fourth and final game to take it to tiebreaks. He must be motivated. Right now, he already won one game against the world champion today, so he knows it's possible. What is it about, David, for Hans Niemann in this game?
It's just avoiding that tilt. It's now been 2 games in a row. I think it's natural. Anyone would get emotional, but he just needs to focus. He does, after all, have the white pieces, and yeah, he has chances. If he can get out the opening in decent shape, ideally with queens on the board, maximum pieces on the board, then yeah, all to play for. But if the queens come off, if it's a Magnus type of position, it's going to be difficult.
Absolutely. And Magnus Carlsen, up and down, I guess, a little bit, but he did win 2 games against Anish Giri yesterday, and now 2 wins against Hans Niemann. Are you impressed with Magnus so far, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing Magnus things.
Yeah.
I really like that ending, and it was funny how David got it spot on with the exchange of bishops at that one point, if people can recall that moment, because I had no idea what was the right way to do. So I'm learning, which is always nice when you're commentating as well. So Yeah, and Magnus is just doing Magnus stuff, isn't he?
I mean, I was learning too when I filmed that course with Magnus. I mean, he was telling me during that course about these Karpov ideas that he'd studied from games in the 80s. And I mean, he's a chess historian, Magnus, with that fantastic, famous memory of his. And it's just, that's how he kind of converts so many endgames time and again. We can all pick up these nuggets.
And we've got to remind everyone, this is the chess ball course by David Howell and Magnus Carlsen, two of the greatest players on earth, grinding away in the ending. So you can get that course on sale. Just go to Chessable, and I'm going to have to get myself a copy.
I didn't pay Simon to say this, is what he said. I did not pay Simon to say this.
A beer later will do. That's fine. And it's a done deal. So,
Wow,
And,
meanwhile, an opening surprise, Jovanka.
Yeah, not that surprised. I think he's played something reasonably similar before. You know, he kind of tends to adopt this type of opening, but doesn't choose the most aggressive lines. Like, for instance, he'll perhaps put his pawns on d6 and c6, like he did against Anish yesterday.
But in a situation where he only needs a draw to play so provocatively, again, Magnus, I guess provocation has worked in the last two games. He's kind of forced hands to come forward, and then he's eventually traded queens, gone down to nice endgames. But to play the modern defence, as we call it, just to give white the centre when you only need a draw, it's brave stuff by Magnus.
I think it's pretty brave because he has so many openings to take the sting out of e4. As we saw in the World Championships, he can play the Berlin, he can play anything. But this is the riskiest open, right? It is probably considered one of the most riskiest openings against e4. And we've only really seen it in the tour when Black needs to win, right?
Yeah.
So we've seen it before. When Black really needs to win, he plays this way.
But he did say in the interview against Anish, he said, you know, he was also in a drawing in a situation where Anish needed to win the final game, and he said, you know, he figured it was going to be a sharp game anyway, so why not just initiate the battle from the beginning?
I'm more surprised by Hans's move knight f3, because that's this system that White's playing is one of the more passive ways to play.
Solid.
It's solid, which you need to win.
Unambitious.
Unambitious. You're playing Magnus. The only way he won that first game, well, not the only way, was he checkmated him, right? So why is he not trying to checkmate him from the start? I think that's the way to play against Magnus, personally. But so not playing solid. I don't think that's the right way to approach the game.
Yeah, that's pretty much how he won game one, right? By checkmating Magnus, or at least with a mating attack. And it's a pity, in a way, to put White's light square bishop on such a passive square. He could actually have almost transposed the opening into a Jobava London system. If, for example, he'd brought the dark square bishop out to the f4 square, at least he'd be in territory that he knows really well there, Hans. But yeah, maybe the opening will work out. The onus, the pressure is still on Black to challenge White's beautiful pawn centre there. And wow, it's like a hybrid of the modern defence and the hippopotamus here, Simon.
Yeah, and it's my latest course, the hippopotamus on Chessable as well. Came out this Monday, and I talk about this setup with Black, which is, I think, a very good way to play for a lot of people, because it's like a system opening. You can play it against anything that White does, so it's good for those who don't have a lot of time, and you can play the same kind of setup. Okay, it's a little bit cramped, but you keep all the pieces on, and you keep great potential for the future. This kind of what we call a hippopotamus, crouching there, ready to jump forwards, and it's an underrated opening. And you know, you can also check out my Chessable course there. Which
is also on sale.
Everything's on sale over at Chessable at the moment. So,
do you think Magnus has bought it? Is that what inspired this opening choice? Because I can't think what else would inspire this opening choice.
I think it's doubtful, I'll be honest. I mean, he knows about the hippo anyway, but it is a really underrated opening. If you just want to get into the game, not play too much theory, and an opening, because the problem when you're playing Black, you have to learn different openings against different things. If you play the hippo, you can play the same setup against everything. So it's really good for those of you who want to play, don't want to learn so much.
Yeah. I like the description on Chessable on this hippo course. If you give us 2 hours, we'll show you a lean and mean counter-attacking system for Black. You can play against everything. I like it.
That's right. It's a nice system for lazy people.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically, it is.
Are you calling Magnus lazy?
I wouldn't say Magnus is lazy, but some of us are. It's
a good thing to have these kind of like ready-made. It was John Erms who taught me the expression, boil in the bag, ready in 5 minutes, you know? And sometimes you need this type of opening in your life, you know, something that you can just master, know some tricks here and there.
And he's gone for it with a double fianchetto, is really the hippo. And this move is actually one of the critical moves against the hippo where white pushes. And I mean, the good thing with chess players, again, you know, another great thing is if you're not sure about buying a course, there's normally, for most courses, every course, especially, I mean, I'm not sure about my pitch today, I have to say, but, you know, oh, hello, can I reenact that? I'm not sure. Maybe later when I'm on the toilet. Yes. But the great thing about the chessboard courses is that you get they do these short and sweet things. So if you're interested in a course, you get a free 1 hour video of it. So you basically get a free lesson, and then you can decide if you like it or not. And nearly every course has got that. Before you buy it, have a little look at the free 1 hour video, and there's also a 30-day back money guarantee. So I don't know if you guys have done for your one. So you've done the same. So you get a 1 hour lesson with David and Magnus for free. That's great, yeah. So really good stuff.
It's entertaining.
Definitely, and it's well worth buying the video actually, because you know. I must admit, at times I didn't watch the video. And then suddenly I started watching the videos, and then within like 1 hour, I was like, OK, this is what I have to do. And you kind of get a feel for the author, you get a feel for what should be played, much more than if you're just there reading. So definitely well worth it. And like you say, you know, like David's given lots of golden nuggets of information. You wouldn't necessarily get that from just text. Much better to have that interaction.
I remember when I was studying, I was lazy. So I would sometimes just skip class and think, I could just read up on this. But someone told me you learn a lot more effectively by using your ears, listening, than by reading and using your eyes. So the videos, great idea.
Yeah. And, you know, you also get emotions as well, you know, because the more emotions you have to it, so say, for instance, the author is, like, super charming, funny, you kind of remember those moments. And, well, what's happening?
I see a look on your face, David. What's happening?
An unfortunate mistake, and I think a miscalculation by Hans-Niemann. And first of all, the queens have come off. I said that was the one thing you don't want to do against Magnus Carlsen. We've seen his only real Achilles heel is getting attacked, getting checkmated in some complex middle games. But if the queens are off, there's no one better in chess history than Magnus. And Hans has traded the queens. Black is still kind of in this typical hippo style, just camped out on his first 2 ranks here, his first 2 or 3 ranks. But this last knight jump is just a mistake. And it's...
You can just kick that knight away.
Exactly. It looks very sensible. It looks like you're attacking a pawn. And if you take this pawn, for example, if black does a nothing move, then you do trap the black rook. But the problem is, here, the trapping piece gets trapped. If we go back to the current position, hitting this pawn can be met by black just ignoring it, attacking the knight. And if you capture now, it's the knight, not the rook, that gets trapped. This knight now will drop for insufficient material, and Magnus will just go ahead and win this game. And the problem is, if you kick this knight away, where else do you go? You don't really want to step back where you came from. If you stepped into the centre, no matter where you go, you just lose a pawn. And Magnus will happily grab this pawn. Even if he doesn't, he's doing well, but he'll happily grab this pawn. And just as we saw in game 2 of their match today, we will see Magnus most likely go ahead and confidently convert that. And, just...
Hippo's just good, isn't it? Just a great opening.
Oh, but hang on, he hasn't seen it.
You didn't play it?
No.
Magnus hasn't spotted it. Instead, bringing his bishop out, trying to pin on this diagonal, but... I mean, we call it mutual blindness sometimes in chess, where you just trust your opponent. You just assume your opponent won't blunder. And I mean, it wasn't obvious. I've got to say, it wasn't immediately obvious to push this pawn forward, especially if there are alternatives. But you would expect Magnus to find that one, right?
Yeah.
It's a nice trap. And instead, developing his bishop to this square, I understand why he's gone for this. But big question now is, can white move this knight out? Can he go and capture this pawn? The problem is, bishop takes bishop does hit the rook. I don't think you can get away with this. And if you can't get away with this, then what else? How do you break this annoying pin? Maybe Magnus saw that other line, but he thought this one was better. The computer, though, thinks white is doing well again.
Can you move the c pawn maybe to try to get over all those issues that you mentioned?
You can defend here, and yeah, actually you're right, Simon, because after a capture, knight takes pawn. It looks like black's winning a pawn, but at the very end, there's a sting in the tail. White's bishop can trap this rook again. This rook is the problem piece, and he doesn't go for this. This looked very good for White, I've got to say. Instead, in this position, he just brought his bishop out to defend a pawn, also natural, and Magnus now has had time to go and defend the weakness on c7. But Black's pieces, they look a bit bunched up here. They look a bit clumsy.
They look very awkwardly placed, and all Hans has to do is deal with Black's threat, which is to kick back the white knight. And the way he can do that is just protect the bishop. That's the only loose piece there is on the board. Protect that piece, and then the white knight on b5 is untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, you could... I'm not sure there's that much of a threat. Maybe you could even push your rook forward, defending it this way, and double up the rooks on the d-file.
Yeah.
I criticised Hans a moment ago for taking the queens off, and OK, there was a small a small blip, but suddenly he's reasserted control. Maybe he's doing well again. Black's pieces look very clumsy.
Certainly rather be white here.
Suddenly, yeah.
You'd probably... I always think, like, if you get certain positions out of the opening and you ask the players, would you like this position before the game? It's a good indication if the opening's gone well or not. And I think if you ask Hans, would you like this position? Yeah, I'll take this position. Because as you say, look at Black's pieces there. And again, thinking back to the game that Magnus lost, it was due to the lack of coordination with his pieces. And he's got that same problem here. So I think Hans has got a chance in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm so surprised that Magnus, kind of after just 1 minute think, kind of put his bishop on this square, because now his bishop never really wants to capture this knight. This only gives White the bishop pair. And suddenly this bishop especially is unrivaled. It's a very, very strong piece, attacking, putting pressure on already. And if you don't eliminate this knight, how else are you going to get rid of it? Do you have to take a step back and then start going for this type of plan, the kickback?
I think
very
so.
long-winded.
I know it's long-winded, and I know it's like, you know, you're losing time, but I think it probably has to be done, because otherwise Black is never going to develop those knights on the left side. I mean, just look how bunched up they are, huddled together.
Yeah, these pieces are the problem now for Magnus. And OK, we're expecting Hans to maybe step forward with his rook, but there might be other promising options. You could kind of follow Simon's idea, push this pawn forward. Maybe push this pawn forward if you can get away with it. Maybe this is an idea just to kind of open up some files. This would be Carlsen-esque. Yeah.
There's a lot of good moves. Like you indicated, moving the king towards the centre, moving the bishop back, moving the bishop forwards. There's loads of moves, right? So, yeah. I mean, moving it maybe 1 square forwards or something.
1 square as well.
Yeah.
But all of these moves look... I prefer White, I think, in every single one of those options.
Yeah.
So,
I mean...
yeah.
Yeah, this pawn is sometimes a weakness when the queens come off, but here it kind of cuts the position in half again. Black's bishop is attacking it, but is, as long as you can defend this pawn sufficiently, Black's bishop is actually kept out of the game. And he does go for this idea, pushing the pawn forward, and just in time, Magnus is able to extricate his bishop. So he wants to meet this pawn push, I guess, with the move he should have played a few turns ago, kicking this knight away. And when the knight retreats, now he can kind of breathe a sigh of relief. He's at least kicked White's knight out of his half of the board. Yeah, all to play for still.
Interesting. Carlsen-Niemann fighting for a must-win to take it to tie-breaks. Do you guys think we will have tie-breaks today?
For sure, yeah, absolutely. You know, we might even see in this game, because I really like Hans's position now. Ooh. And I mean, I'm just thinking Levon-Aronian and Duda are tied. Pragnananda and Giri are also tied. I mean, there has to be a tie-break, right? Just by stats. But maybe there won't be. But definitely an exciting day too. And whilst the players are thinking about this position, well, we do have some selfies to show you, because Abhishek says one eye at the FTX Crypto Cup and the other one outside the window with this beautiful view. Can you spot the rainbow? Which is pretty appropriate, because here in Oslo we have the rain. Yep. And in Miami they have the sun. And where Abhishek is, he's bringing the rainbow. Oh, yeah. So I like that one. And Deep is watching with their little GM from Kolkata in India. Oh! And look, big hello to Deep. And Kor Noyi is saying it's the last days of winter. So this means you're in the southern hemisphere with mum out and about, and the mouse will watch. So, yeah, that's so cool. But
And late at night?
That's late at night, right?
Yeah. Probably around like Australia or something
Yeah,
like
or
that.
New Zealand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Very cool.
Big hello to you, Core. And definitely, I agree.
Yeah, and thank you to everyone for sharing selfies all around the world. We're so thankful to have you joining us for the action in Miami. Hans-Niemann fighting for a win. We have some moves on the board.
Yeah.
Could he win this game?
Hans still has a chance, but these are the moves we predicted, and to be honest, I would be relieved as Magnus to just survive these last few moves. The White Knight now has to step back, unless there's some kind of flashy sacrifice that I don't really see. White's Knight is attacked, it has to step back, and then Black will just solidify the queenside, his structure there, and the game will continue. At least it's a Magnus type of position if he can unravel the next few moves.
It just goes to show chess can be sometimes very painful in the sense that your opponent can make some mistakes and the position is still okay for them. Meanwhile, at other times you make these terrible mistakes and that's it. You've lost. There's no going back from that. And it's like the luck of the draw almost.
Yeah.
You can play 50 good moves. Wow.
Oh, flashy move.
Sacrificing a piece. Hans-Niemann.
He's going for it, but this is bold.
Yeah. And wow. The question is, does it work? Is he, there we go, evaluation bar not really approving, but is this bluff or is this just genius? Because, OK, we have to see what happens if Black captures this piece. Magnus leaning back. I think he was surprised, just as surprised as we are here in the studio. We thought the White Knight would run away from this attack, but nope. Hans captures a pawn, and if we capture the Knight, what is his plan? What's up his sleeve here? The rooks are looking at each other. I guess we see a rook exchange. Now next, what happens now?
Maybe the rook goes one square less.
In this position. Maybe that's clever. Attacking this bishop, not exchanging off. And where does this bishop run to? Because if we capture the rook now, then this knight is attacked, and when the knight moves, this knight would fall. Yeah, really interesting. That's a clever spot, Simon. I didn't have that one on my radar, this rook move. I guess another idea would be if the bishop chooses a bad square, then we could see a capture.
You can see the pawn going on as well, can you?
Yeah,
It's just like
pawn stepping forward, forking the two black rooks. How often do you see this?
That is a position worth looking at. That's beautiful fork there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think the other most beautiful fork we saw in another tour was with the king or something. Can you remember that one against the two rooks?
King hitting two rooks.
That was an amazing one as well. But that's, it's similar with the pawn. So, yeah.
And,
it's a bit tricky, isn't it?
Yeah, this idea, so in the current position of pawn takes knight and rook to a7, hitting the bishop. Wow. I'm wondering what else for Black. I mean, if you put the bishop on any other square, then still this idea of hitting the two rooks at the same time, trying to make a new queen. That would regain you the piece at least.
Could you defend?
Defend
the bishop?
Okay,
we're going to see it because he's captured it.
Yeah, so maybe, Jovanka, you're right. You can defend the bishop with your knight. It's hanging together by a thread for Black, but that's all you need. You just need it to hang together. And if this knight is attacked...
It's really complicated all of a sudden. I mean, like, I know the evaluation bar kind of likes Magnus, but I think he's doing the right thing because the other lines weren't looking so good, I feel. He's complicating it.
Yeah, he's complicating it, and you definitely, I think, don't want to capture these, trade off the rooks, because suddenly this pawn is a real thorn in your side. It's going to promote, simply, or win a piece back. So what else? Process of elimination. So far, we've stumbled across just this move by Jovanka, defending your bishop.
But it still have to have an answer after White attacks the knight.
Yeah, I guess now maybe you can just capture this pawn. Now the rook is attacked under fire. We would see a trade, and White regains the piece, but Black should be happy here. I think we'll just see level material, and Magnus won't be too afraid. Maybe you can capture this knight, or maybe you can just bring your own knight out as Black and level chances. So maybe Black is hanging in there, just has to be accurate in the current position. Let's go back to the players. Will Magnus choose that knight move that we are expecting? Knight to c5, defending, and still a lot to calculate, to be honest, in that position. But
incredibly complex.
Yeah,
I think knight c5 looks like the best move at the moment.
The best we've seen, at least. And maybe we can get Stockfish, the computer, suggestions up on the screen. how narrow is Magnus's path to survival? And it looks like he does have a few moves. Yeah, actually, we were a bit too worried here for Magnus, maybe, because he does have 3 moves. He can capture that pawn with his knight, the very far advanced white pawn. I'm not sure Magnus will be so tempted by that one. To a human eye, at least, it looks like you just give away the black light square bishop. And, of course, Magnus finds the best move.
Commentator's curse, as always. Yeah.
And I have some news. We will have tie breaks today, you guys, because Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Levon Ronen, they just finished game 4 with a draw. They have tied the match, and they have to decide it in blitz tie breaks, which will start 15 minutes after the final game here in round 4 has finished. But finally, some tie breaks.
Yeah, that was a very quick game by them. They've been playing a bit quicker than the others today. And that game ended in stalemate, actually. It's a draw in a king and pawn endgame.
They must have whizzed through that.
Yeah, 55 quick moves.
Lev's been playing very quickly, hasn't he? Generally in the tour, throughout the tour, he's a really speedy guy. Yeah. So this game's confusing me now. It's like the white rook is probably trapped, but how many pawns he's going to get? And, you know, because the black knight's now surely going to trap that rook, but does white have enough compensation?
Yeah, so that's the question, Simon. So if we retrace our steps in this position after white's rook stepped forward, black did just capture this pawn, kind of the simplistic approach, but we kind of ruled it out. But the idea is, as you mentioned, Simon, the rook is trapped, no way out for this rook. And you want to take this pawn?
I guess so, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I was only looking at knight d8, but knight a5 is clearly much stronger.
Attacking this rook, trapping this rook. And how do you extricate it?
Not easily.
You don't.
You don't. Just have to give it up.
You give it up and sell it for the most expensive price possible. I mean, just rook takes knight.
You've only got one pawn, right, for the exchange then, so...
Yeah, and
probably
black rooks are really good, though. You know, open C line, as David's highlighted. Also, the D line is also open as well for the rooks to shuffle across. No, I think this is not enough compensation for the material deficit.
Yeah, you somehow need this pawn to be on a really strong square, like a passed pawn. You somehow need your rook to be active, but you're just too slow. Black is attacking this pawn, it's knight coming in.
It's annoying when you play like a genius idea against Magnus, but you just get a worse game anyway. You know, it's like you come up with this really clever idea of sacrificing the piece, putting the rook in. Magnus just plays quickly, and you're worse, and it's you know, not pleasant.
Yeah, normally having the bishop pair is a great thing, but white's dart square bishop I'm not happy with. Just kind of tied down defending this pawn. Okay, this is a good move. Just parking the knight in the centre. Kind of an outpost. How will black deal with the pressure? I mean, one question is, can you jump in with the knight, attacking this pawn, this pawn? Another question would be, what happens if you just pin the knight? I guess white will just defend. This is awkward, so white will defend with his pawn. But then, for example, you could start trying to initiate exchanges, try to swap off the knight. White's knight cannot move. Just looks like a good way to simplify the position. Magnus support for choice after this knight jump. And yeah, rook for just bishop and pawn. It should be black in control. Maybe Magnus will even find a way to just force a draw at some point and win the match. Okay, attacking a couple of pawns, and white does have a threat, however, now of a knight fork. How does Magnus deal with this?
I think he's just simply going to get greedy, right? And capture
this pawn?
This pawn, yeah.
And if white's rook moves, attacking the knight.
And here I thought maybe he could just give up his...
Yeah, maybe there's a more simple approach. I mean, in the current position, first move that comes to my mind, at least, would be to just kind of kill this threat of the knight jump with a check. Maybe you just move the rook forward.
Oh, yeah, because you're actually not threatening to capture the knight. That's why I wanted to move my knight.
Yeah, because if the white bishop does capture the black knight, the white knight now drops. Yeah, I mean, this looks maybe quite safe. You're right, Jovanka, maybe this one is the first one to calculate. This is what Magnus is trying to work out right now, but you have to kind of be clear on the details, and he's spending a bit of time doing that. Okay, he stops the threat in a different way. He just drops his bishop back, covering this key e7 square. And still that threat lingers. Okay, Now, I guess he's going to put his knight on the edge of the board and hit this bishop, which defends the white knight. Magnus is going to win this game.
Looks good.
Yeah, looks like white's a bit overextended here, if anything, I think, with the bishop and knight and the pawn all a little bit loose there. So, and this move is...
And the only thing to do is support the bishop and you initiate a further set of trades. But suddenly, I mean, white has double pawns on the B line.
He's got a good knight, but...
Yeah, but black's rooks are so strong.
Yeah, the rooks only have the A file, though, to move down, which is enough. So, you know what I do here?
Against Magnus?
Resign. So, yeah.
But Hans is doing the right thing. He's fighting, he's defending these pawns. It's very hard to attack this pawn, which defends the white knight. So, yeah, on the bright side, these two are kind of fixed on their squares. What can black do? I mean, one idea would be bringing the bishop forward.
Yeah, because white might be able to move his bishop back and at least attack that loose pawn. So maybe you can cover that one.
Yeah, although there's still some calculation to be done. For example, if the bishop drops back now, capture, you still have to worry about some knight checks, winning this rook. Still a little bit of work for Magnus to do, at least, in the current position.
Yeah, I wouldn't resign quite yet then. Give it a couple of moves.
Yeah, give it a couple of moves. And Magnus, deep in thought, he needs to figure out if he can swap off one set of rooks, he's just going to win. And he does go for the move we predicted. And I'm now expecting Hans to at least try this kind of trick, trying to exchange off black's bishop. If he doesn't, probably it's hopeless. And okay, he doesn't. He goes maybe to try and create a mating net around the black king.
It's interesting as well. I mean, once you've got your knight and bishop on those two squares, it's kind of like, you know, you've got some pressure always then.
Yeah, for example, I mean, here the black king is always going to be trapped. But, yeah, the black rook is a good guardian, covers the 8th rank, so it's difficult to check this black king. And also there is a threat if the white bishop, for example, does step forward, there is a check. And maybe black can just get greedy and grab this pawn with his bishop.
I must admit, I was tempted also by this kind of idea of just tying down the black's king, but then it doesn't do that much. You know, the black rooks are really effective, and I think black can even just wait. And remember, Hans is in a must-win situation, and that's going to be very tricky to do.
Yeah, there will always be a way to bail out as black and just maybe even give back your rook for a knight or for a bishop, and just force a drawn endgame. So it does look like Magnus, is he pretty relaxed? He's just staring above his screen there. Hans creating some space for the white king. We mentioned that playing g5 for black is always good in an endgame. Does that reflect for white playing g4, Simon?
No, because this wouldn't be a bad example, I think, if that was the case. But, I mean, normally a decent move to play, but here, you know, Magnus has got this weakness he's homing in on. I mean, there's a lot of tricks in the position with the knight and bishop, but black has enough pressure to deal with them, you know, here. So
Black's bishop is a great defender and attacker right now.
Yeah, I mean, if white can sort of stabilise that pawn and push the bishop away with his B pawn, give it a kick, then, you know, I think it's game on then. But I don't know if he's going to have time to do that.
Yeah, he has to defend this F2 pawn that the black bishop and rook are looking at. Maybe he has to bring his rook across or maybe retreat the white bishop.
It's a bit ugly. Yeah.
You need 1 or 2 moves to stabilise and then you have chances. It's just about whether you get that luxury.
Not looking good for Hans-Niemann right now to get that win he needs to take it to tie breaks. And not looking good either for Anish Giri. He is tied with Praggnanandhaa before this game 4. And right now the bar is all the way over to Prag's side. If Prag wins this game, he will win the match. So Anish, he needs a draw to secure tie breaks. Look at Prag. He is moving in his chair. Maybe that win is getting close for him.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Prag.
I was wondering something. Is there some tricks on the board for Magnus? I was thinking h6.
Ooh, that would have been really tricky there, Jovanka. Let's pull up the board to show this. Magnus has just shuffled his rook across. Very sensible move, but Jovanka, full of tactics. If you kick the bishop, it looks like you're giving away a pawn, but now I guess you want to give away the black rook.
I do.
Yeah.
This is my idea.
And now that you've lured away the white bishop can no longer come back to protect its rook, and this pin probably results in a win. Yeah, this would have been very nice, very flashy. And, OK, Magnus didn't spot that one. Yeah, I really like it, Jovanka. Tactics do work in the favour of the side who's got better coordination, so it makes sense. But, OK, Magnus went for a more mundane approach. And now the White King steps forward.
I guess you can do the same kind of idea, like... I mean, does Black have to actually think about his king safety? And Magnus says, no, I don't need to worry about the king, it's perfectly OK. And now the big threat is just to attack the pawn on f2.
Yeah, now your king is probably totally safe, right? And the white bishop is just passive.
Simon, G5 is always a good move.
It's always a good move. Whenever you can play it as Black, you've got a good position. So...
And this one, the white bishop cannot capture this pawn because then you lose defense of the key f2 square and Black trades rooks and wins. So the white...
Do we have a result?
We have a result.
Yeah. Wow. It's over a win for Magnus Carlsen in game 4 as well. He ends up winning the match against Hans-Niemann. Some words being exchanged by the two, and we see some smiles as well. We like that. Sportsmanship. And Magnus Carlsen, second day in a row, he wins the match in the rapid portion to take all 3 points. It's 0 points today as well for Hans-Niemann, but he did win 1 game against the world champion. And let's see if Magnus stops for an interview with Sverre.
Excited. Sorry, I'm just started English here. It was a comeback victory for you today, Magnus. How would you summarize?
I didn't play so great, but I'm very happy with the fact that I came back. The first game was really poor. I was completely outplayed. So I mean, obviously after that it couldn't have gone better.
And in the last game, there seems like you have a way of pushing your A-file pawn and make things a little bit easier for yourself.
He actually explained that to me after the game. It's really embarrassing that I didn't even think about it. So that's. I could have made my job a lot easier there. As it was, he was probably better, but then he chose the wrong plan, and after that, I was cruising.
2 wins, 2 games. Is that a good feeling going into the rest of this tournament? Does it actually affect how you play tomorrow, how you did today, do you think?
Well, I mean, I had some good games yesterday, and still I didn't play so well today. So I'll strive to be better tomorrow.
Good luck to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Hans, it was a topsy-turvy game today, went up and down. How would you summarize it yourself?
The game or the match?
The match.
Well, the first game was obviously good, and the last 3, obviously in this last game I didn't need to lose. I could obviously have made a draw at any moment. I had to win, and the second game was just uncalled for. Like with the white pieces, I should not be taking on any risk, and it was just really poor game with white, because like when you win the first game with black and you have 2 whites, you really should be at least getting to a tiebreaker. Like so. Okay. I had this nice game, but haven't been able to show consistency.
Do you feel as though Magnus is really improving his level after the first game?
No. I just think the level of the first game was, well, okay. He definitely improved his level, but even if you look at the third game, I completely outplayed him again, and I just got into time pressure and ruined it. So I don't think he was in great form, especially in these 2 black games. Like, he was just much. Okay, I won the first black game, and then the third game, he's like much worse with white. So, okay, the score doesn't really reflect how I played. It's just I was just choking at every critical moment and mismanaging my time as well. So, obviously, after winning the first game, like, this is certainly not ideal.
Magnus was saying how you explained that A-pawn to him afterwards. The most shocked person in the room at that point seemed to be you when Magnus played the bishop in front instead, because you actually looked like you got a second life right there.
Yeah, well, I was given many lives today, right? Like I'm given free life by winning the first game, and in the second game I get an opening advantage. I was given many chances today to avoid this outcome, but unfortunately I failed at every junction.
Do you think you're going to come back stronger tomorrow?
Well, it will be a bit easier against someone else.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
The big entertainer, Hans-Niemann, tomorrow he's going to face young Praggnanandhaa in his match, so that's going to be a tough one as well. And Pragg, he is tied with Anish Giri before this Game 4, but the bar is all the way over to his side. Is Pragg about to win this match?
He's on the brink, but putting the ball in the back of the net is always the hardest part of chess, and he's had advantages before. He was winning the last game, Pragg. He couldn't convert that. Again, just like the last game, he has a one-pawn advantage as black. And it's just about whether he can finish this off now. What do you guys think? Any saving chances for white here?
I mean, there's not much material on the board. And as you say, it's only one pawn. I think there's definitely saving chances. Can that pawn motor up the board? We'll have to find out over the next couple of moves. Looking at the time, Pragg 2 minutes down as well. So that's going to make his task a bit harder.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean... You don't often see Magnus completely outplayed either, do you? I mean, it's quite a rare occasion on 2 occasions there. So, like, yeah,
apparently.
Yeah.
At least 2 occasions.
At least, yeah. Well, definitely the first game, I'd actually say, and even Magnus said that. So, yeah.
I think it is fair to say the third game as well.
Yeah. I mean,
he was in trouble,
yeah.
But you know, the thing is with the chess, you know, it's always like this. You're on a journey, you know. Yeah. I mean, at times you play well, and then you know you allow your opponent one big chance, and if they miss it, they miss it.
Yeah.
It's,
I mean, the chess tournament would be a lot of much duller place without hands. Definitely.
I agree.
100%.
Yeah.
So.
I agree. He is giving us a lot of entertainment, and today, luckily, also won a game against Magnus Carlsen. So he is getting in the flow, Hans-Niemann. Let's see what he can do tomorrow against Praggnanandhaa. But Pragg, he won yesterday's match, and he could gain another 3 points here right now against Anish Giri. Huge trouble for Anish, but he has more time on the clock. Is there any way to save it for Anish?
Anish will need Pragg to maybe swap off the wrong set of pieces. If the rooks disappear, maybe some more chances for white. White's rook is very passive right now. Or maybe he needs Pragg to be a bit too ambitious with his extra pawn, black's D pawn in the centre. If he pushes that too quickly, maybe it becomes a weakness and falls off, and then it's level again. So Giri maybe needs a bit of a helping hand, but he's doing the right thing. He's keeping kind of a couple of pieces active, white's knight, white's bishop, and it's still not 100% clear how Pragg can push his advantage, but this one is a nice move, just clamping down on white's pawns. This kind of structure for white now, those 3 white pawns, they are fixed where they are, and the black knights will find it easier to jump into nice squares, thanks to this pawn push by black. And yeah, it's really interesting to me, the body language as well. Just Pragg, he's only got 2 minutes on his clock, but he's kind of rocking back and forward. Do you think that's just the energy, the adrenaline of the moment, or
music?
Yeah, music maybe.
Yeah, no, I think he's just very excited. He knows that he is on the edge of beating Anish. He just has to keep calm, has to find the right moves. And he's doing a great job so far. I mean, like as I've mentioned, you know, some great pawn moves. And I guess now it's just about driving back the bishop and just increasing his advantages, just move by move.
Yeah, I think he's done this a couple of times before, hasn't he, Pragg? When he gets into a bit of time trouble and he gets to the end of the match and he's doing well, you can see he's quite animated, as we see here with his body, and everyone's got their different ways of focusing. It's really interesting to see how different players cope with it. And some people twiddle pieces. You know, they get the piece and they twiddle it around, and other people do this kind of head nodding and
I tried to do the piece twirling, incidentally, at the Olympiad.
Yeah.
And it was working well. I was playing well until I dropped the pawn.
Oh dear.
And then I dropped the pawn again. And those 2 times that I dropped the pawn, I ended up blundering.
Oh dear. OK, don't try that again then.
No, yeah, but I mean, otherwise it was...
the world champion, isn't he, at piece twiddling? You know, if you see Gelfand, he's like a ninja twiddler.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I actually find these things, I get put off quite easily. if I'm playing over the board and my opponent's moving around a lot, I find it quite hard to concentrate. But
yeah, especially if the table is kind of shaking or there's factors that directly affect you.
But of course, here Prag's not doing it on purpose, and you're playing over the computer, so it doesn't matter. But it's just something to bear in mind if you're playing over the board.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we should mention that Prag will be especially motivated to win this game because it was Anish who stopped him winning the Oslo Esports Cup just a few months ago. Anish beat him in the final round in their match. Just 1 point there, I think, from Prag. Just getting to the playoffs would have won in the tournament. So, just a bit of a score to settle in that one. White's bishop now has been kicked back. Well, I don't like that square for the white bishop. The white king now is cut off, and there will be all sorts of checkmating patterns around that white king.
Yeah. Incidentally, the two actually played again in the Chessable Masters, and there it was Prag who beat Anish. But of course, that doesn't make up for losing in the very last round of the Oslo Esports.
Yeah, that was probably the biggest match that these two have played, at least on the tour. And OK, Black's pawn has started motoring forward. White's knight trying to stop it, but here we go. It's really far advanced now.
It's looking very good now, isn't it, for Black?
Can you put... OK, he defends this pawn with his rook. I was going to say, can you maybe kick away this white knight with a pawn? White's knight is holding things together for now, but all you need to do is kick that white knight away, and then you can go for a removal of the blockader, the white rook.
Because it wasn't actually necessary for the rook to defend that pawn. After all, that pawn on d2 is a little bit of poison, basically, because... But anyway...
Maybe we can show this, Jovanka. For example, if you had pushed a pawn, if white takes this pawn with your knight, you can pin it and win it. You win one of these two pieces on the next go, I guess.
Rookie one, maybe? Or
that's the trick. Nice, Simon. So it looks like you're winning one piece, but you can counterattack against a loose knight. So that's why Prag defended his pawn. He brought his rook across first, and now the white king is coming. Ooh, this looks really shaky. A knight check looks like it wins due to a fork, but the white king can counterattack against the black rook. And after a rook trade, the pawn is one square away, but your own knight gets in the way.
Your f5 move looks very tempting, though. I mean,
current position. Really
tempting. That white knight's the only kind of good piece. Kick it.
Yeah, that looks incredible as well.
I mean,
I like that move, Simon.
Well, yeah, just as Dave pointed out, just get rid of that knight, right? I mean, where can it go? And
it's only got one safe square, actually. It has to retreat, hitting the black rook.
This looks so shaky.
But
maybe now
you can take. Now you can do your check.
Yeah, so a check, I don't know, there's stuff to calculate here. The check is met by the king stepping forward. If you capture the rook, then the black rook still falls. How do you keep your pawn alive? Not easy at the moment. It still looks like many promising options for Prag. We do have this position, but is the simplest to just move the rook somewhere safe? Or do we go for this kind of forcing variation with a check? I'm slightly tempted to suggest this move as well, but I don't know if it works. Bringing the knight in just to stop the white king using this square. And after...
I really like that move. OK, this is the kind of very sensible approach, isn't it? Just get the rook out of the danger, and that knight check is major.
Yeah, massive threat right now of this knight check. White's rook runs away. Oh, this is hanging together by a thread.
I kind of also like the f-pawn moving up one more square, just to kill the bishop for a little bit. But, you know, I mean, you don't need to play this one.
Oh, I like that one as well, you know. It's kind of a bit sadistic.
Yeah, you know, I'm learning from watching David's endgames. So.
Now this bishop is a dead piece for the near future. This is very tempting. What else could Black try? Maybe this move, just to stop the white king coming closer.
Then this does allow the bishop to kind of spring forward.
Some calculation to be done here. For example, whether the black knight can come in and kind of to hit the rook, maybe come in with a check next move. But yeah, Prag has to calculate all of this. He does give an immediate check, so he thinks there's an immediate win. Taking this pawn does result in a pin, though. Could we see a turnaround there if he gets greedy? What is Prag's idea in this position if he can't take this pawn?
Oh, he's going to give a check.
Knight check. Hits the king, and here, the fork. Yeah, you're right, Jovanka. A fork wins the game. Is this just winning on the spot?
Very excited about that check, didn't you?
Very excited. It was
really
a bit of a eureka moment. I even pointed at the screen.
Fourth hour excitement now.
10 seconds for Prague.
Is he going to see it?
This one,
yes,
he plays it. And okay, it's still not 100% clear after the king takes the pawn. Do you have more than just winning the white rook? Suddenly, what black is the exchange up, but white is alive, and 3 versus 3 on the same side of the board. Should be winning.
It feels like it should be winning, just because white's minor pieces are just so badly placed. But, yeah, Prague does not have much time.
Sorry, Jovanka. I mean, I was just going to say maybe there was something smoother there somewhere along the way, because it felt like there was should have been some clean win, but he was running out of time, right? So, but
big threat on the board, though. White's knight wants to jump in with a check, hitting the black king and hitting the black rook. So Prague has to defend against that. Also, this pawn, you need to keep it alive. If white can somehow win that pawn with his bishop or knight, it won't be easy anymore. It's just about going back to endgame basics again. What happens if there's a knight trade? Is that winning for black? What happens if you trade off, for example, a knight for bishop? Is that winning for black? Here it's a rook for bishop advantage, but still some work to be done. And okay, Prague goes to the corner with his king. If we catch up with the current position, he's hiding out on the side of the board and looks pretty safe here, for now at least. Percentages, what do we think here? Black wins this.
95?
95, wow.
Maybe?
I was going to say 70%.
Yeah. I was going to go in the middle somewhere,
okay,
around 80. But, yeah, I mean, it feels like he's done everything right, Prague. Maybe there was a cleaner kill, but this one should still be winning slow and steady. He just needs to get his black knight kind of back to a nice square. I like what he did earlier as well. He repeated the position twice, gained a bit of time on the clock. And I'm expecting him to do the same again. Black's knight to give a check.
Should black be tempted to push pawns or just, forget about that and instead just improve the knight?
Makes sense to push pawns. Okay, he does give a knight check first. And, okay, hitting the king. And the knight is back on a safe square. So I guess, Jovanka, you want to push this pawn and maybe fix in that white bishop if you want, but at least connect your pawns together.
Yeah, more or less, and then just kind of decide what to do at a later stage, maybe after you've done some dancing around with the rook. And, well, Anish says nope. He does not want that pawn to advance. So
the
instead,
white bishop now.
yeah, his bishop is bad, right? And, OK, but they do say bad bishops are good defensive bishops.
Good defensive pieces, yeah. But pinning this white knight now, it feels like as if black can somehow magic his king towards the centre, he should be winning.
And big threat on the board of knight takes pawn, so the king has to move. But now maybe you can go.
Simon, you spotted something here?
No, you're just looking at valuation. I don't think much has changed really. I suppose I'm saying it's so high odds just because I've seen Prague win so many endings now. I'm so used to the young kid. He's still a young kid in my eyes, winning endings like this every time. Yeah. He doesn't let them slip normally. So that's why I'm so confident.
Anish is a decent defender though.
Very good. He's a very good endgame player and defender all round, isn't he? So yeah.
He defended the last game when he was, I think, losing at some point. Anish Giri. But the longer this game goes on, maybe the more optimistic Giri gets.
Yep.
Prague should be winning. So the black king is doing an OK job of defending some pawns, but it feels like he's playing without a piece, Prague. That black king would love to just centralise itself.
Maybe he needs to move his knight to the other light square in the centre. That kind of feels like a sensible square for the black knight, maybe.
Reroute it somewhere at least.
Yeah,
at
I
least
think so.
Cause white to rotate and pivot just to defend. Sooner or later, if you keep probing at weaknesses, it should fall apart for white.
Yeah.
Pivot reminds me of Friends. My favourite episode. So much fun. When Ross is moving in or out the sofa. Pivot.
No idea what you're talking about.
Have you seen Friends?
I've seen Friends, but I don't know who Pivot is. Or...
Pivot is when they're trying to get a sofa.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And Ross is being Ross and he's kind of shouting pivot. But pivot is like the buzzword of today, actually.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah. It's all about, how in life, you need to be able to pivot. to be able to switch direction when needed. No, it's a great scene. You should go check it out, Simon.
I'm going to watch that episode when I get home tonight.
Or just binge watch the whole Friends.
Or that.
It's only 10 seasons.
No. I can't do that. Can't do that.
Yeah, meanwhile, your plan is in action. The Black Knight is pivoting around to a different square, to the d5 square. The White Bishop will feel uncomfortable when it lands there.
Yeah, and then maybe you can move the king in after that, possibly, because you're really tying down White's pieces for that knight there.
Yeah. I mean, the key in endgames, right, is always which pieces to exchange. Do you think it's winning if, for example, the two knights disappear?
I think it's probably winning here. The H-pawn's a bit of a problem then, though, isn't it? That's the only issue. So maybe that's not so easy, but I would be confident about winning that, but maybe it's not winning. I don't know.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, the H-pawn's not
100% clear, right? So
it's not. No, you have to be a bit careful.
I got distracted by that joke there from Brian H. Live. He says, why couldn't Han Solo enjoy his steak dinner? Because it was chewy.
You can do a Chewbacca roar.
With my beard. No. What was that?
There you go. I guess
I'll just do that for the rest of the show.
Nailed it.
OK, that's enough. That's enough for Chewie. Go away, Chewie. Yeah.
But Prague has broken through, right? The knight has just moved itself to a fantastic square. It's going to be heading to e4. And if the bishop is forced to vacate the second row, then unfortunately the g-pawn will also fall as well. Yeah,
he's forced all of White's pieces back to the first and second ranks. I was going to say he could go for this, or he could even just have moved his king. White is stuck.
Yeah.
Jovanka, yeah, you were going to say it's just winning now.
Yeah. I mean, totally winning, because now, you know, with this knight trade, the black king can suddenly just join in the game, and black has a passed pawn that he can just escort to its destination and watch teamwork happen.
Yeah, Simon and I weren't sure if the knights disappeared, whether it was winning or drawing, but the fact that the pawn structure has changed ensures the win. You mentioned it, the passed pawn. Black's e-pawn now is much better on this square than it previously was, so... Yeah, this one's a matter of time. I think just 3 or 4 more moves and we'll see Anish Giri resign. All Black needs to do is bring his king to the centre. Final step of what was actually quite a sophisticated plan by Prague. It was like a 4-5-step plan. He just needed to kind of force the white pieces back. He needed to pivot with his knight, put it on a better square, force a trade on his terms, and then put the king kind of in the centre, and that's it.
Have you been impressed with Prague in this game?
Yeah, I mean, every time I watch Prague, I'm impressed. It's just, it feels like he's levelling up every tournament somehow. And, just waiting with Black Rook.
Is there anything that Black should not be doing? For instance, I'm thinking it's very tempting to actually push the passed pawn forward and try to go for the 2 remaining pawns on the right side. But Prague is just taking a very clinical approach. No risk whatsoever, no calculation needed.
Yeah, and I don't think White can even take this pawn in the centre. That's the problem. So Black's just going to be pawn in the exchange up. So, yeah. I don't think there's any way to save this at all now for White. I mean, the hope's just disappearing. Anish has tried everything he can. You know, he's played his best defensive moves, but... okay, I mean, if you can swap... OK, the only hope, I suppose, get some pawns off the board. So if you're able to swap some pawns off, I mean, if you get to bishop versus rook, it's a draw. That's a long way off.
You need to get rid of 3 black pawns.
Yeah.
There's this hope in one particular scenario, but again, it needs a lot of help from Pragnanda, and that is if he were to swap off 2 sets of pawns and leave the corner pawns remaining, it can maybe even lose that pawn. So,
for example, if, OK, we've just seen a capture and this one disappear, if now, for example, the white bishop, I'm not sure which square it uses, to be honest, but if it comes back, if White can somehow eliminate this pawn and come back, I'm not sure he can come back, that's the problem, but if the white king was down in the corner here, I don't know, maybe that one is a draw still, if the white king is in the corner. Because the black pawn is too far advanced, it needs to be back 1 square so the black king and rook can pivot. Around
pivot.
But yeah, I mean, maybe it's still winning, but the white king, the problem is it can't get back to the corner. Black's easily going to kind of come and block it out, and then the pawn will just push and cost white his bishop. So, yeah, this one is just winning in the current position. I think we'll see a result any moment. This pawn will drop, and then this pawn will drop, and it's pretty straightforward now.
Very tough start to the FTX Crypto Cup for Anish Giri. He lost the match yesterday to Magnus Carlsen, and he's losing today's match, also in the rapid portion, to Praggnanandhaa. He will be on 0 points after 2 days, Anish Giri, but he has faced 2 of the toughest opponents already, and he will need to start getting some points, though, tomorrow. He is, let's check, who is he up against tomorrow, Anish Giri? He's going to play Alireza Firouzja. It doesn't get easier.
All tough games, aren't they? And I think he said yesterday that, you know, they asked him what are your chances of winning in the interview, and he said, well, we'll see tomorrow. If I lose tomorrow, I have no chance of winning, pretty much. So it's which going to be tough as well against Firouzja, because Firouzja seems to be getting better and better. I think his games are improving quality-wise. Yeah, but Pragg is playing so well.
Yeah. It's life at the top in the chess world. It's like, if you're not 100% on form every time, this type of thing can happen.
Yeah.
It's just...
very small percentages, isn't it? I mean, like, at the way these guys are playing, it's like you're talking a couple of percentage becoming first and last or second and last. It's, you know, if you're off your game slightly, then it's, you know, you're just going to lose in every game.
I want to say, though, that Jan-Krzysztof, who won the Oslo Esports Cup, we hardly talked about him winning the tournament. I think on the final day we said, oh, there's some chances if that happens and that happens, then Duda can win. And he did win the whole thing.
It was just unbelievable.
Yeah.
I remember that it was only in the intro that we were kind of like, oh, don't forget about this, Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And then, ironically enough, you know, Magnus lost to Shakhriyar. Praggnanandhaa lost to Anish.
3%, the odds guy said. 3% before the last round or something. So,
and Liam Le, he needed to beat Jordan, I think, and he didn't quite manage.
True.
It was insane. And, well, the position that we highlighted earlier is on the board. I mean, how easy is this endgame? Is it so?
I'm trying not to look at the evaluation bar, and this last move does clinch it for black. The black pawn is just going to step forward and cost white his bishop. The problem is, if the white king steps back, the black rook will just come and give a check, winning the white bishop. The white bishop is just gone. It's doomed, and so are Anish Giri's chances in the match, and there we see a result.
We do. Wow. Young Praggnanandhaa, he wins another one. 3 points for the 17-year-old Indian prodigy. 0 points for Anish Giri. He is still sitting there, Anish. Disappointed, of course. It is another match loss for him. And let's head to Sverige in Miami for an interview with Pragg.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
This was really a tough battle, this match in total, and finally you found a way to squeeze out an advantage. What happened?
No, I think I didn't play so well in this match. First game I was having a very bad position, and somehow I managed to escape. In the second game, I probably had some slight advantage, but I think that game was fairly even. And the third one, I had a simple win, which I actually saw, but then I decided to repeat once and then thought I'll go for that. But okay, I just forgot that he just could go back to the king and then it's fine. Okay, this game, I just got lucky that he blended with rook d3. I got rook c2 there.
But I mean, Anish is known as a player who defends very well, maybe also as a player who doesn't always convert his advantages. Isn't it then typical that this is maybe how a match with him will progress, and that you have to take that opportunity at the end?
I don't think it's like that. He's very good at converting positions, and I was very scared in the first game, and somehow I was just lucky, I think, throughout this match.
That means that you're once again impressing in this format, Pragg. You keep saying that you're not playing good chess, but your bad chess is good enough to stand now with, once again, a win. And you also performed so well in the Esports Cup. You also said you didn't play too well at times. This is becoming a pattern.
No, I mean, I think it's true that I didn't play that well in this match. Yeah, I think that's just true. I just would like to play better chess tomorrow.
And when you play better chess, we're waiting to see the beast unleashed.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, thanks.
Good luck, Prag.
Thanks.
He keeps himself to very high standards, Pragnananda, but he wins this match. And this final game, David, what happened? Where did Prag get this crucial win?
Yeah, I want to mention one crucial moment where Prag did. He did actually mention this in the interview, but he did clinch an extra pawn, and we saw how he converted that into the win. And it was here just after the opening, and Anish Giri has just made a bit of a slip. He's put his rook on this square. It's a decent square, getting ready to maybe swing across to the black king, but he had missed a tactic. And Prag, he's so sharp, he very rarely misses an opportunity. His killer instinct is always there. And here he spotted that the white queen is overworked. She's defending her rook and also defending her bishop. And just by luring that white queen away, black nets an extra pawn. He brought his rook down to the c2 square, overwhelming that white queen. The white queen, if it had captured this rook, would have lost protection of her own rook. And this is a deadly check. White's knight has to step back, and at the very least here, black can just win white's central pawn. This is just a winning advantage. Black has a nice outpost for his knight, and eventually this pawn, this extra pawn, will decide the game. Instead, here, Anish Giri tried a little trick, but Prag had, of course, spotted it. White counterattacked against the black queen. Prag just captured, set a set of trades in motion, and here, at the very end, he won this pawn. And now, with this extra guy in the corner, he managed to convert his advantage.
Well, we're not finished for today because we will have tiebreaks here on day 2 in the FTX Crypto Cup. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he tied the match against Levon Aronian, and they will now decide it in blitz tiebreak starting in a little over 10 minutes. That's going to be intense and a lot of fun, you guys. Right now, we're going to take a break, but when we come back, we're going to show you some very exclusive footage from a Celebrity Cup where our players in the FTX Crypto Cup teamed up with celebrities. So stay tuned.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is the city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Can I talk to you about something?
We talked about it. I got another 10 years left.
Not that. This is big. What do you think?
I'm in. Let's call everyone.
Hey! Yeah, I'm in. Yeah, sounds good. I'm in. I'm in.
I'm in. I'm in.
This guy. First, even if you wanted to come back, we wouldn't take you.
Yes, you would. Yeah, we would.
You're right, we would. What's up?
I'm getting into crypto. With FTX. You in?
Believe I'm in, but still hate you.
Understood.
Is he in?
Yep.
Did he say he hates you?
He did.
I get it.
Welcome back to the FTX Crypto Cup. Now, FTX is an easy-to-use crypto exchange where you can buy and sell cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin and also stuff like what's very new and very attractive, NFTs. And we have talked about it. The FTX Crypto Cup key. We are giving away these free keys for the FTX Summer of Chess. And to claim your key, simply download the FTX app, create an FTX account, and use the code CryptoCup2022. And then, very important, join our Discord server where you can earn points by engaging in posts, giveaways, challenges, and more. And there are many benefits of claiming your key. First of all, $100,000 in total cash prize giveaways, and also, for example, a free month of Chess24 Premium. So claim your key for the ultimate fan experience for the FTX Crypto Cup going on in Miami. And to kick off the event, on the opening ceremony on Sunday, there was a celebrity cup where the players in the FTX Crypto Cup teamed up with celebrities to play some exciting hand and brain chess. And Sverre, our reporter in Miami, he was the host for this event. And Sverre, I'm very curious, what was going on in that celebrity cup?
What was not going on in that Celebrity Cup, Kaja? It was complete mayhem at times, but it was quite interesting. I mean, we start out with having some of the greatest minds in the world playing the hand. Then we have probably what are some of the best athletes to ever play different sports being the brain. I mean, obviously some mix-ups had to happen here, but it was action from the very beginning. We had Magnus Carlsen mixing up with the fashion designer Colin Delane. We had some really great personalities. We had the sprinters from Jamaica, Howell. We had the legendary doubles duo, Mike and Bob Ryan, the twins. But we also had drama with the players, and I don't think you would be very surprised to hear, Kaja, that Hans-Niemann was in the middle of some of that drama. He called out an illegal move by Anish Giri, who he claimed moved prior to getting instructions from his brain partner. He was correct, of course, so it had to come down to a vote, but not after Niemann screaming at his opponents, the hosts, the referees, and everyone in between. But eventually we ended up with a final that was quite exciting. But looking at Niemann playing this game was absolutely wonderful. It was highly entertaining, and I think that eventually it turned out to be quite a good sport in this game. But in the final, we had a really interesting situation because I don't know, Kaja, if you know Mike and Bob Ryan, they are legendary doubles players. They won 22 and 23 Grand Slam titles total, but they're identical twins. One is left-handed, one is right-handed, and now they both had to be brains in this final. They were partnered up with Alireza Firouzja and Jan-Krzysztof, but it ended up being the partnership of Firouzja and Bob Bryan who won this tournament. And to be honest, I was looking at these tennis legends afterwards, and they said they were more nervous than they used to be in the Grand Slam finals. They were absolutely out-of-body experience for those guys, but it was a wonderful event, and it was an absolutely wonderful tournament. You got to see it if you had a crypto key.
Absolutely. That sounds like so much fun, Sverre. And we saw some images there also from the final. And you did mention Hans-Niemann. Of course, there was some drama around him. And we actually have that moment when he called out a cheating incident by Anish Giri. Let's take a look at it.
Important moment. Oh my God!
Oh no! Oh, that's he didn't say the piece. No! He didn't say the piece.
You can get additional time. It's fine. You can get additional time.
No, this is dirty. This is dirty. No! He made the move before he said the piece because he has no sportsmanship.
Get your 2 minutes. Take 2 minutes.
That's game over. That's warning number 2. That is game over. That is embarrassing.
No.
That is embarrassing.
That is embarraing.
Zero sportsmanship.
But it's not the game over.
Zero sportsmanship.
Yeah, it's
Let's show the terrible
they should get 2 minutes because we violated the rules.
No, because
this
there's a flag.
We have never seen this situation
We have seen it
before.
plenty before. You just have to get 2 minutes.
I'll explain the situation to you, Tanya.
So, I saw the situation happen.
No. Let me break it down. He has 1 second. He has 1 second. He's about to flag. He doesn't say peace. He makes the move without him saying a piece.
That's allowed. You have to get to minutes now. That's allowed.
That is not fair. And if he did not say that, there would have been a flag. So that is game over.
As far as I know, Anish already has a yellow card. But to me, this is not a yellow card offense. This is a red card offense. Get him out of there.
All right, guys, that's it. So much much fun in that Celebrity Cup. And wouldn't it be fun, Simon, if the players in normal chess as well could join in and decide if some players should leave the tournament?
Yeah, I could see that causing quite a lot of issues, but it'd be great fun, I think. Or maybe some spectators come in and sort of, no, that's enough, you got to go. So, yeah, corporation chess could be. So, yeah, but Hand and Brain is so much fun. It's such a great game, yeah. And it kind of levels up the playing field, so you can have a very strong player with, like, an amateur.
Exactly.
And it makes it a lot of fun. So it's a great game to play, yeah.
Yeah, and we saw two of the most successful tennis players there, doubles players. Imagine doubles chess. It would just be, it would add that extra dimension.
Yeah.
I mean, you could, mix genders, mix levels, like Simon says. That's the next step, I think, for the tour.
Exactly, Jovanka. Could it be also a format to bring into top chess where there is a lot of money at stake and stuff like that?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, you just have to make sure that the pairs are balanced, and it will be great fun to see. You know, some of the best pairs chess I've ever seen is when one very strong player is paired with a very weak player. There's so many funny stories about this. It's hilarious.
I love it. Hand and Brain, it's a lot of fun, but so is the FTX Crypto Cup, and we have the first tie breaks in the tournaments coming up in a few minutes. These are the results so far in day 2 of the tournament. Firouzja, in only 3 games, won the match against Liam Le to gain all 3 points. Magnus Carlsen, 3 wins in a row to gain all 3 points against Carlsen-Niemann. And a great win for Praggnanandhaa in the final game against Anish Giri to win it in the rapid portion and gain all 3 points. But Duda and Aronian, 1 win each, and 2 draws means they have to decide it in blitz tie breaks. And let's hear from the 2 players before it all starts.
What do we want? CD, I'm not so sure. You're taking King F4, yeah?
Yeah, it should be.
yeah.
So is this how you like to do it prior to going into the tiebreaker? Have a friendly discussion about the last game?
We always have a friendly discussion with Jan-Krzysztof.
And how is that, Jan-Krzysztof? Do you usually maintain that friendliness throughout the match like this, or is that only for special people like Levon?
Yeah, Levon for sure is very special. Yeah, in general, I tend to, make friends rather than enemies, which is maybe something unusual from people from my country, because Polish people in general must have enemy, to live. But but I mean, it's of course nice to have colleagues.
Good luck to both of you in the tiebreaker.
Thank you very much.
I have to say, they're really giving us some nice comments today, these chess players. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he is ready for the blitz tiebreaks. He have chosen to start with the white pieces. And in the blitz tiebreaks, they play 2 games, 1 game each with the white pieces. If they're still tied after those 2 games, then we will decide the match in Armageddon. The winner in tiebreaks gets 2 points and the loser 1 point. And Duda is ready. What do you think he is thinking about right now, David?
It's probably opening strategy, but just general game strategy as well. He knows that Aronian is quick, but maybe at blitz he's quicker, Duda, especially if it gets chaotic. So he'll just want to make things a bit wild, take the game onto his terms. And it looks like he's got the music going as well, bobbing his head. It's just about who can get off to the fastest start. It is a change in time control. That means they have to adapt. They have to speed up. And who will make that adaptation quicker?
And here we go. First blitz game.
Yeah, first blitz game, and it's a King's Pawn opening from Duda. Aronian nearly always replies in this way as black. And wow, we see a very aggressive line of the Italian game. Maybe not the most topical these days. Normally white takes a slower approach. What do you think, guys? This is going to heat up, right?
Yeah.
Definitely, and it's one of those variations that are so tricky that black must know how to respond to this. So this is a good move to counterattack the bishop, and black moves the knight backwards.
Yeah, this is a bit rare. Normally black's knight jumps into the centre of the board, but for sure both players have studied this one. Actually, this is one of the oldest variations, at least it was until a couple of moves ago, one of the oldest variations, opening variations in chess. White is the first to castle. Black needs to do the same. The black king is not going to be happy in the centre. Things are going to open up. And now white temporarily a pawn down. Is he going to try and regain that pawn? We see Levon Aronian hovering there. If we see his screen, he's hovering over one of his knights. He's assuming that white is going to capture a pawn in the centre with his knight. OK, no. Instead, that knight is captured and he's retreating one of his pieces. Clearly, both players have studied this before.
Yeah. Because retreating the knight back to its starting square.
So bizarre.
It's very incredible.
For someone who doesn't play these openings, I'm like, what? Just like, what are you doing? So, yeah.
It's like the knight from G8 actually went over and occupied its sibling starting square. That's kind of unusual. Doesn't see it happen too often.
Yeah, that's true. That knight looks like it hasn't moved, but it's actually started on the other side of the board.
This is what puts me off playing these lines as black. There's so many different variations you have to learn.
You really need to know your stuff.
And if you don't know one move, you can get smashed, right? So, I mean, I wouldn't have found knight b8. That's just not a move that...
There's a similar idea, I guess, in the French defence, an opening you play, maybe. But, OK, we just do see a trade of pieces there. And I was going to say, finally, black can castle. But nope, he offers a queen trade first. Both players playing very quick. But just the speed with which Levon has made these moves, black tends to be doing completely fine in these openings if he knows what he's doing, and clearly he knows what he's doing, Levon. So I think the opening's been a success for him, and that knight sitting on the b8 square at home is getting ready to redevelop itself. He looks very calm, very zen there, Aronian. Normally he's kind of gesturing, he's a bit more expressive, but no, he's super focused.
Yeah. And would you say black's position is easier to play? Because to my eyes, I'm thinking, especially if the queens are traded off, I like what black's position is like. You know, he has an open lines, good pieces, and this is why Jan-Krzysztof just moves his queen over to the h5 square. But it does look a little bit artificial, like white has got only one active piece. I mean, take a look at those pieces on the left. The knight and bishop still on their starting squares.
Yeah, there's a massive disconnect between white's queen and the rest of her army. The rest of her army are completely asleep. It's as if they've forgotten to join the battle, and he needs to wake those pieces up now. Also, the speed, it just feels like Aronian's a bit more quick right now. He's a bit more confident. And, yeah, it's early days. But you were saying, Simon, this type of opening, I think I was on that massive learning curve throughout my first 5-10 years of playing chess. I would lose countless games just to this type of opening, and it took a long, long time to realise, you know, what you should do, how to avoid any risk here, and Levon's found one of the paths.
Yeah.
Go back and look at this one myself.
Yeah, he's very, very experienced, isn't he, Levon? I mean, obviously in all the E4, E5, he's probably one of the best players, if not the best player, who plays one E5 nearly exclusively. But it's just like, for someone like me who's in my 40s, I'd love to learn one E5 because it's such a good move. But I really can't be bothered to learn all this stuff. It's just like, it's too much. And seeing these lines, which are obscure lines, it terrifies me. Yeah. The process of learning this, you have to be extremely dedicated to, and also just to remember all the lines, you know? I mean, can I remember this stuff now? I don't know. Yeah. With the last move now, black opening up the position, and I really like black's position here.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah.
Very thematic. You know, I have... in my 20s, I studied this position, one of these type of positions, with a white side. And if black could usually get this pawn break, then with an open F-line, then they were having a great time.
Yeah, and it's also just about the fact that white's pieces aren't fully ready. So it follows classical wisdom. Levon's a very classical player. If the opponent's pieces aren't ready, here we're looking at white's pieces, especially on this left side. If they're asleep, if they're on their starting squares, open things up, accelerate the nature, the kind of pace of the game. And that's what he's doing. And white's knight is doing a little dance here. I think his idea is to, OK, I was going to say try and force some kind of repetition of moves, but an offer of a queen trade by Levon Aronian. If white says no to this, he's going to lag behind even more in development. But Duda, it's his style to keep queens on the board. So what will he do? Maybe trading queens is the safest, but he'll be reluctant to do that, especially with white.
But it also does feel like that white knight is on the wrong circuit, to be honest. I mean, it can't really jump to an effective square.
Trapped behind enemy lines, maybe?
Yeah, and you kind of feel like if there is a queen trade, and as it's happened, that knight could be vulnerable.
Yeah, quite possibly. White just needs to get his bishop out, though. Get that bishop off the first rank, connect the rooks. You need your rooks connected, you need them to be flexible. How calm is Levon Aronian, just leaning back in his chair? Such an important blitz game as well.
I think so. He got asked whether he gets nervous in a previous tour, and he just said no. Just simply no. I mean, he just doesn't get nervous. He's so experienced I mean, he's had so many stressful encounters over his life that it probably just doesn't affect him anymore.
I mean, he's won 2 World Cups, more than anyone else. And World Cups, they're fast, they're ferocious knockout tournaments where you have to play rapid chess, you have to play blitz chess, tie breaks, and he's navigated those successfully for his whole career. So, yeah, one of the most experienced warriors left on the tour. And, OK, this knight move by Duda, I quite like, just holding things together. Jovanka, you mentioned the knight wasn't necessarily on a great square. And Aronian says, OK, you can't take my bishop. No exchanges for you. But at least now, Black's pawn structure with the doubled c-pawns could potentially become loose if White can activate his pieces. But it's a big if right now. Also, Duda, 30 seconds, more than 30 seconds behind on the clock. Doesn't seem like much, but in blitz chess, could be a factor, gaining only 3 seconds after every move. OK, wow, this is Duda's style again. He's so forceful. He wants to force the issue on every turn. So he's traded a set of pawns. He's lured away Black's bishop from the centre so that he could capture still level pawns, but I'm expecting the other Black rook now to join the action. Black is going to be playing with 4 pieces. White is going to be playing with only 2. 2 of White's pieces still asleep. There we go.
Yeah.
Feels like momentum-wise, it's Black, it's Aronian.
It certainly does, you know. And Duda just on the defensive. And it's not easy to handle those 2 active rooks.
I mean, I was thinking knight c3, but then I think knight takes pawn works in that variation. I'd love to bring my knight back, defend some squares, but this could be actually a pretty nasty tactic if it works. I think it works, but I'm still saying that. There's a really bizarre bishop d2 check.
Yeah, maybe we'll quickly show this just because we do have a spare moment. Duda, he's under huge pressure. His knight is attacked. If he chooses the most natural retreat, a safer square, then as Simon points out, maybe Black can grab a pawn because here there will be a rook check. The White king forced out into the open. And I mean, at the very least, I think you can just take this bishop, but maybe even better, discover check and White's king in massive trouble. So, OK, he hasn't fallen for that trap. But instead, he's walked into a self-pin, massive tension on this line. Let's go back to the players. It's definitely Duda on the defensive. He's clinging on for now.
Yeah.
1 minute down on the clock.
Yeah, and big threat on the position. White is actually threatening to put the knight on the f6 square, give a check to the king, and capture the rook on e8.
Yeah. So Aronian just has to make sure that all of his pieces are defended. That's maybe the one flaw in Black's setup, is that he does have some loose pieces. The Black rook, as Jovanka mentioned there, on the e8 square. OK, run away now to safety. Black's knight as well, slightly loose. You don't want loose pieces with no time on your clock. That's when bad things happen. But now White's central pawn, the isolated pawn in the middle there, might be dropping off. Still Black trying to make things happen.
Yeah.
It's also getting down to a minute now, Duda, as well. And as you're saying, it's quite hard to adjust to the time limits, right? They're playing 15 minutes, they get less increment now, and that does make a much more difference in these time controls when you get short. Yeah. So going for this, and things getting simplified though now.
Yeah, but Black has won a pawn.
Yeah, yeah.
Black's pawn structure on the queen side, not the best. Black does have 3 pawns versus 2 on that left side, but 2 of them are isolated. 2 of them are doubled. All 3 of them are isolated. And Duda just eyeing up some of those Black pawns. Who would you take here?
The black pieces, extra pawn. I'm a materialist. I like it.
Was it you, though, who told me, Jovanka, that rook and bishop work better than rook and knight in games? Yes. So, yeah, Black does have the extra pawn, but White has maybe the better kind of combination of pieces.
Yeah. And, well, Levon gives his king a little square and also kicks back the bishop. I like this move. And where will the bishop go to? Perhaps it has to retreat and attack the rook.
Yeah, the rook moves to safety. And, yeah, if all of the rooks come off, if Black can centralise his king, the extra pawn will start to count. So maybe some quite clever play here from Aronian, but Duda's still rock solid with White. I'm expecting a set of 1 rook trades, and then the White king can start centralising, maybe. Still, it's not easy to win back that pawn for White.
And what about this? Duda is now under a minute. He has 39 seconds left on the clock. Clock is ticking. And knights are really crafty pieces because they're somehow, with the way that they move, it's difficult to gauge. And now Duda just relocates his bishop to the long diagonal.
Yeah, really nice move. That bishop is not going to get kicked away anytime soon.
And they have, of course, been used to the whole day in rapid chess to 10 seconds increment, but now in the blitz they only get 3 seconds. So that clock will now tick very fast for Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Aronian, I mean, the speed he's been playing is super impressive.
Yeah.
Normally there's this kind of this cliche, this myth that older players maybe struggle with blitz, but not in Aronian's case.
Yeah.
Okay, he's jumped in with his knight. Now there has been this exchange. Maybe this game, okay, will fizzle towards a draw. Duda, though, offering a trade of pawns here. And Black's king is coming. I love this move from Aronian, not being greedy, not trying to cling onto his extra pawn, giving the pawn back in order to gain 2 moves for the Black king to rush towards the centre. Black's king is winning the race compared to the White king at the moment.
Yeah, Black certainly has the better chances here and the better time at the moment. So it'd be a big win with the black pieces. We managed to take this one.
You know what? I think Levon is going to win this. I mean, the Black king is coming in.
He's kept the pawn as well, hasn't he?
He has kept the pawn.
Yeah.
And
why did he do that one, though?
Yeah, I was expecting the king to come in and join the rook. And he has gone for a different approach. Maybe this is the idea. Repeat the position once.
Yeah.
And then kind of commit to the king.
Strange, but yeah, it's White really struggling here at the moment. 20 seconds on the clock as well. And, well, this is the big thing. Bring the king in now, surely. Surely the king comes.
Black's king defends everything in the centre of the board.
It comes.
Yep. And now 1 extra pawn and almost 1 extra minute on the clock. Duda, he's never going to... well, he's always going to be in time trouble now. He's never going to feel safe on the clock. Just give a check with the black rook now. You have a choice of 2 squares. Keep that black rook safe if you can.
And he's kept that extra pawn. That's the important thing. He's now, I'd say, a relatively safe pawn up in this position. And, you know, that counts. Definitely.
Yeah, but there's one big trick on the position that he has to think about. And I was going to say, after pawn takes pawn, there is the possibility of White giving a check with a rook. But that seems to be under control.
Now, if White's rook gives a check, Black's king would just move towards that white rook and win the game. So, OK, we will see an imbalance of pawn structure. Black is now 2 pawns up, but White's rook is on that dream 7th rank, hitting a couple of pawns. Is it time for a race?
I think Black's pawns are so quick, though, aren't they? I mean, you know, Black can just defend and push, surely, here.
Yeah.
I mean,
put the rook to defend the C pawn. OK, he's gone back with the king. Same idea, though. It is the A pawn that is going to be racing, but...
I mean, they say connected passed pawns are very good, but in these kind of race situations, it's just who's got the most advanced pawn. And Black's pawn is nearer to queening the White's pawn, and I think that is probably going to be a deciding factor now. That pawn, it's so close now.
3 squares away from promotion.
It's alone, though. It can be stopped.
It is alone. Yeah, it's true.
Now the Black king is going to come, and
yeah,
it's still a race. It's still not completely clear.
Not easy now, especially because the white pawns are also going to be motoring.
And this is great defence. I mean, in a rook ending, if your opponent's got a passed pawn, try to get your rook behind the passed pawn. This is basic 101 chess when you're trying to play these endings. So just remember that rook behind, very hard to push. And yeah, I think it's...
One's game now.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? I mean,
but how about that other black pawn? Can that start pushing as well?
Can, and Aronian now he's calculating there we go, Kaja, you predicted it.
Wow.
Nice one. I was going to say he's either going to start pushing the black king or he's going to start pushing that black pawn, but White's pawn suddenly only 3 squares away as well.
I think he's going to bail out with a draw.
Yeah.
He's shaking his head. Too much risk. This race now is too close. White's pawn is too far advanced. I think his big mistake, Aronian, was putting the black king so far away from his pawn. He should have brought the black king earlier. He had time to bring it down, and here we're going to see a repetition of the position. Is Duda going to play for the win? Wow. OK, he's moving his king away. If Black gives another check, is he going to try and hide the white king now?
I think he might do that.
Incredible. But then you can always go rook back 1 square to draw easily, can't you? Yeah.
There we go. The end of the fun. It is a draw, but a missed opportunity for Aronian.
With the black pieces as well. That was the first blitz game, a draw. In 5 minutes, blitz game number 2 will start, and Levon Aronian will have the white pieces. So would you say he got the better of this first blitz game?
He definitely had the better of it, but Duda will breathe a sigh of relief, and Duda will think, you know, if he can survive that, almost a hopeless rook endgame at pawn down, then he can survive anything. It might be a momentum changer And yeah, I've played against Duda too many times to write him off. I know that he'll kind of take that lucky draw, and he'll use that hopefully in a positive way.
And it looks like the two players will actually just stay in the arena for those 5 minutes they have to prepare for the next Blitz game. How interesting is that? So now they're sitting in there planning the second Blitz game, and they're just 1 meter apart from each other.
They're not friends anymore. No. They're not chatting about the game anymore.
Definitely not. What will you do in the next game? Oh. Yeah, sitting in there. Levon Aronian and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Should we take a look at this game? Levon definitely had some chances to win it at some point.
Yeah, some big chances, and at least the one moment that stood out to me was an understandable decision by Levon Aronian, but probably the wrong one, and it was to do with a pawn race in the rook and pawn endgame. So here there was a check, Black's king was hit, and first instinct for me at least would be to bring the king forward, not to go back. I guess the reason he wanted to go back was to keep keep the white rook from just stepping behind Black's passed pawn. But if he had come forward, I think he would have been ahead in the race. Compare this to the game, and now White can no longer come this way to step behind the Black pawn. If the White rook had gone to the top of the board, then Black can continue advancing. And this kind of situation, Black's king is so much nearer. There are also ideas, for example, typical ideas of check. And wherever White's king goes, Black's rook can slide behind. And this option is not possible with Black's king being passive like it was. Black's king instead was kind of stuck on a bad square, far, far away from the action. Instead here, he could have gained 2 or 3 moves just advancing his king. And I think this should have guaranteed him a win.
Well, it's difficult with so little time on the clock. In the Blitz tie breaks, they only have 5 minutes on the clock and 3 seconds increment after every move. It's getting late here in Oslo, but in Miami, it's still daytime. It's sunny outside the Eden Rock Hotel where the FTX Crypto Cup is going on. The other players probably right now in the pool. They all finished after the rapid portion of the second day in the FTX Crypto Cup. So we have 3 players gaining another 3 points today for Levon Aronian and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It's going to be 2 points for the winner of these tie breaks, 1 point for the loser. And if we have a winner of the second Blitz game, that will be the winner of the tie breaks. If it is another draw, then Armageddon chess. And that's when it gets really, really interesting. But Levon Aronian, he will have the white pieces coming up in about a minute in this second Blitz game. So, Simon, what do you expect with Levon and the opening? Is he a player like Magnus who can just play anything?
Yeah. I mean, he's so experienced. He's one of the older people. I'm just trying to work out who's the oldest player. Probably.
Yeah, he's getting close to 40 years old.
Yeah, this should
Which is no age.
Shouldn't you, Jovanka?
Young Simon,
it shouldn't be. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Youngster over there. But yeah, he is so experienced. I mean, he's been up there, so he can play anything. He's going to be upset, as David said, about that last game because he knows he was winning that one, and he's probably now just trying to decide what opening to play against Duda. And I think he should go for something more positional than tactical, really, because Duda clearly thrives in these sharp tactical positions.
Yeah, he showed it in the last game, Levon. He got so close to winning just by grabbing a pawn, offering a few strategic decisions to Duda. Duda was low on the clock, and Levon outmaneuvered him in the endgame until the final stages. So definitely, Simon, I think that's his best bet. The one thing you don't want to do is allow Duda to create a mess. And Duda looks pretty chilled right now, just getting in the zone. Both players look like they're listening to music to get pumped up.
I think that's the thing with the white pieces. It's not necessarily at this level getting an advantage. It's being able to decide what kind of game you want. It's very hard to get an advantage at this level when you're playing, with the white piece. But you can decide: do I want tactical? Do I want positional? What kind of structure do I want? And that's something every player of every standard should try to work towards, I feel, and play into positions they enjoy. So we're off.
Yeah.
We're off. The game has started.
It is in English. And after move e6, then White has fianchettoed his light squared bishop. So now maybe we're going to see White eventually pick up the queen's pawn and push it 2 squares forward. And nope, Black says absolutely not. And now the position becomes very sharp.
Yeah, so the position could have transposed into the Catalan opening, a very famous opening, very trendy one as well that Levon has used with great success in his career. Black Duda here has instead chosen a very ambitious attempt. And okay, this bishop move, at least this type of idea, was popularized in the World Championship match when Magnus used it against Jan-Krzysztof, eventually winning a very famous game where there was a big blunder. So Duda taking a leaf out of Magnus's book.
Is this the same one that we had Wei Yi versus Aronian? Where Wei Yi got a winning position out the opening against Aronian. I'm trying to work out from the last tour. It's very similar, isn't it?
Slightly different, yeah.
Slightly different, right, okay, yeah.
That one, there had already been a set of pawn exchanges. Okay. Here, there's been a set of minor piece exchanges, but all the pawns remain on the board. There is a kind of semi-threat now of White's knight leaping into the centre, hitting the black queen. Will the black queen step back to preempt that? Yeah, very ambitious by Black. I'm always sceptical of Black playing and getting away with stuff like this just because White's light-squared bishop, the bishop in front of the White king, is just so potent on this diagonal.
It's Duda, though, isn't it? I mean, Duda does play very ambitious chess, and he likes keeping the piece on the board, he likes space, and he wants to complicate. A typical move here, David, and Jovanka, the knight coming over to help push on the queen side, etc.
Yeah, it's going to move to c2, as you see there, and then the big thing is going to be White is desperately going to push those pawns on the left. And note the way he does it, because he pushes first with the b3 pawn, then it will be the a2 pawn, Annie, and then followed by the rook.
Yeah, interesting. It just looks a bit slow for White. I'm a bit sceptical of this last pawn push. I would have pushed the other one most likely, but okay, Duda chooses to swap a set of knights. No.
Ooh, okay.
The knights are dancing around. Black offers the trade. White says no. Will Black retreat now?
So if this is a draw, I should remind everyone it goes to Armageddon. I love a bit of Armageddon, you know, which is just one game. That's it. Yeah. So. Yeah.
And who will have the selection of colours in the Armageddon?
So apparently Duda had the opportunity to choose in this one, and I'm actually not 100% sure why, but he is the highest rated player among these two on the tour standing, so I'm guessing that is why. Yeah.
Because I do think if it goes to Armageddon, Duda is a massive favourite. He's just a bit quicker on the mouse if he needs to be. I've played both of these two online at Blitz, and I'm a bit... In terms of time, in terms of clock usage, I'm a bit more confident in Duda's abilities there. Levon, we've seen, is quick, he's capable, but if Duda can choose the white pieces, have that one extra minute, he very rarely draws that many games anyway, despite the course of today's match. So I think he would choose white, and he would love that opportunity. So a draw here for Duda would actually be a decent result.
Would anyone choose white now, do you think?
I think both of these two players would back themselves to choose white. Maybe more solid players who are also quick on the mouse, they would choose black, just to have that draw in hand in Armageddon. But, yeah, I mean, while a few changes, white is finally ready to start advancing pawns on the left side, on the left flank, but black is looking pretty good in the centre.
Maybe black can move his bishop back now, try to stop those pawns from moving. It seems like black's making OK progress to me. You know, with those pawns coming forwards, it could be a little bit dangerous for white even. So,
yeah, I mean, here comes another one. But isn't this a little bit too early? After all, white is probably going to take that pawn.
This is a very typical sacrifice, isn't it? But this is a really brave move from Duda. And the point is, if this is taken, you give up that pawn, you have to give it up. And instead, Aronian counterattacks. So it's getting really wild now at the moment.
Yeah, he kind of trusts Duda a little bit. I mean, hang on a second, isn't this just maybe quite nice for white?
The acid test maybe would have been capturing that black pawn in the centre, but as you guys mentioned, black would get lots of activity there. Instead, white is just playing on the side where he's stronger, on this left flank. Jovanka, you think it's nice for white. Any specific reasons? I mean, I'm inclined to agree, but I can't really pinpoint the essence.
My whole reasoning is because whenever I've played this type of position before, whenever those pawns have gotten motoring, I find them very, very unpleasant to deal with. And yes, you know, black's pawn centre looks very, very impressive, but it's not actually doing anything.
I mean, look at black's bishop now. It looks horrendous there. It's
locked out of the game.
Locked
dark
out.
Square bishop,
Yeah, can't do anything now. I mean, it's totally on the wrong square, isn't it, at the moment? And, you know, I think you're right, Jovanka, those pawns in the middle that black's got, they may look scary, but without any backup of pieces, they're not doing anything. You need a knight on the other side of the board, a bishop on the other side of the board. You can't do anything just with one queen behind them. Yeah. So
it's again like a battle. You've sent your foot soldiers forward, but no kind of cavalry, infantry to support them. And look at the clock times as well. 2-minute advantage for Levon Aronian. That's significant.
Is it? Yep. I mean, can Levon get greedy and start winning the pawns now?
The answer is yes. He answers you just in time, Jovanka. And what is Duda's plan? Ooh, just to capture this pawn. Normally you would suggest maybe advancing, bypassing that pawn, locking in White's bishop behind its own pawn, but now White's knight can just jump into the centre.
I mean, I was going to say Aronian won't get a better chance than this. He kind of had one in the first game, but he's getting another chance here, and you know, he should be a safe pawn upright with better pieces after this simple capture here.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that one piece that's locked out of the game, that black a7 bishop.
Yeah.
He's playing without a piece, and no attack will work if you're playing a piece down.
Yeah.
And those light squares around the black king, I mean, they're so weak.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be tempted to manoeuvre a knight towards that direction, and you see Levon do that.
I mean, this is a great move as well, putting a knight in front of black's pawn and just stabilising the centre of the board. I really like this idea.
Yeah.
Look at Duda. He knows he's in big trouble already, and he knows he's not in the flow. Levon did make that switch from rapid to blitz much better than him. Look at the clock times,
Yeah.
Even if the position is hopeless, you can't be this far behind on the clock.
Yeah. Well, at least he's got rid of White's light square bishop, and that is the best defender of White's king. So maybe Black can get something of the rook and queens. It's just, I think it's just coming back to Black's bishop. Just look at Black's bishop. It might as well be a pawn. You know, there's no point in having a bishop there. Just swap it with a pawn. It's doing nothing, and that's and you're a pawn down as well. So it's not just that piece. Yeah, a couple of issues to worry about here.
I mean, this last exchange, you're swapping off White's best piece, but you're also maybe getting rid of your own best piece, your own best minor piece. So I'm expecting maybe the White king to capture this bishop and just full control.
And the funny thing is, if you try to go b6, we can't probably analyse it because of the time, but then you can really lock that bishop in, and that's very amusing. Then, you know, I love those kind of situations when you see them, you know. So, but anyway, the game's developing quickly, but yeah.
Maybe just while Levon was thinking that, just to show, because this is the key fact, this bishop is dead. This bishop's just staring at a white pawn and white pawn chain, and like you said, Simon, if you try and get it out now, the knight is kicked away, and then now this bishop is literally, it's worse than a black pawn. At least a black pawn could move. This bishop's staring at its own pawn. So Duda's playing a battle without that piece, and even if in a situation like this, even if Black regains the pawn and captures this guy, any endgame is going to be winning for White, because this piece is so bad. White will simply eventually win it. So, yeah, he can bully him now, Aronian, with his clock advantage and with his pawn advantage, also with the advantage of the better pieces. This queen capture is not good. This bishop is... Oh, I said it's not good, and he plays it.
He's played it.
Commentator's curse, but this bishop is going to decide the game.
Maybe he had to grab it. I mean, what else can you do? You might as well grab a pawn, I suppose. But I agree with you, David, that it's horrible, Jovanka, isn't it?
Totally horrible. And also there's a big threat on the board. You know, White knight is actually threatening to come to the f4 square, attacking the rook, and also threatening to jump into g6, forking the king and rook.
This is what we call positional domination, simply. White's knights, especially the knight that's just moved into the centre in front of the black pawn, I mean, they're just glorious blockaders on the light squares.
And Duda's going down, close to 30 seconds, not that much time, difficult position.
But great air quality. in Miami Arena. Problem is, the same air quality for Levon Aronian.
The important things in life, the air quality.
Fighting for his life here, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, but the bar is all the way over to Levon's side. And it's looking good on the clock as well.
And the threats just keep on coming, because now Levon is threatening to attack the knight and destabilise the bishop. This is why Duda moves it back to a ridiculous-looking square. I mean...
I bet you Lev's probably enjoying this now, isn't he? He must be enjoying this position somewhat.
He's barely paused for thought, Levon Aronian. I'm so impressive.
Yeah.
13 seconds.
Really strong play by him.
Yeah, I agree.
And also to bounce back from the upset of the last game, where he knows he threw away the win. Can you now play this idea? I just want to play it, but then the rook gets a bit weirdly trapped. That'd be, we probably don't need to play it here. And Duda trying to break out. If he can get his bishop out, then he's in the game.
And Levon going for the most direct attempt. He's threatening a bunch of knight forks now. Black's knight had to trade off. Now White's knight wants to jump forward with a check, wants to jump towards the black bishop.
It's going to jump towards the black bishop and the knight. The rook.
Yeah.
Looks like a killer.
Yeah, it's just over here. Duda is about to lose that terrible bishop. To be honest, I don't even want to win it. I just want to just maybe push a pawn forward.
But you know why that is, David? Because you're one sadistic player. You just love the torture.
Let's see if Aronian is equally sadistic. Is he going to go and try and win that bishop immediately, or is he just going to say, no, it's trapped anyway? Push a pawn forward, lock it in behind its own pawns.
I know what you mean. I would do the same. It's too...
No, he goes for it.
He's going
it's too tempting, the lure of material.
Yeah, I mean, it is a whole bishop, I think. Safe bishop.
Yeah, you can take that piece now. It does finally drop off the board. That bishop, I think it felt a relief at being...
Kill me now. So...
still some work to be done, because Black does have two very strong pawns. And they will connect.
And the knight is offside at the moment, so, you know, if the pawns can go before the knight gets back, it's some hope, but not much.
Not much, yeah. White's knight, rook and king should connect. They will combine and coordinate in order to stop Black's pawns. Ideally, you want to stop... I love this move. Ideally, you want to stop the black king coming towards the centre, I was going to say.
Yeah.
But, these pawns advancing alone shouldn't be enough.
But now the king can kind of approach the pawn.
White king can come. And let's see Lev on screen. He's about to play your move, Jovanka, the white king centralising.
Yeah, nice move.
He's just playing by instinct, Levon, but he's also playing on general rules. He just saw his opponent had a locked-out piece. He locked it in, won it. Now he's bringing his pieces together.
It looks like Duda is out of time on his clock. Keeps ticking down to almost 0 seconds.
Okay, and again, he's playing moves with 1-2 seconds on his clock, Duda. And last trick now, but it's not going to work. His pawn can just be captured. And here, I mean, there's not even a threat, really, for Black. OK, you can just go and win this black pawn.
Yeah.
And a whole knight down.
Yeah.
It's hopeless.
It's hopeless, yeah. I mean, you might as well play on, I guess, because, you know...
Mouse slips, power outages, someone forgetting to plug in the laptop. There's still some ways to save it. Problem is, a rook trade helps White. I mean, Black's remaining pawn is going to drop soon. Beyond hopeless now.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Not much else to say, unfortunately, for Duda. He's just going through the motions. Levon still has 2 minutes to spare. 2 minutes in the bank.
How impressed by Levon in this game.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah.
The whole blitz segment, I mean, I know he missed that win or kind of let the win slip in the last game, but complete control both games. And Duda, I mean, when he won the Oslo Esports Cup, he was winning all the tie-breaks. He played several tie-breaks and he won most of them. Aronian's just swatted him away in this one.
Yeah.
And I just like the way that he's using all of his army here. You know, the king, the knight, the rook, all of them are working so well together. And now he just improves his rook, getting ready for the king to step up the board. And there's just nothing that Duda can do apart from wait.
Yeah, and waiting when you're a knight and a pawn down, it's not a fun task.
Nope. But I think you just have to embrace it and hope for the best. Because after all, the position is lost.
Reminds me of another ending, I think, where Duda was involved. I can't remember against who, where he was the knight down as well, and he ended up losing in the end, but from another tour. Maybe someone can remember it, but...
Yeah, but I like the fact that Duda's playing on. There are always there's always 0.5% chance or 1% chance. And
you know what I'd do here, though,
He'd play
resign.
Like 10 games today.
You have to surprise us, Simon.
No, just resign. So,
maybe there's some stalemate ideas. As long as Black's king is on the edge of the board, there's always chances he might accidentally trap it without checking it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Levon, he's found, I think, quite a nice way to... he's going to either trade rooks or he's going to force the black king back.
But I guess the ultimate idea for Levon is to queen that pawn.
Yes, so he...
I have to say, that looks kind of hard, because there's a lot of stuff in front of that pawn.
Yeah,
Not for long.
Not for long.
Oh, OK.
Step by step. So first he protects his own pawn. Next he'll win the black pawn. then he'll get his own pieces out the way and slowly start motoring forward. So now he'll step his pawn forward, he'll win the black pawn guaranteed next move, and like slowly but surely, baby steps, the pawn will step forward. And Duda gives up hope, he resigns.
It's over. Another match win for Levon Aronian today in tiebreaks to gain 2 points. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he was not able to win any of the Blitz games. 1 point for him, losing to the great Levon Aronian. A long day for these two great players. And it ends up with a match win for Levon Aronian. Let's head down to Miami and Sverre.
Yeah, I'm standing here now with what is both Duda and Aronian. It ended up being a brutal battle between you two, Levon.
Yeah, I think somehow it worked in the openings. I managed to get nice positions in both of the games. So.
Well, the eval was actually saying that Jan-Krzysztof got pretty well out of the gate, but you looked like you were playing with more confidence than anything there.
Yeah, I think I have more experience in this opening, and I think at some point, once I got B4, then it's a difficult position for Jan-Krzysztof to play.
Still, Jan-Krzysztof, it's a lot of chess left here. You take a point with you today, and you're still in pretty good situation for the overall standings. Do you still believe in a repeat?
Yes, of course. I mean, it's just the beginning of the tournament. Yeah, today Levon just played better than me. I basically wasn't able to get like anything with white, which is kind of yeah. I mean, it's difficult to win the match if you can't really, score with white. So. Yeah, I did everything I could, but I mean, in the end, I mean, the last game I just got crushed. I mean, maybe not straight after opening, but I mean, opening like dictated the events. So yeah, I mean, not to improve, I definitely have to be better with white.
Good luck to you both tomorrow. Tomorrow you play Magnus. What do you expect from that match?
I expect difficulty, as always, when playing against Magnus. But so far, the tournament is working well for me, and I'll try to build up from here.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sverre. And what a great day it has been. Finally, we did see some Blitz tiebreaks in Miami. Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Levon Aronian, they won 1 rapid game each, 2 draws, so they did tie the rapid match, and in those Blitz tiebreaks, a draw in the first game and a great win by Levon Aronian in the second game to take the match win. 2 points for winning in Blitz tiebreaks, 1 point for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And these are the standings after 2 days in the FTX Crypto Cup. 5 days to go. We have 2 players on full score, 6 points. It's Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda. Levon Aronian now on 5 points. A great start to the tournament for the now American. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, 4 points. Alireza Veruja, he did win his match today to gain 3 points, but 3 players are still stuck on 0 points. Liam Le, Anish Giri, and Hans-Niemann. And Jovanka, are you surprised to see Anish Giri after 2 days, no points?
Yeah, actually, because, he played Magnus Carlsen yesterday, but today I would have expected, at least for him to take the match to tie breaks. And it is surprising because he came off the Olympiad where he did fantastically well. But it's still early days, there's still 5 more rounds left, so anything can happen.
Yeah, and we did see on top of the table, Magnus Carlsen and Pragnananda, they were fighting for the victory in the Oslo Esports Cup, and now they are on top of the table again. Do you think it's going to be between these two, Simon?
I kind of hope so.
Yeah,
I think our predictions are pretty good because I think David maybe said Magnus. I think
said Aronian.
Aronian. Oh, so we have Aronian, Prag, and
Duda.
Oh, okay. Well, that's still pretty good. So, but I'm really looking forward to obviously Prag versus Magnus later on because that's going to be big. They're all big though. Every day's big.
It's going to be big. It's not coming up tomorrow, but let's take a look at the matchups for tomorrow because we do have a big one for Magnus Carlsen. He faces Levon Aronian. We're always looking forward to that one. Those two have known each other for so many years. They respect each other big time, and they always give us big entertainment. Anish Giri, he will face Alireza Veruja, and Anish Giri, he lost 2 matches. He needs to start gaining some points. Hans-Niemann also lost 2 matches, but he did win a game against Magnus Carlsen today, and tomorrow the 17-year-old Pragnananda is his opponent. Liam Le against Jan-Krzysztof is the final match coming up tomorrow on day 3 in the FTX Crypto Cup. Day 2 has been another very fun day and dramatic day of chess, and in Miami, Sverre, have you guys enjoyed the chess today?
We've enjoyed the chess. We also enjoyed the Eden Rock Hotel here. I'm with Tanya Satsteven. What a day of chess.
Just absolutely fantastic. I love it. It's getting better every day. I mean, look at this view, but the real action is all over the board. Starting from the Alireza win, wrapping it up in 3 games. Phenomenal play, especially considering that he lost the first match. And to come back from that with this style, absolutely amazing. Magnus and Hans. We saw Hans really angry in that interview yesterday with you, Sverre. And today he came back with a bang, won that first game.
And it was a beautiful game.
It was a stunning game, and we really thought this is going to be a tough day for Magnus. But this is the thing about Magnus. He just comes back instantly. Most players need that time to stop the bleeding, but not this guy. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. We love that we had a playoff, we had blitz action, and Prag winning his 2nd match in a row against Anish.
I mean, we're looking now at Prague. We have Magnus up there. We also have Levon Aronian. Who do you pick the winner?
Already, it's too soon. I mean, the way these guys are playing, it's a field wide open, it's a tournament wide open. Ask me this question in 3 days.
Actually, I'll ask you about something about tomorrow. Levon Aronian, Magnus Carlsen, what to expect?
A juicy matchup. I love it. I'm not going to make any predictions because we've seen Magnus never an easy opponent to beat, and Lev in his A game. Today against Duda, both blitz games, even the first one, he was better. He didn't manage to convert it. The second one, he played flawlessly. So we've got an in-form Lev, an in-form Magnus, and that's what the chess world loves.
Blast from the past. Aronian, Carlsen, 1-2 perhaps. We're looking forward to this.
We definitely are. Sverre, Tanya, thank you so much. It looks so nice to be there in Miami, and we're looking forward to the action as well. As always, thank you to David, Simon, and Jovanka for bringing us all the moves and action from the boards in Miami. We'll be back tomorrow, as always, 5:45 CET, day 3 in the FTX Crypto Cup. We'll see you then. Bye for now.